historically bad year last year. There's a coaching change. There is a concerted effort to go out there and add some players that make your current roster better, that make the players that are on your roster better. And there's a big turnaround. I got to believe that, especially if we've talked about this, all four teams have the chance to make the playoffs. It's never happened. But when you have every other team and the fan bases are getting energized because they are competitive, because they are a team that is going to be a postseason team, I don't think there's any other way to look at it than, it's putting pressure on Steve Yzerman. It's putting pressure on the Red Wings franchise to be a postseason team.
You can't be the one left behind here.
The one that just keeps getting close but never getting it done?
You had 6 years. So for anybody that goes, it's different in the NBA and the NFL, fine, it's being accounted for. You have a 6-year runway in the case of Steve Yzerman. Trajan Langdon inherited the worst situation in Pistons franchise history and in 1 year flipped it. Now, it's easier to do in basketball because you draft guys that play right away and free agents you can plug in right away. You have deeper hockey teams. But I think that's factored in when you say you had 6 seasons, Steve. You can't be passed by the Pistons and Tigers, who are in much worse positions 18, 24 months ago.
So Trajan Langdon inherited a superstar. And a lot of people didn't think that before this year. Steve Yzerman, when he took over, did not inherit a superstar.
How long is that going to be an excuse?
Well, I'm not saying it's an excuse at all. Don't put words in my mouth, please. But look, it's going to take a lot longer.
Great.
When you don't have a star in hockey.
Great.
We've said that from day one.
I know, so you get an extra 5 years. Still not doing it.
He had to cleanse,
you know what I mean?
Cleanse your boy Ken Holland's mess for 2 years. You like that one. Look, the bottom line is we're just getting to the end game here. And I will say I will give him next year no matter what. I don't think if they miss the playoffs that he should be fired. I do think after the next year, it's bust next year. Because I think they had – you have to have patience in hockey. Ken Holland's words were true about the 10 years potentially of flipping this thing. If you look at it, it has taken teams that long. You look at the Avs and some of the things they went through. Heck, they had to move on from Duchesne. What do you want, Jim? Do you want them gone after this year if they don't make the playoffs?
No, I don't like this idea that the 10 years gets propped up. It's not 10 years to make the playoffs.
Right, I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like when everybody throws the 10-year thing out, it's not 10 years to make the playoffs. The Wings are in 9 years of a playoff drought.
But you saw when...
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so we've talked here about these three teams flipping, the Lions, the Pistons, and the Tigers. The Lions flipped fast. It went from awful to good to very good, like fast, within 2 years.
Well, I think it's
the
faster
Tigers,
in the
all
NFL.
of a sudden, it just went boom. And I expect, that's why I said what I said about next year. I'm not talking, hey, wild card. No, it's time to pass Tampa in your division. Am I telling you to go past Florida and Toronto? I don't know yet. Probably not Florida. Maybe Toronto, depending on what happens in the offseason. But these teams are putting pressure on them. I mean, it's becoming indefensible. It's very Jim Harbaugh-ish after COVID. Seriously, right?
And he got one more shot, and it worked. Which, again, I'm not telling you Yzerman should be fired if they miss the playoffs. What I'm saying is, if the Pistons can do it, and the Tigers can do it, and the Lions can do it, and you've had more time than all of them, so that addresses that it takes longer in hockey.
To be fair,
you are on the hot seat.
To be fair, before last night, they had 36 points in 2 months exactly.
Yep.
So let's not get crazy about last night a little bit and let that affect where our heads are at, because you could argue they've flipped it and we're just got to get to the end here. We're all of a sudden, maybe they're flirting with third in the division when the standings go final at the end of the year.
I still expect them to make the playoffs, so this will largely not be a conversation. But the if is there because they're hanging on by a thread right now. And they have time to add at the deadline, but we don't know that they will.
Let me ask you this. Do you have more confidence of them making a playoff simply because what's beneath them in the East?
Partially.
Yeah, and that's why this seems like a little fool's gold. The Rangers have significantly underachieved this year, and it looks like Boston's finally falling apart.
I think you got to be careful they'll get in by default. Someone has to win their way in. We saw this last year. You have to win your way in. Even with a low threshold. Last year was like 91 points and they lost on a tiebreaker. You have to win some of those games. And when the Capitals beat Detroit head-to-head in the final stretch run, the Capitals won their way in. Someone from the group of underachievers. Boston's lost 5 in a row. Ottawa's lost 5 in a row. The Rangers have underachieved. Someone is going to go on a run, and you have to go on one as well.
But are you good and getting better, or are you just the best of the rest? Like the Denver Broncos this year getting in the playoffs.
Right. Well, I think right now they're the best of the rest. But you could be on the verge of being good. And that's the question that that's going to somewhat be answered in the next 7 days. If you're on the verge of just being good, how do you add to this roster so that you can be better than you are, better than just the best of the rest? And how does that carry over to next year? Because it's not just an eye on being a playoff team this year. Nobody wants to be that team that just, because you're the best of the rest, you get in and you get knocked out in the first round.
Yeah.
You want to be able to actually get there and win a playoff series, or at least have the threat of winning a series. But how does it carry over to next year? Are they able to spend in free agency? Who do they re-sign? Who do they trade for? All of those different things. But right now, the question is, who are they going to add so that if Dylan Larkin has a game like that somebody else can step up and fill that void?
Couple ticket texts, 248-539-9797. This one says, if the Wings don't make a move to get better and don't make the playoffs, I'd be flat out done with Stevie. He's been here too long with 0 results. His plan clearly hasn't worked.
I think that's a very common sentiment among Wings fans. This is a trade deadline where if you don't add and you end up missing out, we talked about it earlier in the week, it is 100% on Yzerman.
Texter says, did I miss the Wings losing 4 straight? Why is Costa's world falling? It's not falling. We're just reacting to what happened last night. They got out competed, according to Mo Sider and their head coach, against a team who's on the playoff bubble with them. And I've said it. It's going to come down to every single point like it did last year. And if they don't add, and if they do miss, and if the Pistons, for crying out loud, are making the playoffs, yeah, that's only going to add a little more fuel to the fire on Steve's seat. And I don't think he's been, like this person says, the plan clearly hasn't worked. Lucas Raymond is a budding star. Like we talk about, he didn't inherit a star. Fine, he may have found his star. A lot of his first-round picks show promise. There's clearly something that he's done well here, but you have to be willing to make a couple moves to get to the next level. You can't just sit patiently and hope that every single prospect is going to pan out. Ticket Texter says, I'm a football guy. I loosely follow hockey. If you took all the centers in the NHL and compared them to quarterbacks, where would Larkin land? Is he like a Trevor Lawrence? Is he close to top 10 like a Stafford? Where would you put him? Wouldn't be top 5.
No.
He would probably be one of those guys who could flirt with the end of top 10 and probably in that like 9 to 12 range.
So
who is that in the NFL?
Are we talking about a tier 2 guy?
Jared Goff.
Are you going to start the chant?
But even the Stafford thing, like if you think he's like Stafford didn't get it done in Detroit. Stafford goes to a better situation and thrives. Larkin in a better situation with other great American hockey players thrives. Yzerman, how about you create that situation here so we're not reliving the Stafford years all over again?
Right. It's about building, and this is why I compared what the Pistons are doing. Is Dylan Larkin Cade Cunningham? No. But Cade Cunningham wasn't the player that he is this year without some assistance around him, without some guys that can space the floor. So let's give Dylan Larkin a little bit more. Let's give him some support.
Among centers, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 in goals.
Yeah, so
right around where I kind of
tier
put him.
2. Yeah.
All right. Speaking of Matthew Stafford, there's an update on where he may end up playing football next season. We'll get to that coming up next. We got the cookie jar at 7:35. And at the end of the hour, all the credit we've been giving to the Pistons, J.B. Bickerstaff, Cade Cunningham, Trajan Langdon, I can't believe people are trying to give this guy credit.
Well, only one is.
Get to that, too. It's 97.1.
Hey, we got so much to look forward to for sports coming down the stretch here for basketball in both college and the pros. Same thing with hockey, we were just talking about. You want to watch all these great moments? You should do it at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience that's absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
If you're injured in a car accident, you need help, and you need someone who cares about you. That's KG Law. A lot of these personal injury types, they see you as dollar signs. And don't worry, Lawrence is trying to win you as much money as he can, but he also cares about you as a person. You'll be treated like a human being. Lawrence built his business with a loyal staff. They've been there from the start. I've met those people. They're not going to cut corners. They're going to look after you. They care, and they win. The number is 877-KG-CARES. Check them out, kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Game got out of hand in the second period, but really from the jump, Columbus, the more physical hockey team, and Dylan Larkin, the headline, called out by his coach after the game, said we need more from him. Mm-hmm. We'll talk about the Pistons a little later in the hour because they keep winning, and we like talking about winners. Weird source of credit or praise being handed out. We'll get to it. Cookie jar at 7:35. John, we have an update, I guess, on the Matthew Stafford saga in the NFL. Everybody wants to know this game of dominoes.
Yeah.
Because where he goes may lead to something else. The Raiders and Matthew Stafford have, quote, found common ground on a new contract. This is according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal. They've found common ground on what a new contract would look like. They clarify that common ground is not the same thing as actually agreeing to the terms of a contract. The report strongly suggests that the Rams and Raiders can come to an agreement on a trade. If they can, Stafford and the Raiders would have a contract that they would agree to as well. What do you make of this? I know we didn't talk about it, but the idea that Brady bumped into Matthew Stafford somewhere and there may be some recruiting going on, do the Raiders make sense?
It makes sense for the Raiders. Yeah, they have no path to a quarterback. So to be able to get a player like Matthew Stafford, is that an upgrade over Aiden O'Connell, Desmond Ridder, Gardner Minshew?
Yep.
Yes. But the report also says that they don't want to part ways with their 6th overall pick.
That was the next line here. That's the deal. They want to keep the 6th pick at all costs. They will not part with that pick, so they might not get Stafford.
So the question then becomes, what's the Rams' path to a quarterback? If it's not Matthew Stafford, what's their path? Where do they go? And what do they do? Because I could see a situation where maybe they do take, how many firsts or what's the draft capital that they would get in return? If it's not this year's 6th overall pick, because if Matthew Stafford goes to the Raiders, do we think that they're going to be picking 6th overall next year?
No.
Probably not. So is it a mid-round first pick next year? Do they get 2 firsts because they're not going to be high-end, draft picks? If that's the case, I'm more than happy, if I'm the Rams, to say I'll take 2 first-round picks and kick it down the road for 26 and 27. But it comes with the knowledge behind the scenes that I have a path to a quarterback, whether it's Aaron Rodgers for a year, Sam Darnold for a year, whoever it might be, to say I'm willing to live that life for a season, knowing that I have the draft capital to move up if I want something next year. And for the Raiders, I understand why they don't want to part with that 6th pick, especially if they get Matthew Stafford. Right now, they have one of the good young tight ends, the Raiders do, in Brock Bowers. They don't have anything at wide receiver. Nothing.
Well, I would say a QB like Matthew Stafford can get a lot out of Jacoby Myers. So...
Okay, but he's not a number 1.
No, he's not. But I'll say this. If they get Stafford, I think you're going to see the Raiders push this envelope big time to try to go all in to win now.
They have the draft capital. They could go out there and pay a receiver to be their number 1. They could draft a receiver to be in their number 1. And all of a sudden, Jacoby Myers becomes their 3.
Right. So the reason I would say they would go all in if they'd make this move is they'd really push it. You'd see them get active in free agency. You'd see them absolutely attack maybe kind of like the Jets did to a degree, and it blew up. But look at who their coach is. I mean, the clock's ticking.
Exactly.
Pete Carroll, Matthew Stafford. I know that division is very, very hard, but that's a pretty good combination right there. You're Super Bowl winning quarterback and coach together. How many of those are there in the league?
So 3 teams from that division made the playoffs last year. The one that didn't was the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's sports. You want to win. You want to be competitive. Do I think it'd be reckless to trade your 6th overall pick for a 37-year-old quarterback to pair with a 72-year-old coach to still not win your division? Yeah, I don't know what that does for you.
It makes all the sense in the world for the Raiders. It makes no sense for the Rams. And again, what is their path to a quarterback if it's not Matthew Stafford? What probably makes more sense is Matthew Stafford was able to go out there and find his value and somebody that would give him a contract. What does that contract look like? Because, I would think he would come back and say, the Raiders are willing to pay me this. And now the Rams could say, all right, we'll match it.
That's kind of what I think will happen is the Raiders will say, well, we'll pay you 50 to 55 a year. And then the Rams will go, well, all right.
So will we.
Don't you guys from afar, though, feel like too much has taken place for this to get rectified with the Rams?
I don't think I don't think too much has taken place. I do think, however, that the Rams are smart enough to look at this and go, okay, yeah, we would want to match that for a year, 2 years. But we don't want to put ourselves in Matthew Stafford jail down the road and salary cap hell where all of a sudden now we don't have a path to quarterback and you're too old.
Look, it's a huge story in the NFL. We're not doing it because he played here in Detroit. I think it's interesting because of the ramifications it has. If he leaves L.A., what does L.A. do? Is Aaron Rodgers potentially going out to Los Angeles? And if the Raiders don't get Stafford, what do they do at quarterback? It is one of the big dominoes that still has to fall before the draft. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, excuse me. Detectives believe that the circumstances surrounding the death of Gene Hackman and his wife are suspicious enough in nature to require a thorough search and investigation. More details have been coming out since they discovered their bodies on Wednesday. According to the search warrant, while deputies arrived, the front door was ajar. No signs of forced entry, but definitely, okay, something's open here, right? The bodies of Hackman and his wife, Betsy, were found on the ground in a bathroom and a mudroom. There was a prescription pill bottle open with pills kind of all over near his wife's body. Hackman was found in the mudroom. They are saying they think he may have fallen suddenly because of the placement of his glasses that had come off of his, I'm guessing, his face. Both bodies showed obvious signs of death, specifically body decomposition and mummification, which would say that they've been there for longer than a day. Yeah. Quite a while. The deceased dog was found in a closet of the bathroom, but there was 2 other dogs in the property, both healthy and active, one running around outside, one inside the property. The warrant also stated that there were no obvious signs of a gas leak. So the investigation continues. An autopsy toxicology report will be conducted, but that could take weeks before we actually get those answers.
Well, suspicious, I think, is the word used, because it doesn't really add up. What would happen for them to both die almost simultaneously? Because
it's how it appears, right?
Because if your partner passed, you'd call somebody.
That's what I was talking to Colin about. Yeah. Yes, that if I saw my husband collapse to the ground, I'm getting on the phone and calling for help immediately.
Or maybe it was she was the one that fell, and maybe she was needing help, and being 95 years old, he was trying to get to his phone and he fell. I mean, it could be
possible. Yeah.
But then what about the dog? The dog falls? Like, okay, oh my gosh.
Yeah, we're doing, this detective job from a long ways away. The pills around her body, and the dog was in the closet of the bathroom.
Yep.
Maybe he ingested one of those, and it was something that doesn't agree with the dog.
Maybe. I mean, so many questions remain. Yes. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan wants to prevent another tragedy like this month's death of 2 children sleeping in a van in the freezing cold. So on Thursday, he unveiled a plan to address holes in the city's homelessness safety net. And the plan includes expanding the hours of the housing helpline to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Also beginning efforts to find families and vehicles, and treating every call that involves children as an emergency, even if they're not yet homeless. There's more details, of course, in this
Yeah.
plan, but he really wants to ensure that we never see that tragedy happen again. There's a woman facing charges after she was caught stealing packages from a Canton apartment complex. So this woman, who is from England, was in the U.S. illegally, had evidence of thefts in her apartment. So I'm guessing had packages belonging to other people in her apartment. She was arrested on Wednesday. She was charged with 1 count of larceny in a building. That's a 4-year felony, as well as receiving and concealing stolen property. That's a 5-year felony. So some hefty charges there. Some more charges coming to a Michigan corrections officer.
Oh, boy.
She's headed to jail after having sex with an inmate. Yeah, so this officer is accused of not only sleeping with an inmate at this federal prison, she's also accused of bringing him a gold necklace and some loose tobacco pouches so that he could sell them. This was in 2023. She was just sentenced on Wednesday to 6 months in federal prison. Now, she was originally facing a whole lot longer, like maximum of 15 years in prison, but of course, there's plea deals and things. She's also agreed to not seek employment with the Federal Bureau of Prisons ever again, even though I would imagine she wouldn't get hired if she did seek that employment.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
kidding.
that's tough on the resume.
Yeah, it sure is. Sure is. So the days of those $5 footlongs at Subway are probably a thing of the past, but Subway is bringing back a promotion that offers customers footlong subs for $6.99.
Okay.
So there you have
Close.
it, right? Yeah, it's closer. Beginning, actually started on Thursday. Customers can get footlong subs for $6.99 when they use a promo code in the app. Of course, everything you have to use the app. You have to use the promo code 699FL, and you can go in and get any sub you want for $6.99.
Here's my info. Here's what it cost.
I mean, you could make up info if you really needed to, John.
You could.
You know that? You could be John Smith from
Yeah.
Farmington Hills with a fake number and fake like you could probably, but you still have to download it on your phone. So
Yeah.
And they're tracking
your every move.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your situation. And just to give you a little insight, they have done this since I've built the relationship with them, and it's been a couple of mortgages, a couple of home equity lines of credit, so many different styles and makeups of accounts that it's just, they have been there every step for me and my family. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's the Cookie Jar on a Friday. We have questions that need answers. Hopefully some big opinions here. Cookie Jar is brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Just came back from a vacation. Is your ideal vacation more relaxing or more go, 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 see and do stuff?
Mine is go, go, go. I am all about, I hate sitting around not doing anything. Mine is going to be more active. It's going to be seeing as much as you possibly can, squeezing as much as you possibly can into a day.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, John. Like, I would love a nice mix. I'd like a little bit of relaxation, of course, but my ideal vacation is go, go, go. I want to go hiking. I want to see all the sights. I want to experience everything. I want to do all I can while I'm in a destination I probably will never go back to.
I'm a relaxer. Definitely relaxer. I mean, look, nobody wants you to sit around the entire time on their vacation, but some downtime, especially away from technology, is a must.
Yeah, for me, we definitely had a day where we just kind of sat by the beach and by the ocean. But I like to do stuff and see stuff. I can't just sit for 5-6 days and do nothing.
I mean, when I do nothing, when I do relax on a vacation, I'm typically enjoying a drink.
Sure.
And I'm maybe reading a book that I haven't had time to read at home. Like, I'm doing things.
Yes.
I'm not just sitting doing
Meditating.
nothing. But I'm with you guys. I'd rather be doing something.
Well, Heather, now with the kids and their age, like the typical vacation usually includes some sort of swimming.
Yes.
And that is high maintenance as a parent.
My gosh.
Like, because that's one of my biggest fears when the kids were little, is just being around water. Like, you can't take your eyes off.
You can't take your eyes off them, and if they're not swimmable themselves, then you're doing a kid curl the entire time.
Yeah.
Like when I have Teddy, I am in the pool holding him the entire time. It's exhausting,
and
but it's awesome.
If you travel them with diapers, like I remember there's a time up in Petoskey we went, and we were going to this place. I think, John, it used to at least be there. Papa Joe's is what it was called. Papa Lou's, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good, really good pizza. So we're getting ready to go in there. My parents are on the trip with us, too. And suddenly Connor had the DEF CON explosion.
It used to be Papa Lou's. Now it's Fat Daddy's.
Okay. Better name.
Yeah.
Day drinking or night drinking?
For me, it's definitely night drinking. It's night drinking for a number of reasons. But if I have a drink, chances are when I'm done or whenever the night's done, I want to go to bed and sleep.
John, there is nothing better than day drinking. I think you sleep better when you do day drink than night drinking.
Yeah, but the hangover hits early.
No, not at all. You have time to
no.
sober up.
Yes.
You've got time for a nice sleep. You wake up and you can still go to the gym in the morning. And I associate day drinking with nice weather and fun outdoor activities. Like, I'm not going to day drink sitting in my house. I'm going to day drink out by a pool. I'm going to day drink out with some friends. I'm like, it doesn't happen. I feel like it's rarer to day drink for me, but nothing beats it.
I'm with you. It's a rediscovery from the vacation. You're right. Day drinking is on the beach. It's tailgating in the fall. It's during the day. And then, you can kind of throttle down as the day goes and avoid the big hangover the next day.
Yes.
My drinking is a result now of just I want to relax. And so after dinner, having an old fashioned or anything like that, I want to sit down, watch TV next to the fire. That's it.
Alcohol is a downer. Night drinking.
Yes.
Okay. This next one is called the nacho question. If your partner gives you a grocery list of ingredients for a nacho night, but doesn't include the chips, are you picking them up anyway?
If it's not written down, I'm not coming home with it. Not at all.
If Colin said it's nacho night, go get ingredients, I would probably only get chips and cheese. So, I'm always going to get the chips.
Okay. Yeah. If Lisa said to me, hey, we need chips, cheese, and salsa, I'm probably coming back with chip, cheese, and salsa. If she added another one, if it gets to 4, I instantly, as soon as she starts going down a list, write it down.
Yep.
Write it down. And if it's not on the list, I'm not coming home with it. There's no chance.
Because you think, well, we might already have the chips then. That's why they weren't on the list.
I just won't remember. I won't even think about it.
I like to think I have a pretty good mental inventory of what we got in the house. If we've not had chips, if this is specifically for a nacho night, I will pick up chips. Chips are implied.
They're implied. Okay.
Yeah. But again, my max is 3. Anything past that, Write it down, or it's not coming home.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if she wrote down avocados, salsa, shredded cheese, this, whatever, but didn't put chips, you would just get the other ingredients.
Yeah, if she didn't put it on the list, I would assume there were chips. Yeah.
The donut question. You go into a bakery.
Oh, this is a great question.
For every donut you eat, you get $100,000. Lucky you. Mm-hmm. But you're going to gain 10 pounds immediately. How many donuts are you eating in this bakery?
A dozen.
A dozen?
I'm going for it. I've lost the weight. I'm willing to go back and be fat again for $1.2 million. In fact, I might not even stop there.
He's just going to go back on that Ideal You program.
Yeah.
I mean, once you get that far, you don't stop, I don't think.
No, you just keep going.
Yeah, you just keep going.
Hey, cha-ching, cha-ching. Keep adding it up.
Okay, if this really was a thing and it really would happen, I have to be honest, I probably wouldn't eat any donuts. Yeah. You guys, losing weight is so freaking hard.
Yeah.
I guess now with Ozempic, maybe I could and I just do that. But no, I cannot shake the last 7-8 pounds from pregnancy. And it's been a long time. I'm not doing it.
They're keeping it tight and right. 3.
You need
Okay.
3.
30 pounds, 300K.
Yeah, that's a good, a little good middle ground here.
Yeah.
Tom?
Well, first takeaway from Heather is that Colin's rich.
No,
Yeah.
We just found out Colin makes
that's
a lot
not
of money.
It's the fact that I just don't want to gain weight.
Start making rich jokes about them too.
Yeah.
I went with 5. I think 500K would be enough to get the house I want, get 2 new cars. Those are significant bills I wouldn't have in my future for a long time.
Yeah.
I would be able to just completely crush 401k or other investments. And I think I could lose 50 pounds back. I think losing 120, I was tempted to go farther, John, but 120 pounds, that's a lot.
Well,
I'm down 70, so it
50
can be
more,
done.
I know.
Trust me, when you're that fat, the first 40, they come off pretty easy.
Yeah, but those last 10, man, those are hard to shake.
And again, if I put on 120 and I can only lose 110, yet I got 1.2 in the bank, that's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Look, I lost 90 at one point.
Yeah.
I know it can be done. It's not easy, and you're so much healthier. Like, I felt like I added years to my life when I lost that weight. I couldn't throw back on another 50 or 60. I don't have the frame you do, John. I'm not adding 120.
Yeah.
Next time Stoney fills in, we're actually going to test this for real. We're going to get one donut, put it in front of Heather, and he's going to lay $100,000 in front of you. And
But if I didn't gain 10 pounds immediately, I would eat the donut. It's the gaining of it. It's that
10
aspect.
pounds
I don't want to do it.
I am gathering an assumption of, I'll just lose the weight again, and not understanding and not respecting the difficulty of
Yes.
that.
So
Like you say, Jim.
my answer was 2. 2. You had 3, Greg? We're on the lighter end,
Yeah.
but Heather went 0. Okay, proper temperature for shorts weather. I've seen people getting the shorts out.
Already?
Oh, yeah. What's the proper temperature?
I don't necessarily know that there is one. I mean, I'd be willing to wear shorts if I didn't have to come in here. 30, 32.
30?
I'd have no problem wearing shorts. I'd wear shorts and flip-flops every day.
You don't want to be comfortable?
I would be comfortable. I have no problem.
Cold.
Okay.
That's not. You could be more comfortable
wear a
wearing
sweatshirt.
jeans. Okay.
okay, if it's like when it's just turning into warmer weather, like about 40 degrees, I don't do it anymore, but that's like, when the sun's out, there's no wind, and it gets to 40 for the first time in like a month.
Oh, yeah. It feels like
That's
it's
fine.
60.
Yeah.
The feels like temperature.
I'm more of a 75.
75.
Yeah. Then I'll bust out the shorts.
See you in June.
I don't like being cold, and I'm always cold.
Probably 70, I would say, is a good number.
I was thinking 70. Tom, did you give a number? Okay.
40.
Okay. Yeah.
Man, I'm 40.
And that is the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's 97.1.
Hey, March is upon us tomorrow, and college basketball is going to be the most exciting it's ever going to be. Whether it's conference tournaments, it's the actual tournament March. We know it's going to be outstanding. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from some of those conference tournaments I talked about, the tournament itself, and maybe even who's going to be cutting down the nets when it's all said and done. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's absolutely no better time to do it than now. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We've enjoyed talking more and more about the Pistons. They keep winning. They play tonight against the Denver Nuggets. We've given a lot of credit to Cade Cunningham's growth, to the team that Trajan Langdon has put around him, to the job that J.B. Bickerstaff has done. I mean, night and day from Monty Williams. We've given a lot of credit to people for the Pistons' success. We have not brought up Troy Weaver. Someone in the national media did. We're going to play that audio. John, you heard this live.
I did. Sat down after the show, turned the TV on, having a snack, because I wanted to hear, was the take yesterday going to be, all right, hey, the Boston Celtics didn't play everyone. Little load management, maybe. Or it was the Boston Celtics didn't play their best game. Was it Boston that lost that game, or was it the Pistons that just outplayed them on a night? Not that they're going to win a 7-game series, but they outplayed them on a night. And it was Cade, it was, Malik Beasley, it was Arthur Thompson, and I was pleasantly surprised. A lot of credit to what JB and Trajan Langdon and Cade Cunningham and this roster is doing. And they talked about, hey, they've surpassed the win total of both the past 2 seasons combined. All right, plenty of love for the Pistons and what they did against the Boston Celtics. And then Stephen A. didn't stop there. Stephen A. had this to say. Okay, so let me go through this. Did Troy Weaver pick Tim Hardaway Jr.?
No.
Did he pick Tobias Harris?
No.
Did he pick Malik Beasley?
Also no.
Ron Howland II?
Nope.
Dennis Schroeder?
Nope.
So, okay, he did not pick this roster. Now, he did pick Cade, which was 1-1, fall into your lap. Okay? He did pick Asor Thompson. All right? And paying off. All right? Thank you. He did pick Jalen Duren. I'm not going to give him any amount of credit for what this team is doing right now because of the additions that they made this offseason. He did nothing to unlock Cade Cunningham. He did nothing to make this team competitive. His teams were the worst in Detroit Pistons history.
Stephen A. Smith achieved peak Stephen A. He was both loud and wrong at the same time. That's well done again.
And we've had him on before. His disdain for Detroit is clearly documented.
John, 74 and 244 was the record of the Pistons under Troy Weaver. And there was that, the whole yelling at fans in the stands business, but I'll keep it between the lines and just talk about what he did professionally. John, he was obsessed with bigs. And no better example of Troy Weaver is what happened with Marvin Bagley, where he traded picks to get Bagley, extended him on a lousy contract, and then had to give up more picks to move Marvin Bagley. That's the Troy Weaver I remember. I remember Troy Weaver ignoring three-point shooting. Imagine that in today's NBA, ignoring the three-point shot. He effectively sentenced Cade Cunningham to drown on a nightly basis. You can't come up for air. You got to play in the clogged paint. No, get back under the water. He gave him very little to work with.
He made a lot of people in Detroit question whether or not to give Cade the max contract.
Ding, ding, ding.
I'd like to thank Ken Holland for drafting Dylan Larkin. Give him credit. All right, sorry. No, seriously, I think the one thing where maybe you can think he did a good job was with the Thompson pick. However, I think he was so depressed from losing out on Wembanyama that he actually just put it on auto draft, and that's what fell to them.
They just took BPA.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, the criticism isn't like there's a couple individual players he drafted well. You have to build a team. That was the issue all along. Cade was a budding young star. Wasn't healthy, needed help. Thompson, the pick at the time, we talked about it, best player on the board. But did he fit because he couldn't shoot? Were they going to put enough shooting? Are you going to build a cohesive team? Your job is not to just draft players and put them in an Excel sheet. They got to play games.
This whole game of giving credit to past GMs because they left you something is probably one of my most despised things that gets done around here. Seriously. Like, just go. Thank you, Matt Millen, for drafting Calvin Johnson.
Right.
No,
right.
idiot. You would have probably taken Jamarcus Russell if Calvin went number 1. I mean, seriously. Right? What are we doing here? This whole sprinkling of things around, like this, it's almost sometimes when we talk about blaming after a loss. No, sometimes the number one thing is the clear thing. That's why it was so refreshing to hear Todd McClellan last night.
Yeah.
He went after the biggest thing, right?
Yeah, he called out his captain.
Right. So I just, what are we doing? Like Al Avila.
I say,
no,
remember?
I'm not giving Al Avila credit for Riley Green and others that are on this team. This moron, against the deadline of the lockout, gave Javi that contract. That is game, set, match for me. I will never give credit to that human being. Who in their right mind would give Javi Baez that deal?
Al Avila. Now, we went through this a little last year when the Tigers went on their run. It's, Riley Green is an Avila guy, right? Tarek Skubel's an Al Avila guy. Well, of course there's going to be a couple good players, but you didn't build a team. There was awful player development under Al Avila. They butchered Justin Verlander's value at that trade deadline, right? I mean, we can go through all of the mistakes of Al Avila, not just Javi Baez, but Jordan Zimmerman. The 2 times he was allowed to spend a little money were the worst contracts arguably in Tigers history. But people wanted to give him credit. I don't understand it. I don't know why Stephen A. Smith, who is this for? Why is he carving out 20 seconds here to just, hey, by the way, you know who's not getting enough love? One of the worst general managers in the history of all of sports. Stephen A., come on.
Right. That's the biggest thing, is that this was actually said on a national forum. Like right when the Pistons reach relevancy, one of the first things you're going to go to is giving credit to one of the worst GMs in the history of the city. He clearly didn't know what he was doing. To me at the time, Cade was an obvious pick. It was. I know some people disagree with that. My point of view going into that draft, it was a slam dunk. I watched him play a ton of college basketball, and you could see what he could be. To me, Troy Weaver never did really anything good.
We had a pastor on the afternoon show praying to get the 1 pick to get Cade Cunningham. That's how much of a lock it was to get the number 1 pick for Cade Cunningham. That fell in his lap. I'm not giving him credit for that. Maybe Jalen Duren. You want to give him credit for anything? Maybe it's Jalen Duren. But Jalen Duren wasn't even really playing well until the last couple months here, by his own admission. And that's not building a team. Finding 1 or 2 draft picks is not building a team. I could not believe it. Stephen A. Smith says we got to give more love to Troy Weaver. It's 97-1.
How about another buzzer beater in the race for the Big Ten title? Michigan responds with their own to match rival MSU. It was Namari Burnett draining the triple as time ran out to give the Wolverines an 84-82 win over Rutgers and Ann Arbor. Burnett described things from his point of view. Yeah, Burnett had 20 points. Vlad Golden with 22 and 11 rebounds. And the Wolverines and Spartans, they are knotted up at 14-3 in conference play, both in first place again with 3 games to go, including the last one against each other. Tough night for the Wings, though. They fell at home to Columbus 5-2. The Blue Jackets scoring 4 unanswered goals in the second period and pull even with Detroit in the wild card. In those standings, they're both at 66 points. Michigan hockey with their first overtime loss of the season. Ohio State nipped them 2-1. The door is now open for Penn State to steal home ice advantage in the Big Ten tournament. And Jack Flaherty giving up 1 run in 2 innings during his spring Tigers debut. 2 strikeouts as well. Kenta Maeda, he was tagged for 3 earned runs and 3 innings of work out of the pen. Detroit lost to the Red Sox 6-5, ended up tying the Rays 7-7. Spencer Torkelson, by the way, hitting a huge home run, batting cleanup. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
What is it with the revisionist history? I'll tolerate none of it. The idea that Troy Weaver deserves credit for what's going on with the Pistons right now. Think about this, guys. We do 5 days a week. Show goes on for 4 hours. We talk about all the local teams. At no point did any host, caller, or even ticket texter want to give credit to Troy Weaver. And think about that. We got so many text messages. Nobody said, hey, guys, you know who really deserves a shout out? The guy who ran this thing off the road. But Stephen A. Smith goes and carves out time to highlight Troy Weaver. John, you watched yesterday to see, hey, how much love would the Pistons get nationally after beating the Celtics? And largely, they got quite a bit of love. But then it goes overboard. This was Stephen A. Smith.
So he had to start off with, he's the former assistant GM at OKC. Because what is OKC right now?
Really good.
Really good. But he was the assistant GM. So he had to start off with a little bit of credibility. And then he ruined it all by saying, these are all Troy Weaver's players. No, they are not all Troy Weaver's players. The ones that you did pick that are contributing were not under the team that you constructed.
Ticket Texter says, we just went through this with the Lions. Patricia was trying to take credit for this year's team, Matt in Livonia. Another one points out, remember Bill Belichick trying to highlight Patricia's impact on the Lions? I don't know what the connection is with Stephen A. and Troy Weaver. I understand where the Belichick thing came from. They're buddies, and it was stupid, but I understood where it came from. Stephen A. have an agent connection, friendship connection, know somebody.
Well, he's that former NBA guy, right? That's how he earned his stripes. But and so everybody thinks, okay, well, if he's talking about the NBA, he must know something. That's why he brought up the OKC assistant general manager. And that's so long ago. The team is completely different from the one that. And guess who else is? We talk about the Pistons being one of the 4 youngest rosters in all of the NBA. Guess who the youngest roster is? Or at least younger than the Pistons. OKC. So they haven't been. He didn't do anything to build that team.
No, it's ridiculous. Ticket Texter says Scott Harris got more for Michael Lorenzen than Avila got for Justin Verlander. # never forget. I don't know why people do this, where they try to go back and you guys were too harsh on these GMs. They really gave us so much. There was a reason they were fired.
Right. So let's just hit the pause button on the fact that we have, Trajan Langdon right now. What would this season look like if it was still Troy Weaver? What are the conversations that we would have? What do you believe he would have done in the offseason to make this a team that is doubled the win total over the last 2 years for the team that he constructed?
I'll tell you what, they wouldn't have enough shooting and they'd have a million bigs because that was what he did every single year. Again, guys, we all watched it. We all lived it. Stephen A. didn't. So it's really easy to just kind of swoop in and do a flyby and go, hey, you know what?
Oh, yeah. Hey, he picked Cade Cunningham. He must have been a good GM.
He also picked Killian Hayes. Yeah. Weird. That didn't get brought up.
You know who's not getting a lot of credit for Michigan's win last night? Juwan Howard. Brought Amari Burnett to Michigan.
Yeah. And Cheddar. Hey, Will Cheddar. He's still on the roster.
Weaver was terrible. He was absolutely bad. Management is everything. That's Mario in Dearborn. Giving Weaver credit is like giving Al Avila credit because those were his guys last year during the Tigers run. Quintricia gets credit for Decker and Ragnow. That gave us a whole new football team, and people should praise that.
Those are the 2 guys I put in my text to you guys last night or my email.
Or he wasted years of their career.
Right.
How about that angle?
The best years.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what we said. He was wasting...
It was wasting Cade Cunningham.
Yes.
He made everybody in this, not everybody, a lot of people in the city doubt even extending him. How many people, even on these airwaves, said, you got to trade Cade?
It was discussed. It was discussed.
Which I thought was crazy.
Should you give him the max or not? And this show said yes, no hesitation.
Yeah.
But there were questions because he had not yet blossomed. And I remember having the conversation about how they didn't give him the shooting. That was the biggest thing holding him back from taking a big step. And Troy Weaver was as big a proponent as anybody in, we'll get to the shooting when we get to the shooting.
Maybe that should be his nickname. No trade Cade.
When they got Beasley and Hardaway in the offseason, we were like, wow, this will probably make the Pistons borderline double their wins simply because they added veteran leadership to the team. Like last year, like he didn't even know that they needed leadership. It was so clear and obvious on the court. And I think a ticket texter summed it up best here. Just came in. 14 wins in the last of his 5 years, and we want to try to compliment that.
I just think it's telling that not even a ticket texter in the last 2 months as the Pistons turned around, not even one text wanted to compliment Troy Weaver.
Well,
and we get weird texts all the time.
I'll just say that might be a little premature here because we did do it. Tigers, who do you give credit to when they reached the postseason? And we did get Avila Packers. And I think somebody might go there.
Oh, you think eventually we would have had the Weaver?
Pistons,
okay.
Yeah. So, see, we're putting up the roadblock. Detour.
Please take an alternate route.
Yes.
There's no shortage of people to give credit to. You want to give JB Bickerstaff some love for Coach of the Year? I get it.
Yeah.
You want to highlight Cade Cunningham as All-NBA guy?
Most improved?
Sure.
Yeah.
You want Sixth Man of the Year, Malik Beasley? Sure.
How about GM of the Year? Exec of the Year?
For Langdon, you're saying?
Yeah.
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 Oh, well, I mean, if you're going to highlight somebody.
What other
for Troy Weaver.
What other executive would we be talking about?
Well, I don't want to go too far. I mean, there's a lot of guys to praise. Langdon deserves credit. He didn't do anything like otherworldly. He simply came in and made competent moves. I don't know if that gets you executive of the year.
Well, you're talking about a team that had 14 wins last year. That was the worst in franchise history. That was not just the bottom of the barrel. It was you were scraping the bottom of the barrel for where they were. And now all of a sudden you're talking about a team that's not just in the play-in, but they're in a playoff position. A 5-game lead over between 6 and 7.
Look, if you wanted to give Tom Gores credit, I'd be more open to that. And I know he has a very contentious relationship with the fan base. You know, he said, if we set aside winning, we're doing so many good things. And his tenure has been absent of much winning. I'd be more willing to give him credit because he stepped up and paid out Monty Williams. Like, if you wanted to use some time to give Gores love, I'd appreciate that more than wasting a second on Troy Weaver. But you guys let us know. A lot of people deserve credit for what the Pistons are doing. We could highlight all of them instead. 248-539-9797. You got an usher who deserves some credit, someone working the concessions. They all deserve more credit than Troy Weaver.
Maybe it's the guy who pointed out the job that Troy Weaver's doing in the stands.
Oh, that fan.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, let's give him Fan of the Year. We already got Fan of the Year in the NFL. Maybe we have the NBA Fan of the Year as well.
I think we're being trolled.
Oh, is it Jamar?
Well, he actually is on this sheet, but that's not the text I was referring to. Oh. We'll get to that. It says, "What are you all talking about? Weaver never had a chance." That's a troll text.
Yeah.
Let's not sound off on that one. This is probably a play by Stephen A. to get inside info from Troy Weaver. He's with the Wizards. Are we really barking up that sources say tree?
Yeah. I don't. I can't connect the dots on that one.
You guys are bagging on Weaver too much. Signed, Jamar and Westland.
Yeah. There you go.
Anyway, we got a lot to do today. 248-539-9797. Gov did reference last night's Wings loss. Awful second period, but really from the jump, they were getting outplayed, outcompeted.
Yeah.
Todd McClellan did not mix words. He went at his captain.
Rightfully so. Stated the obvious.
It wasn't done in a malicious way, but I think it's refreshing given what Derek Lalonde would have said, which is, well, we had our chances. We'll get them next time.
Oh, you mean some accountability?
Some accountability from the head coach following a bad loss by the Red Wings. We'll get to that at 8:50 later in the hour. We've got combine crushes. Start to see some of these performances, and you start to get a little smitten. These guys make sense for the Detroit Lions. We'll stick to defense coming up at 8:35. It's 97.1. Been telling you about Moran Chevrolet, and a lot to talk about because they were the number one selling Chevy dealer in 2024, and they're celebrating with awesome deals for you. Get off the sidelines and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet. You can lease a 2025 Blazer, $299 a month, 24 months, $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. If it's not the Blazer, you're looking for Silverado, you're looking for something else, shop MoranExpress.com to score your best deal, or stop by in person. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right. Greg, I want you to be ready to play that one more time because much like I do step on Doug Karsh when we're doing some of the moments that Michigan football has had over the past few years. Now, Terry Mills, former national champ, great basketball player, great dude. He didn't step on him, but I want you to hear the giggle. This is, how old is Terry? Is it 58, 60 years old? Somewhere like, this is what sports will do to a grown-ass man. Listen to the giggle that he has. That is so terrific.
By the way, great call by Brian Bush.
Oh, yes. And then to hear Terry Mills giggling in the background.
It almost sounded like a whimper, but it's definitely a giggle. He's just eating it up. It's awesome.
And that's a big dude, too.
Terry Mills is 57 years old, John.
57. I was close. 58.
Yeah, you're not bad.
Yeah.
And he's having himself a time.
Yes.
Look, the universe has a way of reminding you what's going on here. With Michigan State and Michigan hitting buzzer beaters,
Yeah.
we're approaching March. It's right here. It's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow, and we've only got a week left because the Michigan State finale is next weekend. That's the end of the regular season. Then it's off to the Big Ten tournament. Then it's off to, Selection Sunday and the NCAA tournament, March Madness. It is upon us. And to have two moments like that for our local teams within the span of, 6 days? Michigan State with the buzzer beater, the three-quarter court buzzer beater to beat Maryland in their house, nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
And then Michigan to be able to do that last night against Rutgers. It's just been a fun week of basketball.
Well, in the case for Michigan, too, you're trailing. With Michigan State, you go into overtime if you miss the shot. For Michigan, it's win or lose on that shot. Now, Michigan State's was from half court. We don't need to put them against one another. Not everything has to devolve to a rivalry. I could feel myself going there. Both shots are great. Both teams are going to go toe-to-toe. I happen to think Michigan State's the better of the two teams.
Well, they showed it.
And they'll have the game at the Breslin Center to solidify it before the regular season's over here.
Here's what I like, though, for both teams is that they're doing what they have to do, even though it might not be pretty, and certainly for Michigan, it has not been pretty. That game against Nebraska was awful. They're doing each other's part to try and make that moment at the Breslin Center as big as it should be.
Ticket Texter says Michigan's the most fraudulent team in college hoops. 9-2 in their last 11, but they are a minus 12 point differential. Winning a lot of nail biters.
Yeah, they have. But
When?
Yeah, the goal is
we
to score
mentioned
one more
Juwan
than
Howard. How many of those games did they lose the last 2 years with those close games? How many people complain about Michigan not closing now? Remember 2 years ago, they had chance after chance after chance?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're
after
winning,
chance
but
after chance after chance?
it's not pretty enough.
After chance?
Yeah.
Look, it's a reason to forecast an early exit, but I'm not going to take anything away from the team that does find a way to win the game last night.
Sure. You can predict that they'll lose to Michigan State. Most people will. You could predict that they won't win the Big Ten tournament. I don't think anybody's going to pick Michigan to win it. You could predict that they're not going to win a national championship, that they might not get out of weekend one.
I was going to say, I don't know that they get out of weekend one. We'll see the draw, but they have some clear issues. Turnovers, free throws, rebounding, like things that can unravel a team that otherwise has some nice pieces.
Yeah, breaking news. They're not Duke.
Sounder for that. The other news we wanted to get in here this morning is Matt Vierling.
Yeah.
We don't know the severity, but it's a right shoulder injury, and I ask you, John, how big a deal is this?
I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. Now, if it's, again, because we don't know how bad it is for Parker Meadows. Like, is it just a strain, muscle strain? He turns around, throws the ball. Oh, I felt something in my bicep. Oh, they're going to be overly cautious because it's spring training, and it's early in spring training. Matt Vierling, did he just sleep on his arm wrong, shoulder wrong, woke up with shoulder soreness? They're going to be overly cautious with him. We'll find out more today because it's been reported that, hey, this afternoon they're going to have their biweekly injury update. So we'll find out a little bit more, and hopefully it is just, hey, day to day we're going to monitor it, but all tests are negative and we don't expect it to be anything major.
So if you ask me to grade my concern on a scale of 1 to 10, it's really hard to do without knowing the update
Right.
later. But assuming that it is something that's going to set him back, 8 out of 10. And I'm not trying to make
That's
Matt
safe.
Vierling out to be a star. My point is he's an upgrade when they use him at 4 different positions. He's a right-handed bat on a team that has very few of them.
In a team filled with role players, pitching chaos and the bottom of the bull, or not the bullpen, but the bottom of the rotation, and AJ Hinch pulling all the right strings with this pinch hitter because it's a right-handed bat against this pitcher. It's this guy here, this guy there. You're taking out a pivotal role player.
Whether he's in right field, he can play center field, third base, hello. And then keep in mind, the start of the season is brutal for the Tigers. If you've peeked at the schedule, you know what I'm talking about. 7 of their first 10 series are against playoff teams from a year ago. Dodgers, Yankees, Orioles, Padres. I mean, you name it. It's a lot of the heavy hitters in baseball right out of the gate. And we know bats tend to be cold in April. He's a right-handed bat. It's why I never understood people saying, we didn't want Bregman anyway. It's a clear need for this team. And if Vierling misses any time at all, it's a big deal for this team. But again, we'll find out more later today. We've got Combine Crushes coming up at 8:35. Some names from the defensive side of the ball that stand out to John and I that would be really good fits for the Lions. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, plans for a new Topgolf in Canton are now uncertain. So last month, the Canton Township Planning Commission unanimously approved this plan for a Topgolf, also like several fast food restaurants on this big 55-acre space just east of I-75 between Warren and Ford Roads. So everything seemed like, yeah, this is exciting. This is the go. But now state environmental regulators have denied this wetlands filling permit, leaving the future of the project now uncertain. That is something they would have to do in order to build the entire development, right? So why? Obviously, they're just saying that this would result in unacceptable disruption of the aquatic resources currently provided by this big, high-functioning forested wetland system, they say. And it's like one of the few remaining in this western Wayne County. So who knows what's going to happen? Could this get like overwritten and it still be allowed to build? Will they look for another location? It sounds like they have in the past really tried to find the right space to build on, and this is where it came down to. So
more money for more permits, more remediation, and they see a big company. They just want some more money from them.
So we'll see what happens with it. I mean, it sounds like people, obviously, it was unanimously voted on. People want to see this.
They're excited for it, yeah.
And I get it, yeah. Scary situation at a Hazel Park High School. A gun was found in a student's backpack in the classroom on Thursday.
Yeah.
According to police, the student has been arrested, transferred to the Oakland County Children's Village, and they say they were actually alerted to the weapon on that OK to Say tip line, where students, teachers, anybody can just
Anonymously say something.
I was going to say anonymously, like leave a tip. So school officials interviewed the student, and at first he was like, "That's not true.
I don't know what you're talking about."
Not me." Searched his locker, didn't find anything suspicious, and that's when they contacted the parents and said, "You know what? Your child can't be in school while we investigate." And he said, "Well, I got to grab something, and I left my backpack in the classroom." They went to go get that backpack, searched it, and that's where the gun was found. They searched the entire building as well, brought in the K-9 units. No further threat was discovered, but
still scary.
Very scary for sure. Katy Perry is going to space. Yeah, she's going to outer space. She's going to join an all-female crew on board one of Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin space flights, which is pretty cool. So she's going to be joined by Gail King, Bezos's fiance, Lauren Sanchez, and then 3 other women as well. There's going to be an aerospace engineer, a civics right activist, and a filmmaker, all going up into space sometime this spring. Don't know official launch date.
Is this the one? Didn't we see Strahan do it, where you basically get shot up and then you fall right back down?
You do. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's not like you're going to go orbit around the Earth and
What's the purpose? Like for them to have a good time? Like what?
Yes.
Okay.
And also just experience what it's like to see
To
Earth from outer
have
space.
a rocket shot up your.
I mean, like, who else did it? There was another celebrity that did it. Several celebrities have done it,
Yeah.
but there was, I can't think of the guy's name right off the top of my head, but it sounds like it's just like, it's a
It's an experience.
It's a cool experience.
Yeah.
life-changing
I would love to feel the
experience, could be called.
horsepower and the way that rocket takes off. It's got to be unbelievable.
And I don't remember if they do get to experience weightlessness. I
would
feel
hope
like
so.
maybe but I think it's very quick
Yeah,
if they
when,
do.
when
Like
you get to the very top and it's just hanging there,
Yeah.
and then gravity takes the control and pulls you back
I
down.
think it's a very, very short period of time. But anyway, kind of cool. A North Carolina woman is facing attempted murder and kidnapping charges after she allegedly locked her boyfriend in a storage unit for 5 days with no food and water.
Oh.
Yikes, right? So on Monday, 911 dispatchers received a call from the guy in the storage room.
It took him 5 days to call?
Yes. So they described it as like a hoarder situation. Like it was so messy in this storage unit that at one he could
welcome
not
to every storage unit.
he could not find his phone. Like
For
to me,
5 days?
and it was still charged because my phone dies, but I'm
Yeah.
using it all the time. But anyway, he was able to call, said, I'm locked in. I haven't had food or water. I need to get out of here. So emergency crews rushed there, rescued him. He's okay, dehydrated, but going to be fine. And then they investigated and they found that the couple had gotten into an argument at the storage unit. She told him, can you go grab something from the very back of the unit? Slammed the door and like double locked it. Couldn't get out. And then she never went and checked on him again. Just
Yes.
left him there.
I'm going to leave you here. I want you to think about what you did.
Gosh darn it.
I'll come back when you've had enough time.
And
5
authorities
days wasn't enough.
believe that this woman was going to kill her boyfriend. That was her intent, is what they believe. So,
Can't believe it took him 5 days to find his phone. Was it on his pocket?
I mean, well, no, it wasn't in his pocket.
So you throw it into the middle of the room? Like, well,
Maybe she did. Who knows? I don't know
Okay.
exactly, but if it's dark in there,
Yeah.
no one's calling you or texting you, and you can't hear the ring, and you don't have a smartwatch to try to locate your phone. I don't know, but he said they described it as like a hoarder situation. So very, very,
mess.
very messy.
Look, if he had listened to our show, he may have had different ideas when they were headed to that storage container.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
know.
Yeah. Might be an opportunity.
Turns out he was wrong.
He was wrong. We got Combine Crushes next. Todd McClellan calls out the captain before the hour ends. It's 97-1.
Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first minutes of the game, maybe you missed the tip-off and you want to bet a fourth quarter comeback, or you want to make your picks all the way from the start, when you start watching to the final whistle, it's all available to you. You can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers, you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your one shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ken Cal's call, Wings lose. Look, some losses are more acceptable than others. You're not going to win every night, and the Wings had points in 10 of the previous 11 hockey games they played. Not going to win them all.
Nope.
Some losses are more acceptable than others. John, last night's not acceptable.
No.
On home ice, to be outworked, outcompeted, and that's from the players and coaches themselves. That can't happen against a team fighting for the same spot you are right now, coming down to every single point.
No, and you don't want to wait to the post-game press conference to get a little satisfaction, because there's no satisfaction in a loss. But when you have a coach like Todd McClellan, who's not going to wait for the post-game locker room chat, not going to wait for the next day, you have a guy that is going to treat the fans with a little bit of respect. Like, we know what we saw. And this is what Todd McClellan had to say after the game regarding the play that he had. And the he that he is talking about is Dylan Larkin.
Yes. Which
Captain.
is significant. Yeah. Look, to the point you made, John, anybody with eyes, ears, anybody paying attention, that was Larkin's worst game of the season. He was terrible in the face-off circle. He was not at all driving offense. He was indecisive. He was bad. He got kicked off his own line. He had the lowest ice time he's had since November 2nd. I mean, McClellan was asked about that. Was that sending a message, or was that just trying to win the game? And he said a little both. But I like that he's not afraid to send a message. I mean, he came in here into a lousy situation with a team of guys who weren't competing hard enough, who weren't getting the most out of their ability, and he knows the tone that he had to take when he showed up, and he's not going to change that tone, whether you're the captain or not.
Well, and when you have a certain, status with the team, certain stature, you, as a captain, you also have to take the responsibility of when you play. Nobody expects perfection. That's always the goal, but you're never going to get it. And you're going to have nights where it's just not happening for you. And Dylan Larkin had one of those nights last night. I'm not going to sit here and crucify him because he had a bad day. But when you are the captain, when you wear that C, a little responsibility comes with it as well. And if the coach can talk to you or about you like that in a press conference, that's a message to the rest of the team as well. I could single out Dylan Larkin. I could talk about some of these guys because it was so obvious. It wasn't disrespectful what he said. It might have been harsh, but it wasn't disrespectful. It was honest. It was true. And if I could do that to the captain, you better well believe that I'm going to call you out as well if that situation arises.
I just think that I like it, okay, personally, but I do think that's a lot to say after one game. That's a pretty big statement after one game to a captain that I think there had to have been something maybe from Tuesday night in Minnesota that maybe he didn't like what he saw. And, hey, is Larkin going to fix this? Is this just a one-off? That's a lot to say about one game. Everybody has a bad night. But
that may be the key, is making sure it's only one night. Maybe you're right. There's something at the end of Minnesota, but I think it's much more about what's coming up next. This cannot linger. This is unacceptable. This can be your one-off. It cannot be 2, 3, 4. We are in a playoff race.
And it hopefully it lights that fire, not only under him, but the rest of the team, because, there are other guys that played the same way, that played, that had a bad day. He singled out Dylan Larkin. Larkin's wearing the C. He's also man enough to know that, hey, I played bad and coach called me out. It's okay. He's not going to get, offended by this. And if he does, then use that for motivation. So when they go down to the horseshoe tomorrow and they play, that you come out with your hair on fire and it's a different brand of hockey than what we saw last night.
I don't think Larkin would be offended by it. I don't know that. But if he was, it's a simple conversation. Do you want to be in the playoffs or not? Because I know how important that is to you. That's where this is coming from. That performance will not put this hockey team in the playoffs. That's it. Nothing personal. That was not a personal shot at Dylan Larkin last night. That was a coach coaching. And he wasn't. It's interesting because if you hear the full exchange, he talks generally about guys missing, some high-level players missing. The follow-up question was about Larkin, and he didn't beat around he didn't want to tiptoe around it.
He's one of those guys.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. And then when asked about sending a message, said, yeah, partially I was. And the message needs to be received. Otherwise, they're not a playoff team. And I think if that's how you have to look at it if you're Todd McClellan. I can be the player's friend and we can miss the playoffs, or I can tell him what he needs to do for us to make it and leave it up to him to do it.
It's the same thing as JB saying every possession matters. Every point matters at this point. You dug yourself a hole. Now I'm here, and I am not going to let this fall apart. We're not going to have an 8-game losing streak and have a 9-point buffer, which they don't have a 9-point buffer now, but they do. They are 4 points above the cut line. So we need to make sure that we preserve that we don't let that go, that we take advantage of every single opportunity. We can't have moments like that. We can't have effort like that.
I also think it's noteworthy that no injury was brought up. In other words, like that may be, did he pick up something in the Four Nations where he's dinged up? Given a chance to throw something out there and say he's working through it, McClellan didn't at all allude to any kind of nick or injury or something that would be hampering him physically.
And he didn't say, "Oh well, I wish he hadn't played in the Four Nations. Nope. He's tired." Like that in and of itself that's a weak argument. And he didn't go there.
Nope.
This Four Nations excuse, they played less hockey than if the season would have kept going.
Correct.
Stop.
Yeah.
These narratives, man. What's going on lately?
Yeah. I mean, he played a handful of games, but it's not like he was logging 20 minutes ice time.
Exactly. They played 3 games? 4.
They played 4.
They would have played more games if the Red Wings would have just kept playing.
Yeah. Ticket texters, 2 very different opinions of that audio. It's 1 game. Larkin's allowed to have an off night every once in a while, even if he wears the C.
Correct.
Larkin has carried this team all year and last year. It's his first bad game in a long time, and he gets ripped. Lame.
Well, when you have, and I disagree with the one where just because he wears the C, when you wear the C, there are things that are expected of you, and there are responsibilities that you take on. When you say, I agree to be the captain of this team, this is one of them. It's not pretty, but it's okay that a coach calls you out along with everybody else. He didn't name any other names, but he wasn't asked about other names. He did say there were high-level players that didn't show up. And then he was asked about Dylan Larkin. So he commented about Dylan Larkin. If he had been asked about another guy, I guarantee you he would have commented about another guy.
Yeah, Mo Sider, he said we weren't good enough, too. So he took personal responsibility last night. I will say this. There's zero doubt Todd McClellan is aware of what happened to this team last year. And I'm pretty sure him and Steve Yzerman probably talked about it during the Four Nations vacation, that maybe this is the crossroads moment where McClellan's saying, look, it's going to take more. And if I start with him, everybody else will follow.
Exactly.
Kind of like John said. And if they don't do it, they'll fall apart in March again. This team's DNA is filled with that. He wasn't here, but they did it.
So, again, right around this time, the last 2 years, there was a moment that blew up. The Ottawa games 2 years ago, where they were bullied and out-physicaled and kind of put in their place. And then last year, the other Tkachuk brother, Matthew Tkachuk, and the Panthers played a real physical game and beat up the Red Wings, and we thought, okay, that's the next level that Detroit's not at. They were not the same kind of physical hockey, but fierce forecheck last night from Columbus. They took it to them. They got to the front of the net. They won positioning in front of the net. They were the tougher team on the puck and pursuing the puck. And you got to make a decision. Are you going down that road again or not? And what better guy to send the message to than your captain?
Yeah.
Because if Larkin bounces back and plays well on Saturday, they're going to beat Columbus.
It resonates through the entire team.
Yep. What did you guys think of that? 248-539-9797. Coach calling out the star player. Everybody's so high on Dylan Larkin because he's one of us. Grew up here, had a great moment in the Four Nations face-off. But reality sets back in, and you have to avoid the mistakes of a year ago. It's 97-1.
Shaping up to be a great final stretch of the Big Ten regular season. Michigan responding to MSU's buzzer beater from the other night with one of their own, shocking Rutgers 84-82, and Amari Burnett hit from about 25 feet as time expired. U of M and the Spartans each have 3 games left, including their second clash against each other on March 9th, which could be for the conference title. At Little Caesars Arena, the Wings failed to log a point for the first time after the break. The Blue Jackets outscored them 4-1 in the second period and put them away with about a minute to go. At Ken Cal with the wah-wah right here on 97.1. Detroit versus Columbus round 2 will be tomorrow outdoors at the Shoe. At the NFL Combine, Detroit native Derek Harmon was praised for one of the better defensive lineman workouts, running a sub-5 40 at 310 pounds. The former Spartan finished his career at Oregon. Defensive backs and tight ends are set to work out today, including Bilal Cohn of Western Michigan. And can the Pistons get a 9th straight win? Jokic and the Nuggets will be in town tonight on short rest for a 7 o'clock start. That'll be right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good stuff from Chris Villar. You heard in the update, Wings lost last night. We've been asking you about that performance, how it makes you feel. Dylan Larkin. Yeah, and Dylan Larkin, the part of this where the coach calls him out. People have said, hey, this reminds me of Dan Campbell, coach that holds his players accountable. He doesn't shy away.
Yeah, I mean, Dan said, I don't remember the exact words, but Jared Goff has to play better. For us to be good, he has to be better. And he followed up with, he knows it. Same thing that
yes.
Tom McClellan just said. Yeah, we had guys that didn't show up. He was asked about Dylan Larkin, and he mentioned it. This is the same thing I'm going to tell him tomorrow, and he already knows it.
And you said it. You're not crucifying the guy. McClellan didn't. I'm not. I still expect Dylan Larkin to drive this team to the playoffs when all is said and done, but it's good to have a coach who doesn't let things linger, who doesn't do the, oh, gee, shucks, we're lucky to be here routine. No, it takes more. The Wings had to learn that lesson the last 2 years. They need a coach that stays on them, unlike last year.
Well, and he's also a coach because he's been here before that knows that this is an educated fan base. Mm-hmm. He's not going to sit there and tell you something and know that the rest of the fan base is going, that's a total BS.
You can feel little anxiousness with the Wings because of how last year went. As we look at the landscape in Detroit right now, everything's trending up. Pistons, Tigers, Lions, and the thought that we could get all 4 teams in the playoffs kind of hinges on the Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the Pistons' success puts even more pressure on Steve Yzerman. Like indirectly. It's not his fault that the Pistons are good, but if you're the one team holding everybody back and you've had the longest leash to build it, even factoring in that it takes longer in hockey, you've had 6 seasons. In a weird way, does the Pistons' success add even more pressure for Steve Yzerman?
Well, I think it's all of the teams adding a little bit more pressure because it took the Lions 60 years to build to where they are now. And I mean, I say that a little bit jokingly, but it's been a long process. And it's a process that when they hired Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, that they went from one of the worst teams and maybe the worst roster to where they are now. Now, it's, again, building teams in every sport is a little bit different. Basketball with the Pistons, right? You had Cade Cunningham. You have a superstar. You have a star. I'm not ready to say he's a superstar, but he's a star. And it was being able to add pieces around him to make him better, complement him, but then also have guys that are competent enough to be able to take a team from a 14-win team to a team that's sitting in a playoff position now. The Tigers, it took a historic run at the end of the season, but it was, the core, the youth, with one all-star in Riley Green, that they're adding little pieces around to be a postseason contender. Now the only team that is, at least the team that you feel is bringing up the rear, is the Detroit Red Wings.
Well, and the question would be, what's your excuse? Like, Wings fans or Tigers fans or Lions fans, we're Detroit sports fans. What's your excuse if you don't make it? Because the Pistons were the worst team in franchise history. What's your excuse? right? The Tigers were left for dead in the middle of the season, sold at the deadline, and still made it. What's your excuse? Everybody on this roster is here because Steve Yzerman wants them on this roster. He acquired all of them. I mean, with I guess the exception of Dylan Larkin, but he re-signed Dylan Larkin. Everybody here is because Yzerman picked them. What's your excuse? And we got to stop this Holland didn't give him much to work. It's, guys, 6 years. We got to stop with
draft luck. Lottery luck.
We got to do this, it takes longer in hockey. I concede that point. We got to stop doing the it takes 10 years routine because it's not 10 years to make the playoffs. It's 10 years to compete for the Stanley Cup. You can't be doing a decade-long drought and say this is just hockey. That's not just hockey.
See, I think year 3 and 4 into his tenure here, that lottery luck was an excuse because at that time in the 2020 draft, they got screwed. They made the odds to win the lottery more because of COVID. Mm-hmm. And so they lost their usual weighted chance of being a horrific team because that was the low point. They were 39 points on March 11th when everything shut down. And in revisionist history, though, they might have got the best player in the draft at 4.
Which is a credit to Yzerman, by the way.
Yeah, which is Lucas Raymond. So there goes that.
And they may have a star in Lucas Raymond, so we can't use that excuse either.
But we know that now. 2 years ago, it was a decent excuse because the whole thing. Look, he's following the path of Jim Harbaugh. I believe Steve Yzerman should be back next year, no matter what, because I still think he's the right guy, just like I did with Harbaugh. But it's becoming indefensible, right?
Well, okay. Let's be clear. We are still a step away from this. They're in the playoffs right now. They still have a chance to add at the deadline.
It was one bad night.
We are taking some assumptions when we say missing the playoffs or not adding at the deadline, but it's on the table, right? This is going to come down to the wire. I firmly believe every point's going to matter this year as it did last year. And we talk about Dylan Larkin learning the lesson, hey, last night's not acceptable. The same could be said for the guy sitting at the very top of the LCA. Are you going to learn your lesson from last year? You didn't add anything at the deadline. Don't make the same mistake twice.
They have to make a move.
Yeah.
To me, if I was Todd McClellan, I would have a problem with that.
Yeah, Steve, what'd you bring me in here for?
I mean, you're breaking down the office door, right? I expect a move. I think something could be brewing here. You hear Doug the other day? He thinks a big move could be coming.
How big we talking?
I mean, within reason.
Well, I think
what we speculated, something along the lines of what we speculated about the other day, that they might acquire somebody that's actually got a lengthy contract.
I ask because I didn't listen to it, but I did check my phone and see social media when I was gone. And the midday show floated Connor McDavid.
Yeah, I don't know much other than I know that happened. And
John, your reaction is my reaction. So that's why I asked how big.
I think we better stay away from it because I don't have the context to it. Do you, John?
No.
So I don't want to throw anybody under the bus.
All right. I just know we posted it as a station for all to see.
That's fine.
Maybe they were doing fantasy radio.
Okay.
If you could have any Detroit fantasy, what would it be?
Yeah. I mean, we know they like their bold moves. Give us 10 texts now. Your bold move. But so let's just talk about, again, one bad night.
Yeah.
And they are still 4 points above the cut line. What do we know, or what do we believe we know about the Bruins and the Rangers?
They've underachieved, and the Bruins are probably headed in the wrong direction. They got a couple defensemen out long term here. They probably do need to take a step back.
What are your thoughts on the Senators?
They've lost 5 in a row, and I don't think they're better than Detroit.
Okay, so those are the 3 teams right now that are at 62 points, where Columbus and Detroit is at 66.
You got a 4-game, 2-win cushion.
4-point.
Sorry, 4-point, 2-win cushion.
Guy.
Math is hard.
Yeah, that's a football guy's.
I know the math. I just misspoke.
Yeah.
You got a little cushion.
But this is where the awareness of Todd McClellan comes in, and the sense of urgency. And maybe that's what I think was happening in that post-game press conference is making the fans aware that, we know that there's a sense of urgency to not drop out of a playoff position, to actually finish the season above the cut line, play a postseason tournament, play in the postseason tournament. And it's a sense of urgency to the players, accountability to the players, but it's also a message to the fan base that watched them fall apart last year. that we're not going to allow that to happen.
The thing in their favor this year is I honestly believe right now there's a chance that they don't play that great and they could default into the playoffs because
You got to be careful.
Everything behind them. I mean, if you just do the math right now, if they got a point per game the rest of the way, 89 points. But at the same time, it's hard to imagine a team below them playing. If the Wings did 23 points in 23 games, the Rangers would have to go 28 points. Like, that's not impossible, but it's like the Wings don't have to play super great. They just need to kind of survive this and maybe be a couple games above 500, and they'll get in. But the thing is, the bottom of the East, are you good? Or are you just getting in because you're the best of the rest? I would equate it to kind of what the Broncos did this year. To me, Denver Broncos played an easy schedule, and you know what? Their rookie quarterback overachieved, but the rest of the AFC was awful. So you got in the playoffs. Is that what the Red Wings are, or are they good? Are they getting better?
Well, and I think you got to be careful with they'll get in by default. Last year, we kind of said the same thing. Low threshold, 91 points, one of the lowest in years. Someone still had to win their way in. The Capitals came into Little Caesars Arena and beat the Red Wings in what turned into one of the pivotal games late in the year. You still have to win your way in. You got to be careful with the other teams are just bad, so we're going to get in.
Well, big picture, too. You know, I don't think they've played very well out of the break at all. Do you guys? But they have gotten points, and goes back to what Greg just said earlier about Michigan basketball. Win.
Find a way.
Getting the points. They've gotten they've done decent, but last night was just ugly.
Well,
you know, and the thing is about last night, the first period was 0-0. That felt like they should have been down 2-0. It was not good.
The next 5 games are very pivotal because they're playing a lot of like teams. Now, the best team that they're going to play in the next 5 games is Washington, and that's going to be there in Washington. But Columbus, Carolina, Utah, Ottawa, those are all games against fairly like components or like opponents.
Yeah, I'm not trying to overreact to last night. I'm just simply asking, with the Pistons in the playoffs and feeling firmly in the playoffs, the Wings are not firmly in the playoffs. Is there more pressure on Yzerman because of the Pistons and extension because of the Tigers and because of the Lions and because all of them have done it quicker? And even factoring in it takes longer in hockey, all of them have done it quicker. So it just adds a little more pressure for Steve Yzerman in my mind. Want to know if you guys view it the same way. 248-539-9797. Phones, ticket text. We'll get some of your thoughts. Plus, Michigan State. It's always got to be a rivalry. Spartans didn't play last night. Wolverines did. Both teams have hit buzzer beaters, and the shots were compared last night on Peacock. Jalen Rose conveniently on the call. Drops a little brother. We'll play the audio next, 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's a great call, Brian Bush, Terry Mills.
I love Terry
Giggling.
Mills giggling in the background. It's so good.
Okay, so Michigan and Michigan State had buzzer beater wins in back-to-back nights. And Peacock last night following the game decided, hey, let's compare them. And Jalen Rose happened to be sitting just there.
Why does it always come up?
Why does it come up after they just beat you?
Oh, right.
I think that's the obvious question. You got to host them at Chrysler, and they beat you.
Put them on the call next weekend.
At the Breslin?
Yeah. That's the one I want to hear. And
Why does it always devolve into this?
Well, because it's rivalry. It's always going to devolve into something like this. It didn't have to. He didn't have to go little brother on it, but yeah. Everybody's always going to compare. But the one thing that Michigan State has is last time we played, we scored more than you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude, guy didn't have to ask Jalen Rose that question. This is FAFO. F around and find out. Like, if you're gonna,
He didn't ask him the question.
what?
He didn't ask him the question. Jalen Rose went there.
No, dude, guy who I'm just don't know what his name is. The play-by-play guy said, "Well, you know, Jalen, your friends in East Lansing, blah 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 blah." So you're doing that, trying to elicit a reaction, knowing Jalen Rose is right there, and there is a high probability that he is going to respond a certain way.
So he made him say little brother.
No, but hey, man, you push buttons, you're gonna you push buttons to get a reaction, you're gonna get a reaction.
So if you know your analyst.
Yeah, Costa. You push buttons, you know you're going to get a reaction.
So if you know your co-host is a simpleton and can't help himself,
Whoa.
you can press those buttons.
Exactly. I want to help Greg out here. The guy asked him a rigor-like question.
It was a troll without trolling. Yes.
An artful troll, Greg would argue. It got the answer that he was looking for. Dude guy was looking
dude
for.
Guy. Who was that? Do we know?
I want to say Steve Courtney, but it's not. Obviously, it's not
Yeah,
him. But it's
yeah. Dude guy.
Dude guy. Ticket texters. We saw who little brother was last weekend. Next Sunday, you'll see it again. Signed Matt on the ticket text. Jalen was brutal on the broadcast. Peacock broadcasts are horrible already. He made it worse.
I didn't listen. I was watching the Wings.
And then the game dragged on into the night.
Yeah. Well, and plus, the argument I have about it has nothing to do with the broadcast or who was even playing. And Greg, I know that this upset you as well. If this is not on over-the-air network, why in Chrysler is this game starting at 9 o'clock? Why did it start at 7? Why are we starting at 9 o'clock? Getting over at 11?
You're pulling a Stoney here. He complains about these things.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that are complaining about this.
TV controls everything. We have to accept it. They've been doing this.
Give me a reason why it was at 9.
John, ESPN did this back in the day when they had Super Tuesday with the SEC and Big Ten. They match it up for certain reasons because certain brands need to be at certain times. I know that you're trying to use common sense, and I agree with you fundamentally, but this is the world we live in.
So why did they feel they were going to get more viewers at 9 o'clock for a Michigan broadcast versus Rutgers?
Michigan. People watch Michigan. Brand. Block M.
So you wanted it to start at 6 o'clock on the West Coast versus 4 o'clock on the West Coast?
It's nothing to do with the West Coast. Advertisers want the 9 o'clock. They don't care about the blue hairs going to the game and falling asleep at halftime.
Or being at home and falling. Am I not
They don't
in the
care
blue hair
about us.
category?
I hate it. I can't stand it because I
dumb.
don't watch these late
It's
games.
dumb.
But I don't win. I don't have a say in this. That's Greg's agreeing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Guys.
You're agreeing with us, by the way.
I am.
Yeah.
I know. But
you're
they don't
agreeing with
care.
me. No, I'm agreeing with
They
you. No,
don't-
you're agreeing with
Guys,
me. Who
it's-
cares?
It's like the Super Bowl saying you want it on Saturday.
Guys,
It doesn't.
we're missing the point here.
It's not possible.
You got to weigh in. Whose buzzer beater was more impressive? Right? That's what they're trying to get us to talk about today.
So, okay, if you're going from length of shot, it's obviously Michigan State.
Why does it always got to come down to length, John?
Bigger's
Size
better.
matters. But if they don't hit, if Michigan State doesn't hit that game winner, yes, it was nearly twice the length. Yes. If they don't hit that game winner, they go to overtime. If Michigan misses the game winner, they lose the game. So the outcome would have been much different in the moment. That's really the only difference.
There was more pressure on Michigan, right?
Well, they
make
who
it.
at home.
Whereas
no,
no,
State
to
was
make
on
the
the road.
shot. To make,
Yes, and because you lose if you...
no,
Yeah,
no, what
yeah.
I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure that who threw it up for State again, the shot?
Holloman.
Yeah. There was no pressure on him.
Yeah, you miss, you play
He
overtime.
flung it. I mean, and it went in.
Yeah, if Burnett misses it, they lose.
We got Cookie Jar coming up after the news. Bunch of ticket techs on the hockey stuff we threw
Simple
out.
math.
And the Jalen Rose stuff. It's always little brother, huh? It's Heather's News. Let's get to it. Ba-da-da-ba-ba.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. So there's this story that is completely blown up on social media that I just heard of for the first time about 10 minutes ago. So I'm going to try to fill you in, but
Okay.
you might be able to fill in some of the gaps because I think you guys might have heard more about it than me even. So have you heard of the girl Mary Kate Cornett? She is going
saw this.
viral everywhere. She's this Ole Miss student accused by this anonymous X account of sleeping with her boyfriend's dad.
Uh-oh.
Okay. And it's going viral. And for
Is her boyfriend someone important?
I don't think so.
No, I
Is-
think he's just a
is she-
student, maybe.
Just a student. And he is defending her. He is standing up. He's released statements as well. But no, I think they're just both students at the
At Ole-
University of
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Yeah. Anyway, this story has gotten so much publicity that for whatever reason, it even sports personalities have, I guess, discussed the story. Barstool Sports, Kevin Clancy, ESPN's Pat McAfee referenced apparently the story in varying degrees. And now she is calling out Barstool, Pat McAfee, and also Antonio Brown for defamation. She and her family have both released these big statements on social media calling the incident basically a defamatory cyber attack that is categorically false, malicious, and organized. Her father has added that they have filed local police reports and also have made a report with the FBI as well, and that they're going to get down to the bottom of this to see who started this rumor. But wow, what a mess. And I mean, I'm trying to, I saw her name. I'm like, oh, who is this?
Yeah.
Because I'm not on Twitter. I don't see this
I
stuff
saw it
as much,
blowing
but
up.
I'm like,
I did.
what is this?
I have
And
no
if-
idea why something like this even gains traction. But if you are being named along with Antonio Brown, you've probably made some poor life choices.
Why is Antonio Brown involved in this?
She called him out too.
Yeah.
She called out
Oh.
Antonio Brown. I'm guessing he discussed this on his social
okay,
media, and some of it, like the Barstool Sports guy, he discussed it on his personal social media account. And Barstool has released a statement saying, "Hey, we definitely didn't try to give this story airtime, and if we did, please let us know so we can fix it." But also said, I can't control what people post on their personal accounts. So
Right.
if he did post something, then
It's on
that's
him,
his.
not us.
That's us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a him problem. But apparently, McAfee talked about it. They were talking to a quarterback from Ole Miss on the show at one
Was
point,
it,
Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
And the story got brought up either with him or after he was on the show. So that got their airtime. And this girl,
Wow.
if this story is false, which she's claiming it is, and has
And her boyfriend is claiming it is.
and everyone is
Yeah.
claiming that this is false. This is awful. And some of the pictures, okay, you even brought up a picture because I'm like, oh my gosh, you got to see.
Yeah.
They're not real,
Oh,
right?
they're not?
The picture of her standing with her hand on, is this one? I don't know if this is the one you saw.
No, there was another one.
Okay, but I'm guessing that one's probably not real either, because it's literally a picture. It's just the dad's. It's just generated, computer generated. They put the dad's head
that's
on
a whole different can of
They put
worms.
the dad's
Yeah.
head on the boyfriend's body. So it's not a real picture of her with the dad. Oh my gosh. Anyway, that's going on the world of online gossip, apparently. This is kind of cool. The quaint Michigan town of Holland is headed to the big screen.
Oh, yeah.
So the movie Holland, which is starring Nicole Kidman, a little part of it is set in Holland, Michigan. It's scheduled to arrive March 27th on Amazon Prime, which is pretty cool. So the whole movie was not filmed there. Most of it was filmed in Tennessee, but they do say a portion of the film was shot 2 years ago in Holland, specifically at the Windmill Island Gardens. If you've ever been there, you've probably familiar with it because I feel like you have to stop there if you go to visit Holland. So kind of cool. You can get a glimpse of it there on the big screen.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, very cool. An 18-year-old Florida woman was arrested this week after she and another teen set out to vandalize her ex's vehicle. Yeah. She said she was so mad because he owed her $700. They broke up. She's angry, right? So they got together. They spray painted his car. They threw eggs at it. Only later to find out it wasn't actually his car. It belonged to a neighbor, not her ex. The damage was estimated to be about $5,000.
Ouch.
Yeah, so she's facing some charges, criminal mischief among one of them. But she was also caught driving with 2 open containers of Four Loko in plain view. So she was also busted with a minor in possession, a DUI, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor because of her friend that was 16 years old. That was along with it. Finally, some good news, more specifically for you, John. But for all of us a little bit.
Okay.
There's a new study that shows having kids is good for your brain, especially having a ton of them.
Oh, wow.
So, John, your brain.
Yeah. My brain, yes.
Woo, look at
My
that.
brain. Tell that to my brain every time I go to bed at night. I'm thinking to myself, God, I can't believe the day I just had.
Having more children is linked to increased brain connectivity in areas that typically decline with age.
That's because you can never let your guard down. You're always thinking about something.
So basically, kids are protecting you against brain aging. And they say the more you have, the less your brain ages. And Jim, being the one here with no kids, you can still work on your brain age by just taking care of those around you, your family, your friends, your neighbors.
Yeah.
Heather's telling me to be a good person. That's what that was.
Yes.
Hey, Jimmy, you can turn this around. Just start acting better.
Most people think my brain age is only about 8 years old anyway.
Yeah, I agree with them.
So, yeah.
So without the kids, what would you be?
Yeah,
no kidding.
Yeah, 14.
248-539-9797. You want to react to anything we've been talking about? We've got the Red Wing stuff. We've got the little brother stuff with Jalen Rose. You may have some reactions to the cookie jar. That's next. It's 97.1. Ken Cal on the call. Wings lose last night. Look, they're going to lose some games, but losing like that, nobody's happy. Getting outworked.
Nope.
No net front presence on defense, just getting out physicaled. And your captain missing in action. And called out by the coach after the game, Todd McClellan, saying, yeah, we need him to be better than that. Accountability, setting a standard, I have no issue with it. I like that he did it. And I know, John, you're right there with me. We brought up the fact that the Pistons play tonight. And they keep winning. And I think it does add more pressure to Steve Yzerman that everybody else has done it but them. As the Wings sit on the playoff edge, they're on the right side right now. We know every game out of the break has been close. They could just as easily have won all 4 or lost all 4. It's going to come down to the wire. Meanwhile, the Pistons in 1 year have flipped it. The Tigers did it in 2 years under Scott Harris. The Lions did it in 3 years under Brad Holmes. Yzerman's in year 6. Even if you account for the fact that it takes longer in hockey, the Pistons doing it in 1 year, I do think adds a little more pressure.
Flipping it from worst to certainly not first, but worst to
Playoffs, competitive.
Yeah. I mean, because if you're talking about the build, it has taken as long for the Pistons as it has for, in terms of total length.
Jalen Rose dropping a little brother last night after Michigan basketball wins at the buzzer, comparing the two.
I always roll my eyes at that.
I know.
It's just so unnecessary.
We've talked about this. Especially when they just beat you. Maybe hold off on the little brother card.
Yeah, and you don't have to hold off long because you will get a chance to play again. Problem is, this time it's going to be on their turf.
Ticket Text reacting to everything we've done, plus the cookie jar. Ticket Texter cannot believe that Heather wouldn't eat one donut.
Not one.
Gain 10 pounds for $100,000.
I need more money.
More money. So what would be the amount of money that
$1
you
million.
$1 million for 10 pounds?
Maybe $500,000. I would do it. 10 pounds.
I was all in with 12.
Yeah, this guy over here is a sumo wrestler.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you cannot pay me to gain weight. Like it's so hard to lose weight, and it's all about my mental health, and that would not make me mentally healthy. And $100,000 is a ton of money, and I could do a lot of things with it, but I also am a hard worker, and I would find other ways to make money if I needed it.
You're paying me $1.2 million to eat 12 donuts.
Yeah,
where do I sign that deal?
But yeah, you're also putting on the pounds immediately. You eat one donut, you're 10 pounds fatter.
Hey,
Another donut, 10 pounds heavier.
Bring back the fat pants.
One thing to do your amount, John, and I do believe you that you would do it.
Me too.
I just can't believe
I'd savor every bite.
If faced with the dilemma that Heather would turn that down, I just
I would do one.
Why? But one is not enough. I'd have to do at least 2. I want to at least $500,000.
$100,000's not enough for you?
Oh.
For 10 pounds.
Oh, when you got it like she has. Yeah.
Because it's so hard. I have been trying to lose 10 pounds for 3 years to get back to the weight I was before I got pregnant the first time. And it has been nearly impossible. So I have a feeling if I added another 10 pounds that's not baby weight, I would just never, ever lose it. And then in my mindset, I'd be like, I already gained another 10 pounds. I'll just keep eating crap for the rest of my life. And then I would just be...
You'd spiral.
That's how my mind works.
A lot wealthier for it. I
do
agree the perspective.
Wardrobe,
I do agree that the perspective is very much different. It is, in my experience, for the women that I've been around, much more difficult for them to lose weight than it always has been for me. Now, I don't know if that continues into old age when I get a little bit older. Am I going to struggle with that extra 10 pounds? Possibly, but I do know it is a much different challenge.
If I was 20 and you asked me this, I probably would say, like, sure, I'll take a couple.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm not, and it's hard. It's hard to lose weight. And I know it shouldn't matter, but it does to me, and it does with my mental
I get
health,
it. It's okay. Yeah.
Heather, they're calling you vain. It's a
That's
small
fine.
sacrifice for your family.
It's
like
not,
Heather, all due respect. Like,
it's all mental.
You've done very well post-pregnancy, like with your
I
weight.
have.
That's a very hard thing to do. So maybe you've got that gene or DNA where it would be a little easier.
And maybe it would, but I don't want to find that out. I know I'm going to gain weight as I get older. It's just going to happen naturally, and that's going to be fine. But no, you need to give me more money. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I just would love to, like, hypothetically, if this could play out. Like, seriously, I know it can't.
Oh,
we can't.
man.
It won't make her gain 10 pounds. That's the thing.
Right. If it was just eat this donut and get $100,000, I'd say give me the donut. Right. But like it's the immediate
Yeah.
weight gain.
Multiple people have
Pass on
found
that.
a loophole here. You just get like a liposuction procedure done.
Well,
You get
sure.
$1 million in John's case. You go under the knife, and then
Like I
boom.
said with like Ozempic or whatever, sure,
Yeah.
I'll just go and.
Yeah.
But I don't
But
like that.
That's also not the spirit of the question.
No.
You're supposed to have to
and that's not
work off whatever you put on, and you have to decide what that's worth in dollars to you.
right. Exactly.
Okay, couple ticket text. This one says,
Raspberry Punchkis Tuesday. I might need a dozen anyway and still not get the money.
ticket texter says, it's great about day drinking is it leads to night drinking. People
true.
weighing in on
Yes.
that debate.
Yeah, you
It
can't
is
drink all
true.
day if you don't start early.
This one says both. It's akin to mashed potatoes or stuffing. Both.
Mm-hmm.
This one says, I'm wearing shorts today. I'm with you. I love it, John. RJ in Livonia.
The only thing I'm missing is the perfect pair of flip-flops. I used to have it, and I wore them for about 10 years. They were the ultimate. They fit my feet. They were perfect. They didn't make my feet sweat. When I would, wear them in the water, they would drain easy. They wouldn't stay. They were just absolutely perfect, and that was what also encouraged me to, continue my love of wearing shorts. The problem is I don't have the footwear to go with the shorts now.
When you say sandal or
Flip-flop.
flip-flop, is it the like a slide or is it like a thong flip-flop with the
I don't wear thongs
Okay, so it's like a slide.
or those. No.
Like what does it go between your toe?
No, it does not go between my toes.
What aren't those called thongs? What are those called?
Those are called thongs, yes.
Okay, that's what I think of as a flip-flop is like the one that goes
Okay.
between your toes.
Yeah.
To
no,
me,
the
a
wa-
flip flop when you walk, it goes flip flip.
Right, exactly.
It
makes
hits
the
against your
sound.
heel.
Yes, yes.
It's true.
Yes, so the flip-flop, it had the big band across the
Yes,
top
okay.
of my foot, but nothing that went
Okay.
in between my toes. Yes, I can't wear those.
I can't either.
Gator is in the studio.
I can't wear those either. With
The
the one that
thongs?
goes between your big toe and your second toe, I can't
Yeah.
wear those. Destroy
You don't
my
like
feet.
thongs.
Yeah, no, I choose
They're
not
just
to wear a thong
uncomfortable.
either. It's just not flattering. I swam in high school for a couple of years.
Flattering.
I don't need that. Did that for many years of my life as a swimmer. I don't need to do that again.
Yes, you did hear that.
As you get heavier as the years go on,
Ask Gator the question. I want to know how many donuts he would eat.
I heard
Okay.
this. I can't afford to eat donuts, man. But for this, I mean, I look for a quick $200,000.
Yeah, a couple donuts.
I'd maybe
20
two.
pounds,
Yeah,
$200,000.
yeah, I go two. Wow, dude, I'm too big right now. I don't. You
hear this guy?
He's
He's got a big frame, and he's lost the weight before.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But
I
a
mean,
dozen?
A dozen.
120 pounds
And
between
I
now
would
and walking out the door?
savor every bite. Oh, this bite's going to put on 2 pounds. I don't care. It tastes so good. I love it. Especially knowing that it's Fat Tuesday coming up. I mean, this was the perfect time to ask this question.
Yeah, but the reality, if you have a few, that's not gonna. You can have a dozen, and you might put on a few pounds. You can work that
Right.
out quickly, but to know that
Sure,
each-
the next morning.
every donut is going to cost you 10.
Thank you.
And then like you wake up the next day, and if you have I went from being 220 and now I'm 340. Like what?
yeah.
Been there.
But before Doug comes in, how do you think he'll answer this? We can ask
Doug
him.
would say, I don't eat donuts.
He wouldn't take $100,000 for 10 pounds.
No, he would probably eat a couple donuts.
Okay.
I'll say he'd go 3.
Okay.
He'll go 3.
Curious where he
Even
falls
though
on
he
this.
could probably afford to go many more than that.
Yeah.
Doug,
yeah.
Doug, you got to settle this.
JP, just that was the voice of JP.
Powers the background. Hey, don't let Doug out of here without getting his answer. We did the cookie jar question about donuts. Did you hear this?
Could really use $100,000. I'm not putting on 10 pounds.
Oh, please. Please. 10
I would eat-
frickin' pounds.
I would eat 2.
Too. Respectable answer.
You're so low.
I started with 2 for you, and then I went to 3. I said,
I got to tell you, I don't know if I'm friends with somebody I'm more different than John James.
You trust me. Every time we have conversations that revolve around things like this, or like, yes, we could not be more opposite.
I got to tell driving to some of these road games with him when he goes and gets like a pack of 10 meat sticks and a jar of the fake cheese from Tostitos and just drives along
Jalapeno cheese.
dipping
Jalapeno cheese, yeah.
dipping his dipping the
Dipping
meat
his
stick
meat in the
into the
Yes.
just classic.
Yeah. But we do have one thing in common, which I surprised him with. I think was it Christmas or your birthday? I think it was Christmas. We were sitting in the plane, and he and Kaylee were walking by me as we were going. I must have been to the bowl game. And I love the peanut butter M&Ms.
Oh, my God.
I love
This
the peanut butter
king.
M&Ms.
I mean, this king, John Jansen.
And as he's walking by, I said, Merry Christmas. And I handed him a pack.
He gave me
The joy on his face.
A simple pack of
peanut M&Ms.
Yep.
Yep.
Peanut butter M&Ms
What a legend.
have brought us together.
If
The
you
glue
had,
that keeps the press box. Yeah, there you go.
had you gotten in the pretzel M&Ms, you wouldn't have been able to shake them off your leg.
Oh, dude.
Oh, you love the pretzel
Oh, my
M&Ms?
God.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I like all M&Ms. They're all good.
Let's go.
Carson Anderson next. Anything to tee up?
Sports and stuff.
As expected, 97.1.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome, everybody, to the Karsh and Anderson radio program on a Friday. Hope you're doing well. Hope we got a great weekend ahead. We've made it mostly through the week, which is awesome. Hello, Scott. How are you today?
Hello, Doug. I'm a little disappointed today.
Are you?
Well, I was hoping the Wings were going to come away with a win last night.
Yeah.
It got off to a good start, and then no good.
Yep.
No good.
Yep.
And look,
It's like an allergic reaction in the second period.
I know that you're not supposed to win every game.
No.
That's not going to happen. That's unrealistic. But there are games on the schedule that I feel like you have to win. And when you're taking on Columbus, who's nipping at your heels, I feel like you have to win that game. And I'm not having flashbacks to last year, but my brain can reference things that happened last year. Felt like it was around maybe a year ago to the day that they had these issues with, hey, we're going to go and take on Arizona. Oh, you lost?
Yeah.
That's okay. We got another game against Arizona. Oh, you lost again? Hey, we got a big game against the Washington Capitals. We're trying to get back into the playoff hunt. Oh, you lost that one. That is the kind of stuff that that I can quickly reference in my mind, and I don't want to go there. So the game like last night has you stepping in that direction. Fortunately, There's still plenty of hockey left. They're in a good position. They're tied for that, top spot in the wild card. They've got an opportunity to put some space between them and Columbus if they win tomorrow night at the Horseshoe. So there's still positives there. And, oh, by the way, they still have 6 days to make something happen with the trade deadline. So I'm confident this is still a playoff team. One game isn't going to change all that. I just didn't like losing that game in particular last night.
It was bad, and after the game, Tom McClellan, I know they've played the soundbite all morning, but for those of you who haven't heard it, he was not pleased, and he was specifically not pleased with the captain. And look, I've I've accused others, and I do it too. And it's something you try to guard against. Short-term results, long-term conclusions. The short-term result of Dylan Larkin at the Four Nations, we came out of that, and I'm probably guilty here. I love what I saw. I thought that you watched this encouraging performance of a guy who was down the totem pole, the food chain, in terms of ice time with that team. And he stood out as that series went on. It was kind of inspirational. Like, hey, what can he bring when he gets back? Is he going to come back a better player, a better captain? Is he going to have a little extra juice? Is he going to have wind beneath his wings, Scott Anderson? And what happened?
He looks tired.
Yeah, and, the 4 games since, he's -5.
He's -3 last night alone.
How many shots did he have?
He had a shot. He also missed a shot. No hits, no takeaways, no giveaways, and this is still a substantial amount, but not where you expect it. 16 minutes and 44 seconds of ice time, which was 2 minutes less than JT Compher. That
wind that I was hoping to see is not showing up beneath his wings.
No, it's not. DeBrincat had over 20 minutes in ice, 20 minutes and 39 seconds. So, it's 4 minutes more.
So, anyway, after the game last night, the topic of Larkin came up, and McClellan did not hold back. You have to own the locker room to say stuff like that.
Yes,
I think everybody says, love it. Call your guys out. Because, but it sounds as though when he says we're going to talk about it tomorrow, that sounds to me like the first Larkin's going to hear about it is like on the drive home, or if his phone's going to buzz and he's going to find out about it that way. Now, maybe he said something to him before he went to the podium.
Well, this is last night, right? So this is right after the game. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if either of those two parties reached out to the other. It just wouldn't surprise me. That, if Larkin wasn't happy, because he's going to hear about it. Soundbite gets around, people start talking. People are going to let him know what was said. And I don't think he'd be upset. Larkin doesn't strike me as the guy that gets pissed about that at somebody for saying it. Larkin strikes me as the kind of guy that gets pissed at himself and he takes ownership and wants to right the ship and get things going the right direction. He can take constructive criticism, and that's what it was. I didn't think that was totally dressing down a player, because when you throw a sentence and it's a simple few words, but when you say something and he knows that,
so
what you're doing is you're reaffirming that your captain knows better and that he's going to be fine with it. He's a big boy, and just like you said, he's a big boy. He can handle this. Yes.
None of that I disagree with. What is interesting is that does not need to be done at the podium. And that's the. I don't know if I want to use the term risky. I think it's telling that he did it at the podium. Either
I don't know what was asked.
The question was, just a question about Larkin and the Four Nations, and I'd have to go back and we'd have to play it, but I found it was very interesting that it was done at the podium. That tells me, okay, the McClellan's in full command of this locker room already. But, if the player, what he said is the kind of thing that can be just as effective saying it behind closed doors. I'm surprised he said it publicly, but I think it speaks a little bit to how his level of comfort is as the man in charge of this locker room. Because his job isn't to be your best friend, right? I mean, he's the coach.
He's the head coach.
These are professional players.
Yeah, and you see this all the time, that it happens where a coach will call out the captain because he knows the captain can take it. And when you do it in a public forum like this, it lets everybody else on that roster know, oh, wow, he just didn't dress down Dylan Larkin, but he kind of got after Dylan Larkin. We got to pull together here. We got to do our work here. And look, he knows, Tom McClellan knows what happened last year with this team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's immune to the fact that this team collapsed last year, right around the trade deadline. So I think this is well timed. I thought it was well worded the way that he said it, and the tenor of how he said it. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it. It didn't come across like, he was ready to throw chairs across the room. It came across very calm. It was almost matter-of-factly like, guys, we got to play better.
Now, what matters, we'll get to more of this coming up. 248-539-9797. Interesting move from Tom McClellan if you want to give your thoughts. In the meantime, we're going to check in with our Combine correspondent, the Birchie Kid, today at 10:30. So that to look forward to. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. As the weather warms up, take your workout outdoors. It's show some weather outside. Get yourself some show some athletic apparel like the performance hoodie or long sleeve workout shirt today. I say it every day, treat each other with respect, and show some was founded on respect. Respect for your commitment, respect for competition, respect for putting in the hard work like our hockey and basketball teams are doing right now. Showsome is a Michigan-based company. They offer the highest quality shirts, sports bras, leggings, shorts, and more. Use the discount code DOUG at checkout. Go check out the stuff for yourself. Showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well on this Friday. Look, I mean, when a coach comes out and calls a player out publicly, I'm always like, all right, they're big boys. And, I'm not giving up on Dylan Larkin here. And the coach calling him out. This is not what I expected post-formation, Scott.
No?
Not what I expected
No,
out of
not-
Dylan.
not-
I didn't
not
think
at
we'd
all.
have a coach call out of any kind, but that has happened. Scott writes in, McClellan sort of reminds me of Babcock back in the day with the use of the media to lift a player up or also light a fire under the guy. I'm sure the discussion takes place behind closed doors as well.
Well, I hope he's got a better rapport with players than Babcock did, because when you look back on it, that didn't seem to be a plus for Mike Babcock. But I think McClellan might have a different approach.
Yeah.
And McClellan was with Babcock.
You have to listen to me like I know how to coach professionals.
Right.
You have to.
Hey, you coached Little League, dude. You've coached Little League baseball.
Sure. You have to, as a coach, you have to command the room. That's one thing for sure. You have to have the respect of the players. And to do what he did last night, he either has the respect or this is a bold ass move, like to try and light a fire. Next text. Todd is doing everything that Derek Lalone wouldn't do. Players need to be held accountable when they lack effort, especially the captain. I fully expect Larkin and the team as a whole to bounce back from a tough loss. Well, what he is doing what needs to be done. It's not about whether or not he should say it. It's where he chose to say it. And does the timeline of him, I think it's risky, okay? As a general rule, you tell me I'm wrong, I think it's risky to step to the podium and say something publicly about a player, critiquing said player, before you've said something to the player. I think that's risky.
I think, I suppose it can be risky, but you don't know what the relationship is.
I do.
And again, I would imagine that there was probably a conversation had last night. It could have even been taken place on the bench, and then he just wants to further illustrate and emphasize the points in a conversation he said he would have with him today, which, again, may have taken place last night after he left the podium.
I have seen occasions where this has happened. I won't go into specifics, but it came across as the coach is trying to relay the thought. This is not my fault. He wants the public to know, and I don't think that's what's going on here. But I've seen when a coach calls somebody out, it is a letting the world know, this is not my fault. And those coaches don't last very long.
Like if you were to say something to the effect of, I don't coach that way, with or without a Southern drawl.
That's not the particular instance.
I know that's not the one you're talking about, but a sentence like that,
Yep.
where you'll that's not what I'm teaching out here. Because you're right, that kind of exonerates you from any kind of blame. That's not at all the way I interpreted his comments last night. And again, I have no problem with his comments last night because of the way that he said them and the words he chose.
Jeff in Oxford says, as a leader of 60 men on a daily basis, I have found it's never a good situation to call out individuals publicly. Those conversations are always better had behind closed doors. It only leads to disgruntled employees and seems to a unmotivated team. I think it means seems to lead to an unmotivated team. It could.
Well, I mean, there were actions taken during the game when you look at the ice time.
Oh, that's
that
true.
Dylan Larkin his line was not the top ice time line. It was actually with Patrick Kane and Alex DeBrincat and Comfort. I mean, Patrick Kane had over 19 and a half minutes of ice time last night. Patrick Kane did. Dylan Larkin was 3 minutes shy of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 4 shifts.
Doug and Gator, huge respect for McClellan for doing what he's paid to do and being very good at it, holding players accountable and battering the team.
And I'll have even
bettering the team.
Okay.
Big difference between those two.
That's an E, not an A.
Yeah.
And I'll have great respect for Dylan Larkin because I think he's going to respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, right now,
with his play.
I don't know what the betting line is on Saturday's game, but I know where my dollar is going. I bet they respond and plant a flag afterwards. McClellan is a breath of fresh air, and he's absolutely correct. This team can't afford to have stinkers already down 2 centers. Larkin needs to be that guy. I see where his frustration is after last night carried it into the media scrum. That's from Will. Well, look, we know what Dylan Larkin's capable of. it's also, it's not an unforgivable sin to have an off night. I mean, look, the elites, even on their off nights, look better than everybody else. And Dylan Larkin is cusping on that. Like, I was reading some stuff out of the Four Nations about Dylan Larkin being the captain at the Olympics. And I'm like, and not from local sources. I was like, whoa.
The way he played in that tournament was inspiring. And we haven't seen that. Certainly that play wasn't there last night from him. So I think it's just refocusing things. Hey, maybe let's hope it's a one-off. Want to nip it in the bud? Let's refocus. These games are all important. Now they got, 23 games left in the season? Stuff's getting real.
I absolutely love this, writes Hans. I was on the fence with Todd, but he absolutely nailed it with Dylan. Has plenty of rest. Get back to the team. Plenty of rest. Get back to the team he wants. He's got to earn it. No way. Boy, you could use a maybe just a 1 comma. Sorry. Get back to the team he wants to see. He's got to earn it. No way Marshmallow Lemonade does this. Okay. What am I missing with Marshmallow Lemonade? Is that some? Don't get it. All right. Yeah. I mean, look, it's if you
does that mean like talking sweetly?
Maybe. Have you ever? I've never heard that term.
I have not.
Kenny, have you heard that term, Marshmallow Lemonade?
I have not.
Okay.
Sounds disgusting.
What, actual physical marshmallow lemonade? You would not have
gross.
marshmallow lemonade?
I would not.
Would you have marshmallow? But you wouldn't have marshmallow anything.
I'm not a big fan of marshmallow, but I like Rice Krispie treats. Rice Krispie treats.
Right.
And those are great.
Yeah,
But otherwise, no.
in the right context, it's a go.
Yeah.
It's like me with elote corn. I don't like mayo, but you put it on corn with cotija cheese, a little lime, some lime, and the correct spices, and Mexican street corn.
And Daddy like.
Yeah, even I will take the mayo under those circumstances. 248-539-9797. It is great that they have a high-profile game right after this, as I imagine a lot of eyeballs will be on the Red Wings tomorrow, late afternoon, when they take on the Columbus Blue Jackets down in the Horseshoe in Columbus, in what is a big game in the standings, along with just being a marquee game from being outside. The Red Wings now tied with Columbus. Actually, they hold the tiebreaker because of more R-dubs. They got one more regulation win than the Columbus Blue Jackets, 22-21. So Detroit's still in the number 1 wild card spot. Columbus number 2. Everybody else with games in hand, 4 points back. The Rangers, Ottawa. The Bruins actually played one more game, and they are also 4 points back. Things tight, though. Things tight. So, big game tomorrow. Look forward to that. I did think Cam Talbot played well last night and kept this thing from getting ugly.
Yeah, he did.
So that was something that it could have got out of control, but we'll see how they respond. They've been put on the Russian front. Does the captain respond? All right, you ready for some combine talk?
Am I?
Yeah.
Got a laundry list of players that apparently have been or will be interviewing with the Lions. So
yeah,
curious about some of these names.
Yeah. When you see who they choose to talk to, you go, what's that all about? And then I draw conclusions, which may or may not be accurate. We'll get to the Birchie Kid, our combine correspondent, next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Friday. And let's talk some NFL Draft Combine as we bring in our Combine correspondent, the Birchie Kid, Will Birchfield, who joins us. And down in Indianapolis this week, you heard from Dan Campbell, from Brad Holmes. Lions now meeting with players working out. Overall, what was the reception of the Lions contingent down there? Is everybody excited?
Yeah, well, hey, first of all, good to be back, boys. I feel like we're in mid-season here, a little Friday morning hangout. This is no place else I'd rather be.
Is that right? Is that right? No place else you'd rather be. Truly, I can't imagine a single place on this godforsaken earth that I would rather be than with you guys right now on the phone. Great. Fantastic. All right, anyway, you were saying.
Yeah, no, I was saying that listening to Dan Campbell speak about this new coaching staff, and I know we'll get into the combine and the prospects and Brad Holmes, but as enthusiastic as I've ever heard him about his collective staff and going on 5 years now. And he has felt really good about his staff during every single season. But despite all of the losses, and including his top two lieutenants and Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, the guys that he has brought in give him so much confidence and excitement and assurance that this team is going to be just as equipped, if not more equipped, with coaches next year to take the next step. I mean, he was just gushing about these guys, and I think the most fascinating one is John Morton making his return to Detroit after being here in 2022 and having, as Dan Campbell said, a really pivotal role in putting this offense together for Goff, with Goff. And he was certainly a behind-the-scenes guy that year as an offensive assistant, but he spent tons of time in that quarterback's room and made Jared Goff kind of the center of his orbit. He knew that he needed to more deeply understand the quarterback position down to the way a quarterback thinks on every play to push himself to the next level as a play caller, as a coordinator. He felt like he did that. He served in similar roles in Denver in 2023 and 2024, and he comes here with a feel for that position and an offense at large that maybe he hasn't had in the past. You know, he admitted his only other chance to call plays in the NFL in 2017 with the Jets. He wasn't ready back then, and he joined a coaching staff that he didn't know and took control of an offense that looked nothing like the one he is inheriting here. I just think that given how much he did for this offense behind the scenes in 2022, coming up with pass plays every week designed for the opponent, studying the coordinator's tendencies hours before kickoff, and then bringing calls to Ben Johnson that he thought would work against certain looks. He's just a guy that I think is ready to really put his imprint on this offense next year. And while it might be the defense that, again, determines how far this team goes, I think the Morton hire is just really interesting to watch as next season unfolds.
What kind of a contingent of Lions coaching staff or brass, whatever, is at Indianapolis for this combine? Is it just Campbell and Holmes, or have they brought some of their assistants with them?
Yeah, no, it's a large contingent, and there's a huge group of coaches there, and Ray Agnew is there, and even Brad Holmes mentioned kind of dissecting this draft class with Ray Agnew a couple days ago. He mentioned that they both see this as an exceedingly deep draft at defensive line, both inside and outside, and obviously both of those positions are ones of need for this team, and would not be a shock to see them draft there in the first round, second round, third round, fourth round. So they have most of their brass down there, and they're ready to come away with all the intel they need.
Okay, it seemed pretty obvious that one of Brad Holmes' messages he wanted to get across is, hey, we're going to have problems getting all our guys under the cap as it is, let alone trying to fit Myles Garrett under the cap. Was that the obvious takeaway that everybody had?
Yeah, that was definitely the most emphatic one, that the Myles Garrett fantasy is just that. It's a fantasy, and not a surprise for anyone to hear who has listened to Brad Holmes over the past 4 years. This remains a team that will be built through the draft and that will reward its own players and then plug holes on the trade market and free agency. And given the number of extensions they've already handed out and the number that they still have to hand out over the next couple years, and ideally over the next several years. They just don't see adding a player who's going to cost $35 million, maybe 40 on his next extension is feasible. So I think we can put that to rest for now. And it doesn't mean they won't attack defensive end this offseason. I fully expect them to take one early in the draft, especially if the board lines up. But the idea of adding another proven star across from Hutchinson was probably far-fetched to begin with, and even more so now after hearing Holmes talk on Tuesday.
The answer to this question might be a simple no, but was there any buzz about what free agent edge rushers that the Lions might be after? I know agents are down there and they're advocating for their clients. Did a name come up at all, or a couple of names come up that might be that alternative to the big move, or is that just still radio silence?
No, I mean, the one name that is circulating only because he wouldn't cost draft prospects is Khalil Mack. And I don't want to give too much credence to that idea, which is probably more of a rumor than a report. But, that's a player that could probably be had on a shorter-term deal, and maybe he makes sense over the next 1 or 2 years versus a mega extension for a player like Myles Garrett. But I just see the Lions prioritizing their own guys. Even players, and this might not excite fans to hear, but even players like Derek Barnes and Levi Onwuzurike, in the Lions' eyes, are potential solutions to what they were missing up front last season. I go back to one thing Holmes said on Tuesday, and he said it sort of spontaneously while discussing tape he was watching in week 3 of the Lions-Cardinals game. And he said, that was my first time really watching our defense at full strength since the beginning of the season. And I walked away from it saying, wow, I forgot how good we were when we were healthy, both in the run and the pass. And obviously injuries are a downfall for every team every season. But I think he walked away from sort of the self-scout of last season, realizing that if they can put together most of the pieces they had on defense last year, they'll feel pretty good about it. Again, not saying they won't seek upgrades, they certainly will, but it struck me how confident Brad Holmes was about his defense at full strength last year.
I saw a list that Sports Illustrated put out of players that the Lions have formally asked for interviews at the Combine, and it looks like it's almost a 30-deep list. And yet none of them listed are offensive linemen. Is that something that is a surprise, or is this an incomplete list?
Both would be my answer to that question. What's amazing, guys, is that for as elite as this offensive line is and stuffed with talent, the Lions in 4 drafts under Holmes and Campbell have only spent one day 1 pick on an offensive lineman, and it was their very first pick, Penei Sewell, and that includes day 2 picks. They have only since then drafted on day 3 for offensive linemen. Now, part of that was the fact they inherited Decker and Ragnow and at the time Jonah Jackson, and there weren't many pressing needs. But I feel like this is the year that changes, that we see them invest a day 1 or day 2 pick on the offensive line, especially with long-term needs on the interior. And again, this isn't a needs-based drafting team, to borrow Holmes' words, but to borrow his other words, it always starts in the trenches. And I just think there are some intriguing interior offensive line prospects in this draft who could be had in the 2nd or 3rd round that would become eventual replacements for Ragnow, or even plug-and-play guys next year if they don't bring back Zeitler or don't feel fully confident in Graham Glasgow yet next to Christian Mahogany. And you can look at SEC guys like Tyler Booker from Bama or Jared Wilson from Georgia. Holmes loves his SEC guys. Or you can look at FCS guys like Gray Zabel from North Dakota State, Jackson Slater from Sacramento State. I think my favorite prospect, guys, in this entire draft comes from Middlebury College in Vermont, and Thomas the Tank Terry, who some are calling the smartest, strongest player in the draft. He had and this comes from a story in The Athletic, a 3.92 GPA in molecular biology and math, and squats 600 pounds, deadlift 700 pounds, was the first Middlebury player ever to be invited to the Shrine Bowl or the Senior Bowl. He crushed at the Shrine Bowl. And he says this, and Karsh, you in particular will love this, quote, "I'm just a guy who loves training. I love that I get to wake up at 4 a.m., hit a triple session, eat a bunch of food, recover, and then do it all again the next day. I just love that." And the way he performed at the Shrine Bowl suggests that he could be a player drafted next month or in 2 months' time. And to me, Thomas the Tank Perry is a younger, smarter, stronger, healthier, more explosive, more athletic, more motivated version of Doug Karsh.
Wow. There it is.
That is what I see in Thomas the Tank Perry, and he matched up really well with a bunch of SEC pass rushers and defensive linemen in the Shrine Bowl, and it wouldn't surprise me to see the Lions take a swing on him in the draft.
Quick Google search of his name, and what pops up? A picture of him with a giant tire, like one of those ones that they flip for workouts. So I guess that it shouldn't be a surprise.
He asked for that for his birthday at age of 16. That was his only birthday request.
God, I got a lot in common with this guy. All right,
He looks like a big Dan. He looks like a big Dan Wetzel.
He kind of does look like Wetzel. Hey, one of the most interesting names they spoke to is Jalen Milroe, the quarterback from Alabama that some think would be a late first-round pick. There's no way, right?
I know. I don't see any way that happens. You know, even when Brad Holmes says we're just going to trust our board and take the best player available, if that's Jalen Milroe when their pick rolls around at 28, I think that's a clear indication they'll trade out or up. And, you know, I do think that's an idea worth talking about, that they won't draft where they're currently slated to. I think it was former Rams GM Les Snead who famously calls, you know, that area of the draft, late first round, like kind of a wasteland. And he always say, you know, we don't want to draft there. And not that Brad Holmes follows every single Les Snead draft philosophy. He certainly hasn't F'd them picks yet, but if that's the way he views that position, and it feels like he does because he traded up from 32 to get J-Mo. He traded up last year to 24 to get Terrion. I think the Lions are pretty right to trade either back or up in this draft, especially in a deep defensive line draft. You can probably get an equally impactful, maybe even immediately impactful defensive lineman in the mid to late second as you could in the late first. And I just think the Lions are in a position to move out of where they're currently slated to pick in the first round.
Real quick, Birchie, what's the big story, maybe not Lions related, that's going on around the combine?
The big name right now is that Texas A&M defensive end Shamar Stewart, who everyone knew was going to crush the combine and went down there and crushed the freaking combine. Didn't obviously have huge stats in college, but the traits and athleticism are insane. He logged a relative athletic score of 9.99, which ranks third out of more than 1,800 defensive ends ever recorded, on par with Myles Garrett and Mario Williams. Probably the biggest winner on day one. And I'd be remiss not to mention another name for Lions fans to watch from none other than Boston College, Donovan Ezeraku, who Michigan State fans might remember. He had 2 sacks against them last year, led the country in sacks, 16.5, and tackles for loss, 21. Looks like a late first-round pick. Posted the top agility times among defensive linemen yesterday. I think that's a guy as a really strong, detailed pass rusher the Lions could target late in the first round if they do indeed pick there.
Huh. I don't remember that happening to Michigan State last year.
Yeah, not familiar with that BC Michigan State game.
No, don't remember that happening.
Birchie, appreciate
the
it.
Champ Sports Bowl back in 2006.
Wow, he's talking a lot of BC mess.
Yeah. Wow. Look, when you only have 2 games to worth talking, I guess you got to talk about it.
Birchie, as always, good to have you on. Thanks for covering the combine for us. We'll check in again down the road.
You guys got it. Sounds good.
There he is, our Lions correspondent, combine correspondent, Will Birchfield, here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lots to react to there, and we'll get to it next. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $349 a month with no money down. This zero-down deal can be yours with a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, your number 1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, we got a lot of stuff from the combine, but I'm looking down at the feedback that come in, that did come in during our conversation with the Birchie kid. There are some people out there that fully expect Brad Holmes to F this up. And are convinced that this isn't going to work. I'm looking at this. Here's some of the texts we've gotten. You either want to win or you fall in love with your own guys and will never win anything. Looks like we will choose to fall in love with our own guys. That's from an unnamed texter. You either want to win or you fall in love with your own guys. It's that binary, huh? It's one or the other. You can't possibly draft well, re-sign your own guys, and win. That's the prism with which this person sees the Lions' current situation.
Well, something that Birchie said that I did bristle at when I heard him say it was when he was talking about, we talked about this the other day. The Brad Holmes rewatched that game against Arizona and how good the defense was, and then Birchie had said that guys like Derek Barnes and Levi Onwuzurike, and that they could play big roles bringing them back, and I think that's where I'll just say that I'll bristle. I like Derek Barnes. I don't mind bringing him back if it makes sense. But Onwuzurike, I'd rather not. And thinking of what the cost would be, and then you add the cost of Barnes, both of those guys, and they just freed up $2 million by releasing Jalen Reeves-Maybin. Is that?
I'm sad about that.
Yeah, I think we all are. He's a really good player, but injuries and whatnot have kind of slowed him down, and it comes a point that you're not going to pay the guy a ton of money when he's a special teams hero, which he is. He's a stud at that. But regardless, it's more money now that they freed up under the cap, and I would love to hear that they've moved on from some of the guys that they drafted to try to get better in make a bigger splash with one player. Does that mean Myles Garrett? No, because I don't. If I tend to think if Myles Garrett's going to get traded, that he's going to demand that he gets an extension from another team, and I don't think the Lions can extend that. But would it stop them from getting someone like in the Khalil Mack sweepstakes? I don't know what Khalil Mack is looking for in the open market. He just came off a monster 1-year deal with the Chargers, and he didn't have a great year. He got a bunch of pressures, but quarterback sack-wise, I think he ended up with 6 on the year. And I'm sorry, but that's not I'm not going to pay somebody $17 million a year to have 6 quarterback sacks. But does that number come down, and does it look more approachable if you're willing to move on from some of the guys that you did draft?
Next text. Of course, Holmes is going to say, quote, this is a deep draft class at defensive end. He's saying this because he's not going to deal for a legitimate end. He's doing smartest guy in the room again, and it's going to backfire. He will not get an immediate impact player, and the D-line will be Hutch.
I think we would all agree on this. If at the end of this offseason, if you get into training camp and a player like Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, those are the big 4. If those 4 guys are traded and the Lions don't have one of them, I think people are going to be pissed, and I think there's reason to be pissed. But I'm not sure if any of those guys are going to be available. There are rumors that they could be, but I'm not convinced that they will be. The only one I think that it will be moved is going to be Myles Garrett. He's made it abundantly clear he is not coming back to Cleveland. He doesn't want to play there, does not want an extension, wants to move on. And it would be really smart for Cleveland to go ahead and trade him. I don't think it's really smart of Cleveland to trade him today. I think they should let this thing build up a little bit and field all types of offers and do what's best for Cleveland. But the other 3 guys, I'm not convinced they're going to be available.
What I find most interesting about these kinds of texts, and they're not unique, is the conviction with which these people think it's not going to work. I mean, they are convinced that what Brad Holmes has done and what he is going to do is not going to work. And I want, were these people at any point during the season last year, were they all looking at the Lions at any point, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? At no point they were convinced the Lions could win the Super Bowl last year. No point. Because they went from an extraordinarily strong Super Bowl resume to a significantly less strong Super Bowl resume with the people they were putting on the field. And they're going to be getting so many critical pieces back, and some guys are going to get hurt again. I will venture a bet that they won't have attrition on one side of the football again like they did last year with the defense.
You hope not.
It seems unlikely because that was, they were lapping the field in terms of defensive guys on the IR. But the conviction with which people think this is going to fail amazes me. We have never had this credible a GM in this town. He's not perfect. There are mistakes. If they bring back Onwuzurike at any kind of price, I think that's a mistake. If Levi Onwuzurike signs a 1-year prove-it deal for less than $2 million, I'm like, okay, let's see what you got. Marcus Davenport didn't work out. Broderick Martin doesn't look like he was worth it at this point. Like there's examples of some fails. But if you think he's going to be perfect, he's not. I don't think he's going to be perfect. I don't think he is perfect. But there is conviction behind these people that I don't think. I think there's two things going on. One, they don't believe in the cap, and two, they think that the only path to the Super Bowl is through Myles Garrett. And you have to get Myles Garrett. The rest of the consequences of what it might cost you doesn't concern them. And I think that's easy to say until you see the players. Because here's what it would cost you. It would cost you players you're counting on next year because you can't afford them. Then it will also cost you the draft capital. And my guess is a reasonably high draft price. And you would need those picks to replace the players that you couldn't afford to re-sign. So I would love to see Myles Garrett be a Lion, but I think the cap's a real thing, and I think there are other paths to the Super Bowl. But there is conviction out there that there is not, and I find that to be narrow-sighted, and maybe I need somebody to explain it to me like I'm 4 years old.
Well, maybe it's the cap thing, because I think the cap can work out for them, but not if they're going to look to sign to an extension. I think then you have to jettison other players. If you're going to trade for Myles Garrett, I think you can make it work with the cap. To keep him on through the rest of his contract, which is this year and next year. But that's a tough thing to do. And for a guy who's can get to free agency or can sign an extension with other teams and set the market, of course he should want to do it. So I don't think it's possible for the Lions to get Myles Garrett because I think Myles Garrett's going to want to get the big money and they can't afford to do it. So
when Brad Holmes, all the stuff he had to say about bringing back their own guys, you don't think it's as big an issue as he made it sound?
No,
I
don't. Again, because I'm just looking at Garrett for a 2-year thing. I'm not looking beyond that where you're really looking at pain. I think that you've got players that you don't have to give the money to, that they don't start getting paid for another couple of years. And if you're going to have to lose a player, I think it might be a player. Now, if he's talking about that he doesn't want to lose guys like Barnes and Unzarike, then I guess we're having a totally different discussion there. But
why do you think he said what he said then? Which seemed to be a real intentional message he was sending.
I don't think he wants to feed anything to the wolves. I don't think he wants to be part of the rumor mill or anything like that when it comes to the Lions are interested in Myles Garrett and then just have that be a distraction. I think he said what he said, move on, and now he's going to sit at the combine and go ahead and evaluate players. I think they've got a firm grasp on how to deal with the salary cap. You can find cap space all the time. I say it, I have jokingly, and yet it bears out all the time. I think the Lions fans get upset about what's happening is that they see other teams succeed by adding a big piece to their team. And look what the Eagles just did. They go out and they get Saquon Barkley. They didn't have to trade for Saquon, though. That's the difference.
248-539-9797. And yeah, as the cap's concerned, you and I have a fundamental difference on its actual impact on the roster. But I'm intrigued at the conviction people that just are so convinced this isn't going to work the way that Holmes is doing it. Because you know what? I'm not convinced they're winning the Super Bowl either. I'm not fully, I can't say with that much conviction that they are or they aren't. I guess the safe bet is they aren't. One team every year wins a Super Bowl. So if you take this is not going to work stance, I guess odds are in your favor. The Lions aren't an over 50% favorite to win the Super Bowl, but the conviction with which this is going to fail that we get from texters is fascinating to me because this guy has done more than anybody else has, and they don't want to let him cook. You do not want to let Brad Holmes cook. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Michigan and Michigan State hoops appear to be on a collision course for an end-of-the-year finale for the conference title. They do still have a couple more games before they do battle. U of M gets Illinois on Sunday, then Maryland next Wednesday. The Spartans face Wisconsin on the road Sunday, then are at Iowa on Thursday. 2 more opportunities for the Pistons to extend their streak tonight and tomorrow. They're at 8 in a row. The team they matched in 2008 actually won 10 straight 17 years ago. Veteran Malik Beasley explained why this team has suddenly flipped the switch. Well, they face another superstar tonight, Nikola Jokic and Denver in town for a 7 o'clock start right here on 97.1. The LA Rams may actually be trying to keep Matthew Stafford around after all. A report by ESPN says they'll have a meeting today to determine how to proceed. Multiple teams appear to have 2-year deals on the table for Stafford. If he does end up being traded, the Giants and the Raiders have been reported as them. Meanwhile, at the Combine, quarterbacks speaking today, Quinn Ewers of Texas saying that Jared Goff, one of his favorite quarterbacks to watch and model himself after, calling his game the right way to play. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, 248-539-9797. Lots of feedback coming in. We had the Birch kid on, and I thought we'd get into some Combine stuff, and we will get into some Combine stuff. Talk some Red Wings out of the gate. College basketball a little bit later on the agenda. But, of course, it's open line, so we go anywhere the listeners want to take it. And what the listeners sent us a message when we were talking to Birchie is the feedback we got was a substantial lack of enthusiasm for the Detroit Lions approach to this offseason. At least the message that they sent from down at the Combine, which from Brad Holmes, he went out of his way to point out that they were going to have problems re-signing the players they wanted to re-sign as is, let alone adding any other massive contract. And the text we got, you either want to win now or you fall in love with your own guys and we'll never win anything. Looks like we chose to fall in love with our own guys. You have to be cautious about falling in love with your own guys. I would agree with that. But I don't know if it's just a binary decision. If you fall in love with your own guys, you won't win. If you draft really good players that are core pieces, that are good enough to win at a high level, I think you can win with those guys.
Well, you can, but a lot of this depends on the timing of the contracts, right? So when you look at who has to get a deal now, well, you're going into the 4th year. 2025 will be the 4th year for Kirby Joseph. So this is the last year of his contract. You're going to want to get a deal done with him. I get it. Okay, fair enough. That's going to be money you're going to have to spend, but it doesn't have to affect your cap until the 2026 season. Now, Aiden Hutchinson and Jamison Williams are part of that draft, but they were first-round picks. You can pick up the 5th-year contract on that, so that kicks it out another year. So if you were to acquire a big player, just for the sake of argument, and say it's Myles Garrett, who's got 2 years left, it's 2 years before you have to worry about the bigger contract with Aiden Hutchinson. Yes, you'll have to worry about Kirby Joseph, but once Myles Garrett's done, he's done. And then if you're worried about re-signing guys like Laporta and Branch, because now they'll be ready for their extensions because of the 4th year, because of being second-round picks, you don't have to worry about Myles Garrett affecting because he wouldn't be on the team at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that there are other players that they want to bring back just than those guys, and otherwise he wouldn't say it.
Right, but the big money players are going to be Hutchinson and,
But 2 years from now, you'd have to pay for those players and Garrett, and I think they wouldn't be able to afford
No, you
that.
wouldn't.
If those guys on their last year of their contracts, don't they get boosted? The first-round guys, those years they get picked up.
The 5th year gets picked, but but for which guys? For Jahmyr Gibbs and
for
Jack
the 5th
Campbell?
year of Aiden Hutchinson and Jamison Williams. Aren't they in that class?
So Aiden Hutchinson and Jamison Williams just finished their 3rd year.
Yes. So
they
2
have
years
2
from
years
now, they'd be on the 5th year of the contract.
Right.
And that comes with a boost, if I'm correct. They get more money
Yeah,
that
it does
year.
come with a boost, but it's not like it catapults them into the $30 million a year category.
I mean,
and you may not want to bring J-Mo back.
If I don't want to have the same cap conversation I had with you for 10 years. I believe that there's challenges with the cap that Myles Garrett presents that obviously you think there's workarounds. If they can get some people to restructure their contracts, they might be able to free up some money. But suffice it to say, at this point, it doesn't sound like Brad Holmes is interested in doing that. Let's go to David next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Gator. How's it going?
Hi, David.
Right. Good. Good morning, guys. So I just wanted to go, a little off topic here, but huge Lions fan, obviously, and I'm still upset about the playoff loss to the Commanders. I know we're talking about draft and everything, but I just wanted to bring up like an unpopular opinion with you guys. The Rams ultimately traded us, and we sent them Stafford, and now they're about to move out from Stafford now to like the Raiders or something, acquire. They might even receive the draft compensation that they gave us back in return.
Well, no, hold on. They're not getting 2 firsts and a third for Stafford.
Not 2 firsts, but I know we got Gibbs, Laporta, J-Mo. We got a great deal too, but they won a ring, and I'm just looking at it like, man, I love Goff. I want to see him do well here. I want us to win a Super Bowl, obviously, but like just looking at the Commanders game, looking at the NFC Championship game, I'm just worried, like, is he going to be the one to be able to do it? Like, it comes down to the QB at the end of the day. Yeah, we need Myles Garrett, which I don't know if Holmes will do, and then obviously, like, we got all this cap situation and the window's potentially closing, and I know fans don't like to talk about that either because we're going to have to pay all these guys. So just wondering what your guys' thoughts are on that.
Well, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Our thoughts are on
what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just I don't know. Is Goff going to be the guy to bring us to the, to
do you think he is?
Kind of thing? I'm not sure. I mean, after these past 2 playoff appearances, I'm starting to worry he's not, to be honest.
What did he do wrong in the San Francisco game?
I mean, that wasn't mostly him. They choked away the second half, but I mean, the Commanders game was brutal, and honestly, like, we shouldn't have lost them. They went on to get smashed by the Eagles. Like,
it
I
was.
at that
what
game,
else
so
was brutal?
One,
and look, Jared Goff deserves a big slice of the pie of blame in that game, but giving up 38 points defensively, that kind of really is really that's a tough one to look at.
It feels to me like if you're looking at the things that need to get fixed between that happened in the Commanders game into next year, it's less the quarterback. We have a long track record of good quarterback play. He's won big games. He's won playoff games. He's won an NFC championship game, as opposed to fixing the defense.
Yeah, no, I agree with you guys there. I definitely do. I mean, obviously the defense, Hutch needs help. I mean, the defense needs help, but again, like, once we get all those pieces, the QB has to have that it factor, that winning factor, and
so then just say
wrong.
it, David. Say it. You don't like Jared Goff. It's okay. Say it.
I like Goff. I want him to do well. I was on board. I'm just upset we didn't win the Super Bowl, to be honest with you.
And it sounds like you're blaming Jared Goff.
For that game, of course. I mean, who wouldn't?
Well, as we mentioned, there were other factors, including the defense, but which
points given by the defense. But I mean, look, if you're not
tell me you don't like Jared Goff without saying you don't like Jared Goff.
I mean, we're not going to kill you if you say that you don't think he's the guy. That's fine. Then the problem is that you've got him signed to a giant contract for years to come, and then you're looking for what? A way out, I guess, and it's not likely to happen. So, I mean, the Lions certainly believe him because they gave him the contract. They didn't have to, but they did. So now they're still building around it.
248-539-9797. Corey's in Livonia. Hi, Corey.
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's up?
So, Doug, you're talking about all these, coming down the line, all these contracts, and you're wringing your hands about it. But the thing is, the salary cap is increasingly going up as well. So the idea that I don't know if we're going to have the money, well, you're also talking about, the salary cap has not been stagnant. They keep moving it up.
It goes up for everybody, Corey. It doesn't give the Lions any advantage.
I understand that.
Then it's a moot point.
I understand that. No,
it's a moot point
though, because but you were talking about, I don't know if we're going to have the money for this. I don't know if we're going to have the money for that. But if the cap keeps going up, we'll have that money as well. And the idea of Garrett, when it comes to Garrett in 2 years, you'll have the money for Hutchinson. And the thing is,
if you think it were that easy, why wouldn't they trade for him? Why wouldn't they trade for him if that were true, that they could afford him?
Okay, so here's my concern. My concern is that Holmes is the thing that worries me about Holmes. And I love Holmes. I think he's doing great. But the thing that worries me is I think he puts too much love into the people that he's drafted, all of them. So when we're talking about the idea, do we need to re-sign Kirby Joseph? Yes. But when we talk about Onwuzurike and Barnes, if I'm going to have to make a decision between Garrett or Onwuzurike and Barnes, I'm taking Garrett. I'm not taking. They can walk. The top players, Joseph, absolutely re-sign him. Branch, re-sign him. Laporta, re-sign him. Hutchinson, re-sign him. But there's other players that he's drafted that I'm kind of like, they can go.
If it were a simple choice between Barnes, Onwuzurike, or Myles Garrett, everyone would choose Myles Garrett. And I suspect that Brad Holmes would as well. That is a simple choice. If it were that simple, I think he would do it. Like, if it's that obviously simple, I think they would be far more aggressive, or at least be taking a more aggressive stance. It could all be gamesmanship. That's the other thing to keep in mind. Maybe he's doing all this to send the message to Garrett's agent. Don't even ask for an extension. Or send a message to Garrett himself. If you want to play here, you're not coming in on an extension. Maybe that's all this is, although they know the numbers as well. It's not like they're secret. But, I mean, these simple scenarios that people create and say, I don't understand why I can't do it, because it's probably not that simple. Onwuzurike or Barnes or Garrett?
Well,
if you think it's that simple.
There's another name. There are other names that are factoring in that I think make it more difficult, where you start to see the $51 million in cap space that they have is going to disappear if they go other routes, like re-sign Carlton Davis. If they sign him to a contract, not just a 1-year deal, but give him a real 3 or 4 year deal, that's going to eat up some significant money, as will the Kirby Joseph signing. Kirby Joseph is going to cost them a lot.
I think Carlton Davis, if they want him, is probably going to cost them a lot.
So, those two guys alone could account for maybe $40 million or perhaps more.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, what a weekend they got in store at Twin Peaks. Hockey and basketball are back in action with both your local teams playing twice. Starting tonight, they also got a big pay-per-view boxing match Saturday you're not going to want to miss. Tank Davis returns to defend his WBA lightweight world title against WBA super featherweight champion Lamont Roach. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better, but compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. Do you know they actually have a scratch kitchen? Their team is in there every day at 7 a.m. preparing all the food that you're going to enjoy. They smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken, wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs, hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. Pair those amazing eats with a bar like your favorite speakeasy, serving up all those high-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and Blanton's. Even high-end tequilas like Sincoro, Anejo, or Don Julio 1942. You should all know by now they pour the coldest beer in the state. I can attest to that. The teeth-chattering 29 degrees in the frozen mugs. Come see Twin Peaks and what the Twin Peaks difference is. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So I'm working my way through year by year to try and find the last time. Because if Aiden Hutchinson hadn't got, let me start with this. If Aiden Hutchinson hadn't got hurt, he was trending to be in the top 5 in the NFL in sacks.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett finished in the top 5 in the NFL in sacks. I'm going year by year to try and find the last time a team had 2 guys in the top 5 in the NFL in sacks.
I don't know if you'll find that.
I don't know if I'll find it either. And the point isn't. The point is that I don't know that this has been done before. It would be awesome, but I think asking for something or demanding something that isn't a requirement to win a Super Bowl. It would help. They would lose other guys for sure, but it would help. But this is something that teams have won a Super Bowl, and plenty of teams have won a Super Bowl with one elite guy. And we've got that, which is awesome.
We just, unfortunately, we didn't get to see it in the second half of the season. We didn't get to see a lot of things, which is really unfortunate because I think you and I both agree. Had injuries not plagued this team like they did last year, I think the Lions would have been playing for a Super Bowl. I think that they would have beaten Washington. I think if you're talking about a healthy Hutchinson and a healthy Aleem McNeil and a healthy Carlton Davis. I mean, we forgot about the Carlton Davis injury, and then right off the bat, who was the other defensive back that got hurt? Was it Robertson that got hurt
he got hurt in the playoff game?
Broke his arm right away on the like a second play.
Yep.
We forgot about that. How devastating that was to the team. Could that Lions team, if they're healthy, would they have beaten Philly? Yeah, I think they would have beaten Philadelphia. Which gets back to your point. This is why you don't necessarily have to make that big splash. Fans want to see the big splash because
it's fun.
It's fun and it's a possibility. And I think when it comes down to really with the Myles Garrett stuff is interesting, but if there's a sacrifice to be made if you're going, and it's not just with draft capital, if you're going to try to acquire Myles Garrett. In order to make it work, then that means you have to give up on Carlton Davis or getting a top-notch corner. You have to give that up. And then you're relying on basically what you had last year in the second half of the season, I guess the last 5 games of the season, once Carlton got hurt, you're relying on Ennis Rakestraw, who didn't play last year. You're relying on, Robertson to be
Daniel
the
Mosley
guy.
staying out.
Well, I mean, you'll find guys like that, but I mean that's the
a risky. That's a trade-off. So I did find back in the 2013 NFL season, the New Orleans Saints had a guy who finished 5th and a guy who finished 6th in sacks, Cameron Jordan and Junior Gillette. That team finished 2nd in their division, won a wild card game, and got bounced in the second round. And I'm gonna, I want to find examples of this. And the league changes. It would be really, really cool. It's pretty clear, though, that it comes at a cost that they are at least projecting that they don't want to pay. And I don't know, man. I get.
It's where do you want to put that money?
It's where do you want to put the money? And it's also, there are other paths to win the Super Bowl.
There are. And the look, I'd love to have Myles Garrett. I think it'd be amazing. I don't think they can put together the package of draft picks and players to entice Cleveland and say that's where we're going to send him. So I kind of give up on that. So I'm looking elsewhere. They have to figure out what they're going to do at the other corner spot. Do you go and bring Carlton Davis back? And if you do, how much is that going to cost you?
Yeah, I think they probably want to, but we'll see what they do. This could be an underwhelming offseason.
Yeah, well,
it could be an underwhelming offseason.
It could be, and yet they've got $51 million in cap space right now. And a lot of that will go away when they re-sign Kirby Joseph. Maybe not a lot because this will be the 4th year.
It depends how they structure the contract, and they might be able to move some money around.
Exactly. So there are moves that can be made. I just think they'll do it more free agent route than trade route.
Let's go to Dwight in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dwight.
Hey, how you doing?
What's
up,
up,
Dwight?
You know what? Yeah, hey, how you doing? I was just saying that if you look at it, that Lions game, we got our 31 points. It's just that the defense got tired and ran out. We were getting guys off the street. I mean, it was over for us. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 parts of it. There's certainly the defense it was nowhere near the defense we saw halfway through the season. Everybody's injured and out, and then you lose Robertson right away as your other cornerback. He's gone after the second defensive play of the game for the Lions. That hurts. The interceptions hurt the Lions too. A horrible decision by Jamison Williams to throw a pass hurt them.
I don't mean to cut you off, Gabe, but if you look at it, when I heard y'all saying the other day or something about, somebody said that Ben Johnson kind of said Jared Goff should have bailed him out. I would have bailed him out on that 3rd and 1. I would have changed that play because the Commanders, they didn't even need a spy for Jared. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how they played.
Yeah, well, a stumble cost them that play.
Amon-Ra coming out of his break. I mean, if it...
that one play
God, I mean,
changes a lot.
I mean, literally, they basically said, who's the most reliable player on offense? It's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
There you go.
We're going to do something a little bit unpredictable. We're going to throw on 3rd and short, which we've done all year. We're going to go to our most reliable guy. And he slips yeah, we go get it, then we'll run for it. And he slips coming out of his break.
Sack, fumble.
So much changed on that damn play.
Sad violin.
Isaac and Royal Oak, you're next. What's up, Isaac?
Hey, guys. So I don't think we should go get Garrett. All of the reasons that you cited as far as being, restricted in your cap money, Brad Holmes has proven he can find top-notch talent throughout the draft. I want him to have more picks, not less picks. And if you put all your eggs into one basket with Garrett, God forbid he gets hurt. I think part of the reason we were able to hang around this year was the depth that they had created through the draft. The players are younger, they're cheaper, they're under team control, and I'm under no illusions that they're going to find Myles Garrett at the end of the first round or in the second round or third round. But they could find Amon-Ra St. Brown, or they could find Sam Laporta or Brian Branch. And I think that Brad Holmes, more picks, not less. And another thing, too, this team genuinely loves playing for one another. And, yes, it's a business, but when people that created this foundation get dealt, and they're adults, but, that kind of takes away from we're brothers, we're a team, we're a family. And I get it. Like, that's going to end up happening. But, I love what we have, and I think that more picks is going to be better for us versus all our eggs in one basket. And God forbid something happens to him and he gets hurt, like then you're SOL. And one question, you guys, when is McNeil going to be ready to go next year?
Great question. I haven't seen a timeline on him. Let's see what we can find out. Because there is a concern that starting next year, where is Hutch? Where is Aleem McNeil? Where is Amik Robertson in terms of the recovery? If Hutch was talking about coming back for the Super Bowl, which was awfully, I would imagine he's going to be fine. But Aleem McNeil, that happened later in the year.
Wasn't too much later, though.
No.
Just felt like every week there was something new.
God, that sucked.
We got some, speaking of injury news.
Yes.
Some Tiger injury news.
Oh, boy. We'll get to that coming up at 11:32. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. All right, what's the injury news from Lakeland?
So, according to Evan Petzold, which is a statement released by the Tigers as well, every week or so they give a medical updates.
Yeah.
Evan Petzold of the Free Press says that Matt Vierling will not be ready for opening day after being diagnosed with a strained rotator cuff muscle in his right shoulder.
And
in addition to that, he says no update on Parker Meadows, who remains sidelined with an upper arm inflammation. Expect new information in the coming days.
Will Max Clark please report to Big League Camp? Max Clark, please report to Big League Camp.
You ready for him to make that jump from single A to the show, huh?
Yes. Yes, I am. Yeah, I mean, look. So Parker Meadows, Matt Vierling so far. I mean, they do need someone to play center field at Big League Camp, don't they?
Yeah, well, my guess would be they'd go elsewhere with that right away. But
probably.
Yeah, would I like to see Max Clark get some at-bats in spring? You betcha. And he will. He'll get some.
Probably.
But, I mean, the Matt Vierling thing is, okay, third base. Chase Young, Matt Vierling, no longer Matt Vierling for a while.
Yeah.
So
this has a ripple effect, doesn't it?
It kind of does. Well, it started with Alex Bregman saying no. And that's where it starts. And then you're counting on, okay, well, we've got these two guys primarily to compete for the job at third base or to share the duties at third base. And the Tigers could put Ibanez over there in a pinch or McKinstry and maybe they'll be okay. Well, now there's no Vierling, at least indefinite after opening day, but it says he will not be ready for opening day. Tells me it's probably a couple weeks past that, but who knows? Chase Young has a real opportunity here. The real opportunity started with Alex Bregman saying no.
Yeah.
And now you've got this news with Matt Vierling. So step up and let's see how the youngster responds to it. He had a couple doubles in that game a few games ago in spring training. It's just spring training, but hopefully he's swinging the bat well with some confidence and that he's fielding better and can be a real option at third base. That would solve a million problems.
Sure would.
If he could hit and play the position competently, he doesn't have to be a superstar at third base, but be average, just maybe even slightly below average if he's hitting better.
Yeah.
Then you could take that. And this is, the guy they drafted high a couple years ago that hopefully turns into that player.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Jeff is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jeff.
Good morning, Doug. You guys, listen, I got two things I want to hit on. The Myles Garrett deal and the Washington playoff game. I don't know what game you guys watch, but the first three turnovers, the fumble, the two interceptions, if those three things did not happen, the Lions win that game. The Jamison Williams pass would never even have come into play because that play probably would have never been designed. It was the first three turnovers that cost them. The defense did a crappy job, but the defense was not the reason why they lost the game. The first three turnovers cost them that football game. Now I want to go to Myles Garrett, and I'm going to tell you why it's necessary to get Myles Garrett. We all agree our defense was shattered this past season with injuries. That's a given. Now we also know that those guys that are coming back, the same ones that were injured, this season they're going to be prone to more injuries because they've been injured last year. So those injuries are easier to come back to this season, which means we probably aren't going to have our whole defense all season again, which is the reason why you got to get Myles Garrett to go with Hutchinson and Zadarius Smith. You got those three guys, we can absorb a couple injuries on defense. That's my point. You can't dispute it. I know you're going to try, but you can't.
All right, Hotshot.
Question for you, Jeff.
Sure, go ahead.
Why are you so mad?
Because you guys, I listen to you guys talk. It's like that Washington game. What did you see?
38 points given up by the defense. A quarterback who wasn't very good.
There's nothing.
Three turnovers.
The three
turnovers.
The five, wasn't it 5 turnovers for the game? Like they were all extraordinarily costly, but they forced one punt.
The first 3 cost them. Those 3 cost. If they didn't have those first 3, the Lions win that game by 10 points.
Well,
if they maybe force another punt.
They did overcome turnovers. The score.
Watch the game again.
Jeff. If you think that we think the turnovers weren't costly, then you are dramatically misinterpreting what is being said here. But if you don't think the defense contributed to that loss, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, that's why you got to get Myles Garrett, because our defense is going to be just as injured next year, because those injuries are going to be easier to basically happen all over again, because now they're prone to be injured more.
What is are you like a physical trainer? Or are you a doctor?
Hey, come on, you guys know as well as I do. When you get injured, the chances are that injury can happen again, especially over a long season. Over a long season, 17 games.
Aren't there plenty of examples of players that got hurt and have come back and gone on and finished their careers just fine?
Yes, there are examples of that, but let's face it, the Lions have been the walking wounded, and that's what they're going to be. That's why you got to get Myles Garrett. That'll shore up that line. And give
all right, Jeff, last question for you. What would you trade to get Myles Garrett?
I give up 2 first-round picks and Jameson Williams.
And you think that's going to get it done?
Sure, not a problem.
Why would Cleveland accept 2 first-round picks from the Lions that would be at the end of the first round when maybe they get an offer for some team that has the top 15 pick?
Because they'll get a top-notch wide receiver that starts for them immediately. Yeah. So that's right. That's on their offense now.
Gator.
They don't have a quarterback.
Were you not listening? We can't dispute it.
Oh, you're right. My bad. Sorry,
can't dispute it.
I won't dispute.
Stop disputing.
I'm gonna step off.
Look,
I'll stay in my lane.
Jeff. Yeah. Jeff. If sorry, I don't know how you could interpret that we haven't brought up the turnovers. We brought them up over and over and over again. But here's the question. And remember what was said in the context of what the previous caller said about fixing this team. He called and was saying how the Washington loss haunts him. And he doesn't know if he believes in Goff. Goff, we have a long track record of Goff winning some huge football games, including winning a game in that round last year where he played really well. Played really well all season. He did not have a great day. But Jared Goff doesn't need to be fixed the way the defense needs to be fixed. The defense, there are multiple examples of the defense letting him down. Now, how much fixing needs to be done, or do they need to get some new players? Do they need to be concerned about re-injuries? Guys break bones all the time. They heal up and they come back. We're not talking about we're counting on a medical miracle here. Right?
No.
So if in the context of what most needs to get fixed, the quarterback or the defense, think about how you would approach this. Are you approaching it by fixing the quarterback? Because that's what the context was. The context wasn't that Goff played well. Okay? The context was, how do you improve yourself in the offseason? I'm not trying to dispute your point that the 3 turnovers are costly.
You can't.
I can't, nor will I try. But, Gator, we did see the world through Jeff's eyes for a moment there. And boy, was he angry.
I don't want to live in that world.
Hey, Detroit, you want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard, so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th and get 1 free application. Plus, with the price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. It's all part of their promise to you. Don't wait. Visit truegreen.com today to get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. All right, so the show did not go the direction we expected. I talked to the Birchie kid and combine stuff, our correspondent, NFL draft combine going on in Indianapolis, and what it basically has directly led to is relitigating the Washington game. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Gary next up on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Gary.
What's happening, man? It's Gary T. Everett. How you feel?
We feel great.
All right. Hey, listen, man, I don't know what Mr. Urgent Care was talking about on that last call. The fact of the matter, man, is no team in sports history has ever won a championship without their best player. And Hutch was our best player. We overachieved, dude. And that's really all I got to say, man.
That's pretty
Lions
simple.
fans need to get over it. The defense, it was not just on golf, man. You know, that L was mutual on both sides. So no team in sports has never won without their best player. Hell, we overachieved.
Well, I probably could think of an example of an elite player getting hurt or best player getting hurt, but they had
Eagles won a Super Bowl with a backup quarterback.
They did, but was Carson their best player? Who's the quarterback with
Carson Wentz?
Yeah, Carson Wentz. Was he their best player? I don't think he was their best player. Carson Wentz when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, but look.
I appreciate Gary's point, though.
Yeah.
I mean, how about this? It's really hard.
It's really hard, yeah.
And how about this? Not just your best player. You could say your number one player, maybe your number 4 player, your number 6 player,
Right.
number 7 player. I mean, there's a host of guys that that weren't able to play in that game because of injuries, and it's devastating. And if you just look at it in the defense, your best player, your second best player, probably your third best player, all out for that game.
God. It's remarkable.
And then some. And then you've got players that came back, like the linebacker Anzalone comes back from a broken arm or whatever it was that he had,
right,
to play, and clearly not 100%, but laying it all out on the line. And yeah, it was a disappointing end of the season that had so much promise, and the promise still lives, because these aren't injuries that are career-ending by any means. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson is up and around and running right now. We don't know about Ali McNeil, where he's at in his recovery. Did the Lions have a decision to make? Are they going to try to bring Carlton Davis back? It's not like he left because he had a bum knee. He had a broken jaw. I think he can come back from a broken jaw.
I think so, too. Open the show with some Red Wing talk. We'll get to some college basketball stuff next hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. What we were going to do about an hour ago, after talking with Birchie, is run down the interesting pattern of players that the Detroit Lions are speaking to at the Combine. By my count here, Gator, put together with media lists and conglomerated on SportsIllustrated.com, the Detroit Lions at the Combine have talked to 7 edge rushers. These are the visits, formal and informal. 7 edge rushers, 6 linebackers, 1 defensive tackle, 2 safeties, 4 cornerbacks. They've talked to 30 players so far, formally and informally, 20 on defense. On offense, they have talked to 2 quarterbacks,
4 tight ends and 4 receivers.
4 tight ends and 4 wide receivers.
Or 3 wide receivers, my bad.
Is it 4 or 3?
I believe it's 3. Stanford, Illinois, and Tennessee.
Yeah. So I've talked to 9, am I right here? 9 offensive players, and is it 9 and 21 defensive players?
And none offensive linemen.
None offensive linemen.
At least it's been reported by Sports Illustrated.
Yep. But 4 tight ends. I love the tight end class.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought that tight end is an area that they might look at. And the 2 of them are from Alabama, which is interesting.
Dupree and Robbie Oots.
Yep.
Was it Oots or Dupree that scored the touchdown? I think it was Oots that scored against Michigan in the bowl game. Anyway, so the quarterbacks that they spoke to were Memphis quarterback Seth Hennigan and Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe.
And Seth Hennigan was an informal interview. Jalen Milroe, a formal.
So here's why would you even talk to those quarterbacks? And the only thing I can think of is, let's be prepared in case somebody offers us something for Hendon Hooker. Like something that we think, oh, that's too good a deal to say no to, and we need to restock with a young quarterback that we're trying to develop. I don't know that they would turn into, that they would say that that's going to be our number 2 guy next year. But isn't that what that is?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. When I saw that, I was stunned.
The Jalen Milroe thing?
Yeah, because I don't think Milroe is a professional quarterback. I think it would have benefited him great to go back to Alabama for another year, or if Alabama didn't want him to transfer and play somewhere else. I think there's no question he's got talent. I just think he's got to really improve the passing ability before I think of him as being an NFL capable quarterback. He's a very capable runner, but are they looking at him as possibly as a running back? Or he's huge.
I couldn't imagine that.
Is he a Swiss Army knife type player?
I couldn't imagine that that's really what they're doing.
I can't either. I don't understand why they would, unless they wanted to get information on other Alabama players. Because one thing Brad Holmes has done is draft Alabama guys.
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe is apparently best friends with Terry and Arnold. I don't know if there's anything there, why they would, but maybe it's just getting intel on other things, all the while evaluating a guy who, by all accounts, is a hell of a person. Everybody says great things about Jalen Milroe. You hear him speak, and he's awesome. He's a great leader. And maybe that's just a reason why they want to, because this guy he's a guy. Does he love football? Is he a high-character guy? We know the Lions love people like that. Maybe it's just as simple as that and saying, okay, let's keep this in our back pocket, and, we'll see what happens.
So, is there any surprise that the position they talk to the most is edge rushers?
None.
And if you look at the way the board shakes out, the guys that they're talking to, like Nick Scorton, he's been mocked to Detroit. Josiah Stewart, he would be on the board. Jalen McLeod from Auburn would be on the board when they pick. Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss would likely be on the board. Savion Jones from LSU would likely be on the board. They talk with Jack Sawyer. They talk with Mike Green. I don't know if Mike Green's going to be on the board. Mike Green, now there's some question about off-the-field stuff that might cause him to drop. Who knows? But 7 edge rushers.
Yeah, they should. They should go heavy at edge rusher. They're going to look, and they're letting everybody know they're looking. There's no, if you're another team and you just happen to get a sheet that says, oh, here's the Lions have interviewed. Whoa. Okay, that's
seems to be a trend.
That's A, defensive heavy, and 2, more importantly, they are focused on, interviewing anyway, defensive ends and edge rushers and linebackers. Guys can get after the quarterback. Why? Because it's an obvious need for the Lions. They have to go and do that. Even though Holmes is best player available, you also look at need to a degree, and depending where you're at in the draft. So I think it's very interesting. Getting back to the quarterback thing, though, with Seth Hennigan, the quarterback from Memphis who started for 4 years there, interesting guy, because from moment one, he was good at Memphis.
Yep.
And didn't really improve. He was just solid the whole way through. His first year there, he threw for 3,300 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 8 picks. His fourth year, he threw for 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 6 picks. He was as consistent as you can get. Solid quarterback.
What I think is interesting is they've spoken to 3 wide receivers. The 3 wide receivers they've spoken to are Alec Ailmanor from Stanford, Pat Bryant from Illinois that I'm familiar with, and Brew McCoy from Tennessee that I'm familiar with.
What are you, formerly Brew?
What's that?
Didn't it used to be 2 Brews?
I don't think so, but maybe it was. Those were all mid-round wide receivers. The last mid-round wide receiver the Lions took, mid-round wide receiver, was Amon-Ra. Are they thinking that they see a guy who could be the next Amon-Ra? Is that why they're vetting guys that would likely go in the middle rounds? Just saying. Saying, Gator. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't want to build a unrealistic expectation, but
no, I think that I think that they're definitely looking at wide receiver.
Yep, and
to add at some point.
Could be a mid-round guy. The 4 tight ends taking advantage of a deep position there is my guess. Why they've talked to 4 different tight ends. The corners shouldn't be surprised at all there. Kobe Bryant out of Kansas, O'Donnell Fortune out of South Carolina, Darian Porter out of Iowa State, and Azariah Thomas, the corner out of Florida State. All guys that have met with the Lions, according to media reports. 248-539-9797. If you missed what the head coach of the Red Wings, Todd McClellan, said about the captain, you won't want to miss the second half of this show, as we will discuss that. Michigan basketball, I mean, talk about weird time in the basketball season. Back-to-back buzzer beaters for our two teams atop the Big Ten in dramatic fashion. It happened again, and last night at the Chrysler Center for Michigan. We'll get to that next hour as well here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, as you heard, big basketball game tonight. Pistons hosting the Nuggets. Nuggets coming off a loss at Milwaukee last night. That doesn't make this game feel any less of a measuring stick. Going into this week, we're all kind of, I think, curious with this Piston team, who's the story of the NBA right now. They are what they are. They have taken this league by storm this year, and everybody nationally, shouldn't say everybody, but many people nationally are giving them love, and they've earned it. They've been one of the best teams in basketball for the better part of 2+ months here, and it makes you wonder what their ceiling is. It's been a really, really fun watch, and it's kind of been reminiscent of what the Tigers did last year. You know, you look for distinct turning points, and for the Tigers, it came at the beginning of August, and they rode that thing out and then couldn't believe it. And I don't know. I'd like to go back and figure out what the first show is where we went old school, as Jamie Samuelson used to say, go high pitch question asking, open-ended question where you'd say, this Tiger team. and Jamie was right. That's sort of how it starts, the dreaming of, they got, I don't know exactly what the dates would have been, but was it like 9 days into them getting hot that we started, talking about, it can't possibly.
I mean, not really.
You can't. There's no way, right? But, okay, maybe. And then
is this sustainable? Then you start wondering. I mean, that's a lot of pitchers they're using to finish off a game.
You can't keep doing this, right?
Can't do that.
But, with this Piston team, happened earlier in their season, for context. And, they go into this week on the 7-game winning streak, and they've got Boston and Denver. And so there was a little bit, all right, here's where opponents stop being polite and start getting real, playing two of the best teams atop their respective conferences. And what happens? Winning against Boston was impressive. I don't know if it's that much more impressive winning by 20, because a 20-point victory over Boston feels like a 8-point win, really, because Boston's only a few shots away, a few possessions away from putting up 10 quick points because they shoot so many threes. But whatever, they won by 20 over Boston. And we saw the feedback that came in. People said, well, tonight's a wake-up call, guys. Tonight's the reality smacks them in the face. Oh, who got smacked in the face, Gator?
That would be the Boston Celtics. The Celtics got smacked in the face. And, I mean, from moment one, the Pistons were out playing great basketball. They got off to a quick start. Boston came back. Pistons got off to another. I mean, it was a game of a few runs. And then in the second half, they just said, all right, enough of this. Let's take over. And they did. And I think that's the big difference we're seeing with this team and the teams we've seen in the past. We would see flashes where the Pistons might get off to a lead at the half and maybe extend a little bit in the third quarter and then fall apart because the teams they were playing were good teams and they knew how to battle back and win games. The Pistons needed to learn how to win, and they just didn't do it enough. J.B. Bickerstaff has just injected all types of confidence in this team, and they are finishing games. And it's not like, they finished a bunch of games this year and they look okay. They're getting close to 500. No, what are they, 7 games above 500 now? They're finishing games in dominant fashion against, last I checked, Boston was the defending champions. So, nice job. Now, they got a big task tonight. At home again, you got Denver. You got one of the best players, if not the best player in the league, coming into town. Because it's a Friday night, I would expect this crowd tonight to be probably pretty jacked for this one. I think
people are going to be drinking, Scott? Is that what you're saying?
I think people are going to be drinking, but I also think they're going to treat it like, okay, it literally is the weekend. So if I didn't see a sellout on Wednesday against Boston, was that because, it's Wednesday and people just got back from vacations and this and that and that? Okay, fair enough. But now you got a Friday night game. It's a Friday night. Go out, trip the night, fantastic, in downtown Detroit, check in a game, and it's a good game to check out. I said it.
You said trip the night, fantastic.
Trip the night, fantastic. Paint the town red, Doug. Go ahead and do it.
See?
It'll be up on the marquee. Pistons Nuggets. See? But, I just like this. I like the potential atmosphere tonight going into the weekend against a really good team in Denver. that it's another challenge, and these guys are up for the challenge. They want the challenge. When I heard Asar Thompson talk after the game against Boston about his matchup against Jason Tatum, and hey, how do you like matching up against Jason Tatum? And he's like, I consider it a challenge against anybody I go against.
I'm looking for a very specific fan here, and I'm sending out the bat signal.
Oh.
Have you gone from 0 to 100? And what I mean by that is you've been so beaten down by the lack of wins over the years that the Pistons weren't even on your radar. And now you're buying tickets. Now you're making them appointment viewing. Kenny, is that even you? Is that even you?
Oh, whoa.
Oh, he's got a Motor City Pistons shirt, old school, horse's head.
You damn right.
So Kenny is Mr. NHL, Mr. Hockey, Mr. Red Wings, really. But you've gone from 0 to 100?
I bought tickets to the Boston game. I was there.
Kenny was there Wednesday night.
And I haven't bought tickets to a Pistons game in my adult life. Actually, that's not true. I did in college, back when they were still at the Palace. But, yeah, no. I'm
assuming you're an adult now.
I'm 30, Doug. I am 30 years old. I'm a 30-year-old man, Tim.
I'm not so sure. I know a guy in his 50s.
You're not a man until you're 40.
Hey, I know a guy in his 50s, Kenny, that I'm not sure he's an adult. But have you gone from 0 to 100?
Shots fired.
That's what it is. This will be disputed by nobody here at the station. Because this team, I got to tell you, if you have been a skeptical fan of the NBA, and there are things that you don't like about the NBA, I ask you to watch this team and see if that applies to this group. Does this group look like they mail in anything?
They don't look like they mail in anything, and they don't necessarily play the new style NBA either, where everybody's jacking up all types of threes. They take their fair share of 3-point shots, but they also set things up. They have plays to go inside.
Yeah.
And it's not just the lob to Jalen Duren, and they'll challenge you in different ways that other teams won't. I mean, like Boston, watching Boston play to me was so boring because all they do is pass the ball around the perimeter until somebody's got an open 3-point shot, and then they take it. And occasionally they'll get a fast break bucket, and but the majority of their shots were 3-point shot attempts on Wednesday night. That's not fun for me. I like to see it spread it around, work it inside to your bigs, let them be part of the game so that you have more options. And that's what this team is kind of built this way. They can beat you in a bunch of different ways. Now, players got to be up to the task too. Having a night off, if Jalen Duren takes a night off, it's not very good for this team.
No.
Because it takes away, there's a big option. If Malik Beasley's not hitting shots, well, hopefully somebody else can hit shots, but they've got other options. And with this team with Cade Cunningham, 25 points a game is great. 9+ assists a game is even better. Because not only is he getting his points, but other people are getting their points because Cade's giving them the ball.
Have you gone from 0 to 100 with the Pistons? Logan in Detroit, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Logan.
What's going on, guys? I literally just turned on the radio after leaving Rally House buying a Pistons hat just because, exactly like you said, 0 to 100. I did not give a crap at the start of this season. And honestly, probably haven't cared really about the Pistons since that series in 2016 against the Cavs.
When they got swept.
But I do. You're right. I love Detroit sports in general, and it's just, the Pistons haven't really given me any sort of reason at all until now. And kind of like you just said, I wasn't really a fan of the NBA's product as well. That's kind of why I just didn't watch the NBA in general. But then you turn on the Pistons, and I've been telling my buddies, I'd be like, watch them play because they are fun to watch. They play the game of basketball exactly the way that it's supposed to be played. And credit to JB, honestly. JB Bickerstaff should win Coach of the Year. And, yeah, I'm 0 to 100. Guys.
They're a throwback. They're an absolute throwback. And they're, as Kang likes to say, they're party crashers. And they sure look like it. I mean, they're not playing the game the way everybody else is playing it. The effort on both ends of the floor is fantastic. There's. I want
to throw this out there real quick too. The new nickname for Asar Thompson, essentially whoever he's guarding, we're essentially throwing them into Guantanamo Bay. That's going to be the new thing going forward.
I leave that one alone, but sure.
Does that only affect international players? Asking for a friend.
We'll leave that one alone. 248-539-9797. Michigan with a buzzer beater last night. We'll get to that at 12:48. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I know there's a population here in Detroit that's gone from 0 to 100 with the Detroit Pistons. And let me tell you something. They should people can do whatever they want with their spare time. If you haven't sampled this team, I think you should. I think it is a team that's absolutely worth checking out. They are fun to watch. They're fun to watch. And they got another big game tonight taking on the Denver Nuggets. One of Gator's favorite named teams in the league because you think the word
Nugget's hilarious.
No, the word nugget is funny.
Kenny, am I wrong?
No, I see what you're getting at.
We're Nuggets funny.
It's kind of fun.
One of my favorites personally is fiduciary. I like the word.
Yeah, it's fun to say
fiduciary.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to your phone calls. Bernard in Detroit, you're on 97 the ticket. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, what's up, Karsh? Hey, look, man, I'm not at 100 because I've been walking it down. You know, I started with the Pistons just like I did with the Tigers. You know, it was brutal, you know, at the beginning of the season. So, you know, I think I'm at right now 75, but absolutely, you know, this team is fun to watch. Cade Cunningham has arrived, everybody. He is that dude. He's the number 1 draft pick that we thought that he would be. Tremendous team, Bickerstaff right now, he's online to be the coach of the year. There's a lot of different variables in that, obviously, because J.J. Redick is, you know, top of the list as well. But, man, I'm loving it. Go Pistons.
It's awesome. And whether you're obviously, if you, like you said, you're not 100, but you're more tuned in than you used to be. And they deserve it, man. I mean, look, there's something that I'm always acutely aware of is what is being said about us outside this town. Like, what if you take off our Piston colored glasses or Detroit colored glasses, what are people outside the town saying? And I think the NBA is loving on the Pistons.
Oh, absolutely. Man, we got so much young talent. You know, just looking at this talent, Cade, of course, you know, being the front runner, but then you have Duran right behind Cade. You know, we have Holland, you know, let us not forget Ivy because of his injury. I mean, but you can go on and on. You know, Sir Thompson, man, we are on the brink of really something great as it relates to Detroit Piston basketball here. And I'm loving it.
And there's, you know, something else that they did and you know, if you'd talked over the years, and I don't expect that people are paying attention to everything we said all the time about what was going on in other NBA cities, but you start to develop your favorites outside your own town. And Dennis Schroeder was one of the players that I talked about. Bobby Portis at Milwaukee is another player that currently suspended. Bobby Portis. When they got Schroeder, I was like, are you kidding me? Okay, yes, please. He always felt like a guy that torched the Pistons. And then we went back and looked at his stats, and it's because he always torched the Pistons.
Right. Yeah, he's another professional that they bring into this team, and they're not asking him to score 15 points a game. They're asking him to help take the burden off of, you know, playing 48 minutes. You know, come in, give us some good minutes, work the point if you can, play some good defense, and he's not going to be asked to play 20 minutes a game. So he's got to roll with this team. Now, is it a role in the future? Probably not. I mean, he's been a kind of a journeyman guy, but he's a good pickup at the deadline for this team in this season.
248-539-9797. I'm looking down at the feedback, and boy, there is this. I just looked down and there's still Lions stuff coming in. Gator, the skepticism about this Lions off season runs deep with some people.
Yeah,
it runs deep with some people. And here's an example. I believe the last 2 years were the Lions' chances to win the Super Bowl. The unknown of players coming back from injury in 2025 makes this year a stretch. To win the Super Bowl. Players come back from injuries all the time. All the time.
This is true.
Yep. Tom Brady missed a season, came back. Right? Still was getting it done. Still.
Aaron Rodgers got hurt. Sorry.
I swear we're in one of those situations where if Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell were right now coaching Team X, we'd all be looking at Team X going, why couldn't we be them? Why couldn't we have people in charge, like a GM that can draft and a coach that squeezes the most out of his player, a coach that took the banged up defense to the NFC title game or the NFC divisional round and was a favorite.
I think we're in a real interesting time for Brad Holmes because he's got these draft classes under his belt now.
Yep.
And he's built this team to being a Super Bowl contending team. Now that you've built it, how do you keep it where it's at? How do you add to it to make it the Super Bowl championship team and not take big steps back? Because now because he's drafted so well, it's the situation they're in with the salary cap. They got a ton of space right now, but that space is going to be gone quickly. And in the next couple of years, it's going to be so tight with this team and what they do that you hope that I would imagine that what he is hoping on is that he has built this roster with his draft picks so that they don't have the attrition year to year and they can just go with what they got.
248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. The problem I have is not only the fans, but the Lions have leaned in so heavily to the injury excuse. Every team has injuries. Well, there's a couple things about that. One is every team doesn't have injuries the way the Lions did. Isn't that a documented fact? Two is, if you are the Lions, are you leaning into that, or are you saying, okay, we don't need to panic and we don't need to freak out or overdo it because we are getting so many players back? Because I'll tell you, if I didn't think Hutchinson was coming back, you know what I'd be doing? Everything in my power to do? Get Myles Garrett. Right? So do you go get, are you trying to get, and I think this is their approach, are you trying to get a replacement for Aiden Hutchinson, or are you trying to get a complement to Aiden Hutchinson? Because most teams do it with the complement guy. They don't have two elite edge rushers, almost every team. But, I mean, it'd be awesome if you could draft one because you wouldn't have to pay him for a few years.
Well, that would be great.
Yes. But that's my point. There is saying Hutch got hurt, we better go get an elite pass rusher. Is that the approach? Or is the approach, Hutch got hurt, he's coming back, so we don't need one elite pass rusher because we have one. If they didn't think Hutch was coming back, that'd be a different thing.
Yeah, but I think that it's just absolutely intoxicating to think about what it would look like with the two ends. And right now, there's, off the top of my head, there's one team in the NFL that has two guys like that. They're close to like that anyway, and it's Houston with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. They signed Danielle Hunter in the offseason, and those guys both had pretty good seasons, but they did not as a team. Quarterback took a big step back. C.J. Stroud took a step back. But that defense puts everybody on notice because of those two pass rushers, and it's difficult. The Lions, I think the internal discussion they have is, okay, do we go after – can we literally go after one of these guys and then not have a corner like Carlton Davis? Or do we go after Carlton Davis or a corner like Carlton Davis and stick with what we have on the defensive line, just trust it when they're healthy, it's going to be much better?
We got PW on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, PW?
Yes, guys. I thank you for taking my call. I really enjoy your show.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I really enjoy you guys' show, man. I wanted to comment about how proud I am of the Detroit Pistons here lately. They really been kicking butt, man. They really been balling, and I wanted to say, Coach Bickerstaff, he deserves Coach of the Year. And if Milwaukee beat Denver last night, we can beat them tonight.
No question.
I really have faith in our Stones. I call them the Stones. I really do have faith that we can do it tonight. I just got faith, guys, and I really enjoy your show. And I'm just going to hang up and listen.
Well, thank you. I mean, the funny thing is, like, Milwaukee's a half game ahead of Detroit now,
I would
right?
prefer that Denver win that game, but because Milwaukee wins that game,
it would have been better if it had been inverted.
Yeah. Got back-to-back for Denver.
They're not competing with really anything against Denver. It's Milwaukee and Indiana are the immediate focus. But, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that if Milwaukee, the team you're competing against, won a game against this opponent, you want to win it. Look, Denver didn't shoot it last night. Denver was terrible from three. I saw some stuff earlier, but let me go see if I can find what they actually did, because that was the difference in that game for them. Here you go. Here are their starters from 3. 1 for 6, 2 for 11, 1 for 2, 2 for 5, 0 for 2. They went 9 for 34 from 3, 26.5%, well below their average. So that's why they lost that game. Gator, you know how on occasion we'll have the National Day of this, National Day of that?
Yes.
Did you see what today is?
I did not.
I want to know if this leans into a strength of yours or not.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to it because we got the weekend, so,
Well, we will get to that today at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The way the Pistons are playing defense right now is reminiscent of the Bad Boys and the way they played defense. Isaiah Stewart's the new Ben Wallace. That's from an unnamed texter. Marlon in Wall Lake says, I said it all offseason. The Pistons are making the playoffs, and I can say comfortably that they will get the 4 seed. I will shoot the boot, guarantee it. Marlon in Wall Lake.
Wow.
We as a show and a station can't legally endorse that nor support it. But Marlon, you do what you got to do.
You do you, Marlon.
Yep. Mike writes in, I'm still at a 0. The NBA is such an awful product that I can't get into the Pistons. They lost me as a fan. I put my energy into other sports. But see, this is kind of my point, is if you ever liked the NBA, if you never ever in your entire life liked the NBA, that's fine. But if you liked the previous incarnation of the NBA, this team's a bit of a throwback. A little
bit. I mean, I like that they're not afraid to play defense, but I think the good teams in the NBA, they do. They recognize if you want to win, you do have to play some defense.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they're not completely dependent on a 3-point shot,
that right there is a huge differential in and of itself.
They still take a lot, but not as many as other teams. So I like how this team plays. It's a brand of basketball that I can endorse.
Yep.
And I look at myself as kind of a fringe NBA fan. Like if the Pistons get good, it'll really pique my interest. And that's what's happened. Like you talking going from 0 to 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of those guys. Kenny's one of those guys. I'm into it because I like how they're playing. It's not off-putting.
Well, they're just outside the bottom third in 3-point attempts, and they're just outside the top third in 3-point percentage. So they don't take a lot, but when they do, they make them. But I think you should give this team another look. All right, Gator, today is National Public Sleeping Day.
What?
National Public Sleeping Day.
Come on, this is a put on.
Well, dude, there's days for everything.
Public sleeping?
Yes. How are you with sleeping in public?
I mean, where have I slept in public? Like on a plane?
I think everybody who's ever flown a plane ride for more than an hour has probably dozed off on said plane.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that. If I get the right comfort level. That's why I always take the window seat.
Explain your technique.
Well, I try to get as close to the window as possible in my seat so I don't.
He buries his head into the side of the plane, people. It's an amazing technique.
It's for 2 reasons. A, because I want to sleep. And 2, because I don't want to infringe on the person next to me with my body mass. So I try to make it as comfortable as possible for the person next to me, too, if God forbid we have a middle seat being occupied.
Which almost all of them are.
Yeah, typically. So I try to throw myself up against the window and sleep that way. So I'm pretty good at that. But otherwise, public sleeping, I'm not somebody who wants to be sleeping in public. Why would you do that? Someone's going to mess with you.
So there's a couple things about it. I don't think people like plan their day around, and then I'm going to go to the chair in the mall and sleep. I think I've accidentally fallen asleep, or let me just sit down for a minute, and the next thing you know, you zonk out.
I mean, without alcohol?
Yeah. You've never done that? You've never fallen asleep? Like you've never been tired during the day and been at the mall Christmas shopping, and you went and sat there in the middle and let me just sit down for a rest, and bam.
I'm on a mission. If I sit down for a rest to rest my feet, I do that, but I'm not going to fall asleep because of it.
Okay. All right. I think some people are better at, like, I'm always jealous of that elite napper. And what I mean by that is the guy goes, I'm going to take a nap, and 30 seconds later they're asleep.
Yeah, that's my dad was a king at that. He would come home from work and
my kids
sit
all
in a
do
chair, and he'd be out for like 30, but it was only like a 30-minute nap or a 45-minute nap at the most. And then he was ready to go. I can't do it for just 30 minutes. I have to, if I'm going to nap, it's going to be a long nap.
I think most people that fall asleep in public do so accidentally, but I don't think it's a planned deal. And I think probably everybody slept on it. I'll tell you another place I've fallen asleep on.
Yeah, go ahead, because I can think of another place.
Train to Chicago. Get on that Amtrak. It starts rolling. Next thing you know, heading through Dowagiac.
I could see that happening on a train. The other place is if you're in a layover
Yeah.
And you're at the airport and you're at the gate and you've got like 3 hours to kill, and there's nobody at the gate at that point, because there's no reason to try to sleep that way. But unfortunately, you got to make sure that your bag is wrapped tight around your arm or whatever, so nobody's going to steal it or whatever. But that's another place, I guess, that I've slept publicly, but otherwise, no.
Yeah, it's a good call. Layovers, travel, it's a lot. But if you are like my kids will announce, I'm going to go lay down for a minute, and they'll be asleep in a minute. And I'm like, this can't possibly be hereditary because I am no good. If I ever am like, all right, I'm going to try to have a nap. I'm going to how about sleeping in a car? I can't do that.
Doug falls asleep in a car faster than anybody I know.
Is that right?
Yeah, you are out like a light.
Well, let's be clear. There's a certain version of Doug that falls asleep in a car.
Yeah, passenger Doug cannot wait to fall asleep.
No, it was hungover Doug. Let's call it what it was.
Not when we drove out there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe. Usually it's hungover Doug.
It's passenger Doug. Trust me. Sleeping in a car, I'm not good at sleeping in cars.
No?
No.
You can sleep on a plane, but you can't sleep in a car?
Correct.
Interesting. I would think it'd be a lot easier to sleep in a car than a plane. But no. Turbulence doesn't wake you up?
Oh, turbulence can wake you up, but if there's no turbulence, you're fine.
Yeah, nice smooth flight.
Throw the earbuds in there and listen to some music and fall asleep.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I mentioned Dowagiac. The train station in Niles? You know the story about the train station in Niles?
I do not. I'd like you to tell me about the train station in Niles.
It was the train station they used to film a scene out of the movie Midnight Run.
Really?
Yep. Where Alonzo Mosley, FBI, they pulled a train over looking for fake Alonzo Mosley, Jonathan Mardukas, and Jack.
Excuse
Jack
me,
Walsh.
John Wesley Walsh?
Yes. Anyway, yeah, they filmed that scene at the train station in Niles, Michigan.
I did not know that.
Little known fact.
Did not know that.
So if you're on the train to Chicago, do not fall asleep if you want to see from the great movie Midnight Run. 248-539-9797. Coming up, we'll talk a little college basketball. Michigan with a buzzer beater. Seems to be contagious in this area of the country right now. Two teams atop the Big Ten in our state. Back-to-back nights with back-to-back buzzer beaters. Amari Barnett getting the job done last night for the Wolverines as they scraped by and got another close win. Boy, are they flying close to the sun or are they built for close late season games? Which is interesting considering how their season started. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:48. Just a reminder, you can stream this show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and any show here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com. And if you want to stream with video, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. You can participate in the streaming chat. Same thing on youtube.com. Ways to watch the show and see what people are talking about, YouTube and Twitch. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when a game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, that's the way you can do it. $150 in bonus bets go to new customers right now who win their first $5 bet. So, the formula here. Go find a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line. Just bet them to win the game. You win that bet, you get the $150. To do with what you will. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. All right, so we got a lot of feedback coming in here on sleeping in public. It's National Sleeping in Public Day. I fall asleep in movie theaters. That's from Stacy. Have you ever fallen asleep at a movie, Gator?
Again, with no alcohol involved, no.
Okay. Jared writes in, I've fallen asleep in some Ubers that I take for work purposes, like 20 to 30-minute drives. I'll pass out. It's kind of embarrassing. Here's one. I've fallen asleep on a beach. It's from Adam in a truck. I just woke up from my professional nap at lunch to this conversation. I sleep every day at lunch for 20 minutes. I think I fall asleep every waiting room I've ever been in. That's from Jeff and Warren. Let's see. I have 3 small children. Trust me, sleeping in public is a real thing. In the hallway at dance class, in the truck waiting to pick them up from school. The list goes on and on. That's funny. In high school, a kid in one of my classes fell asleep, and when the bell rang, he did not wake up. The teacher signaled for everyone to be quiet. We all walked out, turned out the light, closed the door. Ever since then, I've wondered how long that kid was in there.
That's a good question. I have fallen asleep in class. I mean, when I was
the least surprising thing you said today.
It was no doubt in high school and in college.
Yep.
College, famously in a Spanish class, my freshman year, fell asleep. And I tried doing the move where, you do the Vulcan grip with your fingers, like, put them like Spock and put it by the ear.
You leaned up.
Into the ear. But I also had the book open and turned away from the professor. I thought it was pretty slick.
Trying to be coy.
Yeah, but I was out, and professor called on me once, twice, and then the third time. And I'm like, huh? And I just looked up, and I uttered some sentence in Spanish that I thought we were on, whatever page it was.
And how'd that go for you?
Not well.
Okay.
Not well. No.
Nothing like guessing a random Spanish
Yeah,
sentence.
exactly. Right? Tengo una grabadora. No, that's not it? Oh, sorry about that.
Okay. So Michigan last night, a buzzer beater to beat Rutgers. Just like the night before, a Big Ten contender from our state. Game winner at the horn. This one, a 25-footer from Namari Barnett. And I think, they won the game. It's another example of them winning the game. Objectively, are they playing great basketball? Well, not for 40 minutes. But what shouldn't get lost in it is if you go back to Michigan earlier this year, Gator, it was probably early January. And I made the comment on the air that maybe it's just this constellation of players that cannot make the plays when the game is on the line. This is after they lost to Wake Forest, where 2 late possessions, they slipped in the exact same spot on the field or the court, and it cost them. This is after they gave up the 4-point play to Oklahoma at the end of a game when Oklahoma was down 3, shooting a miracle 3. They lost that game. This is after they blew a 15-point lead to Arkansas. This is after they gave up a 40-footer to Minnesota late in the game to lose that game. They weren't making the plays in those games to win those games. Now, if we recap their last 8 wins, in a stretch where they have gone 8-2, they've won by 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, and now 2. And as you look at this, you go, all right, is this a team that's flying close to the sun? Or is this a battle-tested team that you want to take into bigger games because if it's close, you can win it? And I guess it depends on the prism with which you look at this group. I think objectively right now, any observer would say that Michigan State, who they are tied with atop the Big Ten, is playing better basketball than Michigan in this moment in time. But seasons are long. Things change. I think both Michigan and Michigan State have looked at this year like teams that could make Final Four runs. And it just feels like this is coming down. Remember we could see the Lions-Minnesota game coming to wrap up the regular season?
Yep.
Feels like we would see a Michigan State game coming to wrap up the regular season. But maybe it'll be the second of 4 meetings this year.
Oh, good God. Well, I mean, good win for them last night. They needed that. They got to keep pace, right?
Yep.
If you want to win a Big Ten championship. But, I mean, you got to think you got to beat a Rutgers team anyway. And Michigan shot well from the field.
They shot it better than they have been shooting. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, they shot at 54% from the field, but they didn't shoot well from three-point land. Just 24%, just under 24%. But they got the job done. That's all you can ask at this point. Just getting it to that game against Michigan State, which will mean a lot. Obviously, the rivalry and Big Ten championship on the line. I don't think either school really cares about the tournament the Big Ten tournament championship doesn't mean anything. It's about getting seeding into the big dance in March, and we'll see where both schools are. But they both have work to do. They're both inconsistent, but they can both show flashes where they belong in the top four discussion.
Yeah, it's funny because you want a battle-tested team. You also want to go into March with this feeling of confidence that, hey, this team's going to make a Final Four run. And I don't know that either team has engendered that feeling with their fan base. Like I said, Spartan fans probably feel better about their team in general than Michigan does. But when you are playing in March, you are graded on a pass-fail scale every time you play. You pass or you fail. You are still playing or your season's over. Michigan's winning games that are total pass-fail March games, but they're doing it here in the regular season. Some of these, like I think last night they were a 10.5-point favorite. I have to double-check that. They were a big favorite last night and promptly fell behind. 9.5, is that what it was? They promptly fell behind by double digits and chipped away and chipped away and chipped away. And then, they come out of the last time. They start running a play, down one. They don't want Rutgers to be able to change their defense. And Dusty May sees it. It's not going really well. There's only 3.7 seconds left when he took a timeout going, this is not what we had in mind. And your concern is, okay, we know what defense they're in when we're playing, when it's a live ball. We know what plays we can run. Coming out of a timeout, Dusty May said, we didn't know if they're going to switch to a 2-3, a 1-3-1, but we tried to call a play that would provide options against both. They got it into Danny Wolf where they wanted, and it sounded like that Namari Barnett was the fourth option. The first option was Wolf take it to the basket. The second option was a back-cutting Vlad Golden. The third option was a near corner three, and Namari Barnett was the fourth option, and that's what they got. And a lot of it has to do with how the defense reacts. And he stepped up and drilled a huge shot for them. Huge shot for them.
Yeah, a big shot. It was fun to see. But with Michigan, I asked. We talked a little bit about this the other day about the depth on the team, and this is a team that really only used 7 guys last night. Do they have a bench?
Yeah, they got Sam Walters is out with a back injury. Reuben Jones is hurt as well, and so they've been relying on the 2 freshman guards, L.J. Kaysen and the Pippen kid, quite a bit.
And Pippen only played 3 minutes last night.
Yeah, their bench has been shortened due to injuries right now. They were comfortably 9 deep and 9-10 deep, and now they're struggling a little bit with some of the injuries. I mean, Namari Barnett was even sick. Came through though when the game was on the line. Updated Lenardi today.
Oh boy.
Michigan's still on the 4 line. In the South region, lined up against High Point, Gator.
High Point.
Yep. Of all your points, that's your favorite. And Michigan State on the 2 line. They are not in Duke's region. You can predict that, but they're on the 2 line, Midwest region, Indianapolis. They would play in Cleveland, which would be good for them. Michigan would travel to Providence. So there's your most recent bracketology, according to one Joe Lenardi.
It won't change. That's going to stay right where it is, right?
Well, I mean, these are real snapshots in time to where your team ranks. So, and as somebody points out, Nayrock on Twitch says, not in Duke's region, already a failed bracket.
See?
Yep. It feels like it is a given that Michigan State and Duke are almost always in the same region. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, do you feel like your team's flying close to the sun? and that this is the kind of thing that comes back and burns them, or are they battle tested? This is exactly what you want, a team that can win close games. 248-539-9797. We'll talk some NFL next hour. So mix in some Tiger talk as well. Gator found a list of the perfect free agent for every team in the NFL. And it is one of my favorite names. One of my favorite names potentially coming to Detroit. Would it make sense? We'll get to that today in the 1 o'clock hour as well. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Been a busy day. If you missed what Todd McClellan said about the captain, we'll play it for you again today at 1:20. Update.
Dylan Larkin, not Steve Eisman.
Yes, sorry, Dylan Larkin. Yes. We also will get an update on the NFL Combine, 1:30. This pertains to what's going on with our Lions. We've got, just talked a little Michigan basketball. Wolverine fans, are you feeling like your team is proving to be battle-tested and you love taking it into March, or are you scared that they're playing so many close games? Their last 8 wins, their biggest margin of victory has been 4. They've got 4-4, 3-4, 3-2, 5, or 3-2, 3 and 2, not 5, 3 and 2. 248 539 9797. Gator, a list came out in the NFL. Aaron Schatz, free agency's right around the corner. You think the name Aaron's funny? Yeah. I mean, it's funny with the 2 A's.
Right, yeah,
with the 2 A's right there. That cracks you up.
Yeah, that is funny.
So Aaron Schatz put together this list. NFL free agency is right around the corner, blah, blah, blah. I suggest one important free agent signing for each franchise. To explain my moves for several teams, I use my defense of adjusted value over average metric. His DVOA. He's got his own DVOA. Does Aaron Schatz.
So this is like Schatz's version of war?
I guess.
Great.
So the player that he suggests for the Detroit Lions from the Dallas Cowboys, defensive tackle Usa Odigizua. Usa Odigizua, he writes, after this past season's injury cascade, the Lions just need to load up on as many good defensive players as possible. As a high-motor pass rusher on the inside, Odigizua could replace the departing Levi Onwuzurike and rotate with Aleem McNeil up front. He had career highs this past season with 4.5 sacks and 33 pressures. The latter was tied for second amongst interior offensive linemen. Interior defensive linemen, sorry. Gator, how would you feel about bringing in a defensive tackle with good pressure numbers?
I'm not against it because if when we've talked about the draft at 28, and I'd look at defensive tackles being available there. So, I mean, should you look at it in free agency and find somebody that is already established as being a player in the league as opposed to projecting a player in the league like the draft? Yeah, you can do it that way. And then that would make it easier to see what they're going to do at 28.
So, yeah, I mean, I get the sense, and I think they've said as much and acted as much. If they have a hole that they need to fill on the roster, they attack it by going after a free agent. Then when they get to the draft, it's just best player available. They just hoard talent. Could I see them going defensive tackle? Not as much as I see them going corner. Not as much as I see him going edge rusher. But Odigizua would be a hell of a player. Brian Schottenheimer of the Cowboys was asked about Odigizua at the Combine and said, because his contract is up, and asked how that's going. His quote is, I think there's a lot of ongoing conversations. Obviously, Osa has done a terrific job for us. He's a terrific young player. He does everything right. And as the communications keep going, it's never done until it's done, but he'd be a guy we'd love to have back. Meanwhile, the NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport reported Thursday that the sides are, quote, not particularly close, but they're working to try and somehow get this done. My only question is, if this guy's really valued, I'm not sure they can afford him. If he's looking to get a big contract and he's, in conversations with Dallas, can they fit Osa Odigizua under the cap? Because if he's going to be costly,
then don't do it.
Then don't do it, right? If it's going to be costly and you're going to take on a costly player, how about Myles Garrett?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are other I know you love saying that.
Well, I mean, because I don't want this misconstrued. I, too, would love Myles Garrett. I think you get painted in these corners. It's just whether or not it's really realistic. It doesn't seem that realistic to me. And that's all the messaging that we get from Lions brass. Do I believe everything they say? No.
So Matt Verdeem from Sports Illustrated put out a list of team saying predicting the outcome for each NFL team's top free agent.
Mm-hmm.
So the Lions' top free agent is Carlton Davis. His prediction is stays on a multi-year deal. He says after being traded from Tampa to Detroit, Davis may potentially be finding another new home. That said, a return to Detroit would make plenty of sense considering he played well for the Lions, who have ample cap space and only 28 years old. He'll get another multi-year deal. I mean, this is what it comes. I mean, do I want a defensive tackle, or do I want to bring back CB1?
Dude, if they can get Carlton Davis, that would be. If they can bring him back, I will be pleasantly surprised.
I'm not sure what that range is that I think I want to be happy with it. Like if they do a 3-year, $45 million deal, $15 million a year, is that a lowballing it?
I don't think so. I think that's a reasonable offer.
Is there like a breaking point where like, okay, if it's more than 17, I'm sorry, it's a non-starter. We can't go there. I don't know what it is for the Lions and what it is for Carlton Davis and what he's looking for. But if he's going to get a multi-year deal, which is likely his last multi-year deal in the NFL at the age of 28 as a corner, once you turn the corner at 30, you know what happens. So, okay, he's going to want a 3 or 4 year deal for sure.
So if he got, what did you say, $15 million deal?
Let's say, 15 a year.
That'd be more than Darius Slay. It'd rank him 13th in the NFL. I'd look at him and I don't think he's a top 10 corner, so I think that's a competitive offer. Now,
you did just bring up an interesting name.
Yeah, Slay.
So if Darius Slay is available, how much would you pay Darius Slay for a 1-year deal? Because he wants to play one more year.
The thing is, if it's a 1-year deal,
1 year, so it's like it's not
a lot
going to hurt
easier
you
to fit
in the
that guy
future.
under the cap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lions got cap space. Would I rather have Darius Slay than Carlton Davis? I think I would.
Yeah.
I mean, Darius Slay is an outstanding cover corner. Not that Davis isn't good, but I don't think he's Darius Slay when it comes to that. Is he better supporting the run? I think maybe you can make that argument. Carlton Davis is better at supporting the run than Darius Slay. But
One thing about Darius Slay is Darius Slay coming off a Super Bowl and choosing to come to Detroit feels like I want to go there to win a Super Bowl there kind of move.
Yeah.
The war chesting or the discussion of where they are with the cap, the Carlton Davis variable is really important here because I feel pretty strongly that they're trying to re-sign him, that they know what they have, they like what they have. He performed for them last year. Do you know how old he is? Do you have it in front of you by chance?
28.
Right in the prime of his career. If you can get him on a 2-3 year deal, cornerbacks, when they get north of 30, start to lose a step. And it can be deadly for them. Deadly's a bit strong.
It is a little strong.
It can be problematic for them. So I wouldn't want a long-term deal. And every player wants a long-term deal, of course, right? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's go to Jason. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
Thanks for having me on, first of all.
Sure.
And I just wanted to comment on who I think the Lions should draft in the first round. I think a lot of people are overlooking the fact that Frank Ragnow, obviously, he's had some injuries, and his comments the past 2 seasons about possibly retiring. I think we should look at a center or maybe some offensive linemen as well, because our line, other than Sewell, is not young.
We've talked about it quite a bit, and they've been projected, and a lot of people think that Gray Zabel, the interior offensive lineman from North Dakota State, could be coming to the Lions. I've seen Jonah Jackson, another interior offensive lineman from Ohio State, is talked about as a possible Detroit Lion.
In free agency. You said Jonah Jackson.
Jonah Jackson. Donovan Jackson. Sorry. Jonah Jackson's the free agent. Donovan Jackson is the interior offensive lineman from Ohio State. Thank you.
The center for Georgia is another name that's been brought up.
Is it Wilson?
I think so.
Give me a second here.
I think
Jared Wilson.
Yeah, Jason, I think they're going to address offensive line with a draft pick, at least one in this draft. I don't know if it'll be a first or second round pick, but I think they need to. But also keep in mind that they've they feel like Mahogany's ready to take over at a guard position, who they just drafted. They drafted Sorsdal and Manu that they're trying to develop, and we'll see what level they're really at in when you get to training camp, if they've vastly improved and look like they could be solutions. But I do think they need to look in the draft and then maybe even free agency.
I mean, I wouldn't have an issue drafting first round lineman or edge, defensive lineman or edge. Second round, follow that up with a guard or a center, and then go right back to the defensive line in the third.
Well, and one thing that Brad Holmes has said, he loves building from the trenches. He's not going to ignore it. And if we'll hear from Will Birchfield in a little bit, but talking about the resources used to look at offensive line.
Interesting comments last night out of the Red Wing loss to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Hear what the head coach had to say. Coming up today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a new 2025 Chevy Trailblazer for just $299 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $299 a month on a 25 Trailblazer LS with zero down. Activate the savings with approved credit and a GM employee discount and current lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, with a guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Interesting, Gator. Reporter out of Seattle by the name of Corbin K. Smith is reporting that there is discussion of a trade. The Packers have a trade offer on the table for Seahawks wide receiver DK Metcalf.
Oh.
The trade package would include the number 23 overall pick in this year's draft and Dontavian Wicks or Romeo Doubs.
Huh. Interesting, because the Packers do have a bunch of receivers. So why are they adding another one? I mean, they're subtracting one, I guess, if you send Doubs or Wick the other way. But I don't understand that one.
Yeah, I mean, he would be their best receiver. They have...
Well, I mean, he probably. A healthy Christian Watson's really good. They've got pretty good receivers there. Right?
They do. I guess the one way to look at this is I don't want DK Metcalf in the division. So I suppose this is a good trade for the Packers if there's legs to it.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's put up great numbers. The Packers have this growing roster with Watson and Jaden Reed and the aforementioned Wicks and Doubs. I'm not sure I understand why the Packers would. I guess you're dealing from strength.
Yeah, they would.
You're going to add. You're going to improve the team.
They would get better.
Yeah, they would get better at wide receiver, and that would definitely create more problems for teams within the division because they just upgraded on their offense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not crazy about this possibility from an in-division standpoint. You know what that means? Bring back Carlton Davis or somebody better than Carlton Davis.
Yeah,
do an effective job improving the defensive line for pass rush.
But you see where this is going, though, because people see a move like this, and the Packers willing to give up their first-round pick. Are they doing an F them picks already? And, will the Lions at some point, when are they going to do the F them picks approach, if they ever do it? Will they give up a first-round pick to acquire a NFL player?
Well, would there be a first-round pick edge rush that you could get for one first-round pick? Is there an edge rusher out there? I guess it'd be one. They're doing one first-round pick and a player.
Yeah.
So where's the excess player? I always try and think of guys that we like but are probably depth guys. So like a Malcolm Rodriguez is a guy we like that's probably a depth right. guy. A Fatou Melifonwu, they got some talent at safety. Is he a spare part is disrespectful, but is he a guy they could afford to lose?
Well, people throw Jamison Williams out there. When
I'm
going
surprised.
For the bigger fish.
I'm surprised at how many there's. There doesn't seem to be a lot of reluctance to that. People like to throw that out there.
They do, but and understand the interesting thing with J-Mo to me is that if you are using him, if you're a team that is in trade talks with the Lions and they're offering you Jamison Williams, so you're getting J-Mo in year 4. You have to make your mind up if you're going to pick up 5. I mean, it's a long-term question that you got to answer pretty quickly about what you want to do with Jamison Williams. I'm not sure if it's as appealing to other teams as Lions fans think it would be.
Yeah, you kind of have to make a call on a guy that has, obviously made even people in Detroit a little bit anxious.
But what he ends up being potentially is T.J. Hawkinson.
Yeah.
Lions did the same thing with T.J. Hawkinson. They knew they weren't going to sign him long term. Let's trade him and get something for him. So will that end up being the fate of Jamison Williams? I don't know. But it could be. They've done it before.
No, you're right. Before they had to pick up a contract, they dealt the guy. DK Metcalf is coming off a 992-yard season, 5 touchdowns, which is the least of his career. The yards is right in the middle in terms of his career. Played in 15 games. Has had 66 catches each of the last 2 years. All right, last night, Red Wings uninspiring second period. Gave up, was it 4 goals in the second? It was 4 goals in the second, wasn't it?
Yes, they were down 4-2 after 2, I believe.
Yep, 4 goals in the second, lost 5-2 to Columbus, a team that's battling with them for a wild card spot. And look, I made a bit of a prediction. It wasn't really a bold stance, but I think I might be guilty of seeing short-term results and drawing long-term conclusions on Dylan Larkin. He got called out by the head coach. Now, Larkin went away to the Four Nations thing, Four Nations face-off, and it was an encouraging performance. He went from sort of a fourth-line player that didn't get a ton of ice time until he turned himself into what was one of the surprises of this tournament. Like, he was pretty damn good.
He was a physical force on the ice. He was checking everything he could. Mm-hmm. He was playing that dirty, gritty role, digging pucks out of the corners. Came up with some big plays. Obviously, had the big goal. He was a force.
And it's funny because it's not funny. I was hoping, Gator, that he would come back and we'd see an inspired Dylan Larkin, a better player, a better captain with some juice, and as I put it earlier, some wind beneath his wings. According to the head coach last night, when they talked about what went wrong and Dylan Larkin's name came up in a question, here's what he had to say. Interesting. You said we'd talk about it tomorrow, which is now today. Do you think he said anything before? Like, I have no problem. I don't think anybody has a problem with a coach calling out a player that he wants or expects more from.
Mm-hmm.
What's most intriguing about this to me is that he did it publicly. And that speaks to either A, knowing you own that locker room and you can say whatever you want and the players will respond. He hasn't been here that long, but I'm interested as to why is this done publicly and not behind closed doors?
Well, again, it starts with the question if he was asked. He was asked a question about something to do with the Four Nations face-off, and does that take a toll on your body? And it's a lot of hockey when everybody else had all this time off. Here he is playing. Does that make a difference? And then he can go into his answer on that. I don't have any issue with what he said because I think the tenor is really important. He didn't fly off the handle. He wasn't dressing down the team. He wasn't throwing chairs across the room and having a tirade and a tantrum because the team didn't play well. He was very calm and collected and was able to articulate what he didn't like out of it. And he's straightforward. And I think from moment one that he became the Red Wings coach, he was straightforward. Remember the first thing he said was just go out there and play effing hockey, right?
Yep.
And they did. And then they are what they are right now, a playoff caliber team. But last night's effort from Dylan Larkin left a lot to be desired, along with he wasn't alone, but he's the captain of the team. So as captain of the team, this is part of the responsibility of being captain. You're going to take some shots, and you're going to take some shots publicly.
Gator, we have some breaking news from the NFL. Remember you were concerned about Matt Stafford going to Minnesota?
Yeah.
LA Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford reached an agreement today on a restructured deal that keeps him in Los Angeles and quashes any and all trade speculation. Per sources, the first significant offseason quarterback domino has fallen, that according to Adam Schefter of ESPN.
So he's going to stay in L.A.?
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Stay there. Stay there. I'm just worried about his kids deal with the harsh winters. Don't need that.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't want him in Minnesota because he's better than Sam Darnold. Don't do that. That's a good offense. Thank you.
Let's talk some NFL, Lions Combine-related topics next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more so you win more. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. They choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take on fewer on purpose. This means they have more time for your case. This formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back. It is a white glove service. Michigan Auto Law, they care more, you win more. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. During the commercial break, we're breaking down why I don't like the band Air Supply for more reasons than just not liking their music.
It's totally understandable now that you explain it to me.
I was a big Christopher Cross fan, and Ride Like the Wind never got to number one because of those bastards Air Supply.
And Ride Like the Wind is one of the greatest songs ever written.
Yeah. Apparently he wrote it high on acid on a driving through Texas, something like that. That documentary, Yacht Rock documentary, is it HBO Max?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got down a wormhole between that and then the Bee Gees. Whew. So, Tigers, Reese Olson, good start to an inning and not such a good finish, huh?
Yeah, he served up a couple of meatballs and now he's out. But Javi Baez he's playing as DH, 0 for 1 so far. I don't think he's got a second at bat. Oh, he does have a second at bat. He struck out in his second at bat. So So far, Kerry Carpenter, the only Tiger with a hit.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't want Stoney to feel left out with the music. So, I mean, HBO Max, you can also catch the documentary with Little Steven.
That's a really good one, too.
It is actually pretty good.
I didn't see the Yacht Rock. I know Bill Simmons was involved in the Yacht Rock documentary.
Was he?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So, Christopher, so did you play sailing like at 11 on the decibel?
I wasn't as big. His line in that movie, or that documentary, that right before he wrote that song, a buddy of his had taken him sailing and had his buddy taken him bowling.
That'd be great. Yeah. Bowling.
Exactly. There was no way Stoney wasn't going to sing.
There was no
way Stoney wasn't going to sing.
It's Friday. By the way, I was driving after having lunch and listening to your nap discussion.
Yeah.
There's nothing better in the world than naps.
What about a public nap? Can you fall asleep in public?
I fall asleep. So even whether I have the Bloody Mary before we take off or not, I can ask John even. We've flown. My head starts going down before the plane even goes up, and I'm out. When I was in college, and this has nothing to do with drugs or anything, people like donate and build buildings. I said, if I was ever rich enough, I'd put a building in the middle of the quad called the Stone Sleep Center, where people who live off campus could take naps in between classes.
Leaving an endowment at American,
yes,
are you?
Yes. The nap is one of the most underrated things in the world.
I love a nap.
Yeah. That's the problem.
I'm just not good at it. I'm not a good napper.
Did you nap when you had your children, when they were babies? Did you nap with
I
the
fell
kid
asleep
on top?
all the time. Yeah, falling asleep with your kid is a scary thing. Like, you don't want to roll over on them and all that.
Do you look for places to actually take naps? Like, you can't nap?
No.
So you can nap?
I try. I'm not good.
Well, unless it's a major, just watch golf on the weekend. I mean,
Dude,
you sit in the couch.
Hold on. No, that's great.
And I watch it.
You got me. Now that you bring it up, that's fantastic. I'm glad you triggered this memory. I have never once made it through an entire Indy 500.
Okay.
I fall asleep every Indy 500. I'm probably good to about somewhere between 35 and 50 laps, and I wake up and it's lap 124. I can't make it through an Indy 500. Thank you.
Round 3 of the Colonial, on a Saturday afternoon, it's like 4:45. You're sitting there, all of a sudden you're out.
Stoney, golf. I can see how golf could do it for some people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see how car racing can do it for people too.
The droning of the engines or something.
It goes round and round and round. By the way, you were talking about the Tigers. Are we worried about Parker Meadows at all yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm worried about everything, Stoney.
Yeah.
I'm prone to panic.
Veerling's not going to make it for opening day.
Yeah.
Meadows is still they'll evaluate no more in a few days, I guess. Yeah, that doesn't look so good.
No.
That doesn't look so good.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Oh, we have Who Said It. We will talk about the coaches calling out players publicly.
Mm-hmm.
And, same old resting place for Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. So not in the division.
Yes, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
He also took away a hypothetical question we were going to ask. He couldn't have waited 5 hours, right, Rico?
Right.
I know.
I was going to say, would you take him back here?
Would you trade?
Why?
Would you trade Goff for Stafford?
No.
Okay.
And then, because it never ends. But when, if ever, will little brother end?
Why is that even a topic?
Because Jalen brought it up yesterday during
After
the broadcast.
The Michigan game, Jalen Rose was like, "Yeah, little."
You know when it ends, honestly? When you stop caring. Well, I think so. I mean, I think if nobody reacts to it, doesn't it go away?
I just thought it was weird. Like, they just beat you and you still pulling the little.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he? I heard Greg say something about it this morning now that you mention it. And Greg made a comment that he was kind of prompted, wasn't he?
That your friends up the road were
even going to be decent.
What is it? The NFL didn't know that the Lions and Vikings. It just looked.
No, I know.
So no, I'm not giving.
Michigan was coming off a 3-win Big Ten season.
Yeah, maybe Michigan and Michigan State should play the last game
the first
every
time
season in basketball.
First time it won't be Purdue in a long time.
It won't be Purdue. What do you mean?
Winning the Big Ten because it's that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, they have plummeted. Purdue and Illinois are two teams. I thought it was going to be they were right in it to the end, and they have both hit on hard times.
Oh, too bad. So sad.
I think
they're spreading just like the flu. Right here.
Do you spit and rhyme, Skater? Have a great show, boys. Stay safe,
Have a great
everyone,
weekend.
and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers utility man Matt Vierling will not be ready for opening day. A.J. Hinch spoke about the trickle-down impact of that today. Quote, guys still need to earn their way into this team. Third base, center field, right field, and a little bit of left field are all affected. We have different ways to put this team together. No singular position is suddenly open. It's more about the sum of the parts, and we'll have to sort that out over the next month, end quote. Javi Baez making his spring training debut against Toronto today. So far, he's 0-for-2 with a full count strikeout in his second AB. The Red Hot Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Nuggets. Demand for tickets continue to rise. That's Chief Revenue Officer Dan Lefton. Hear the broadcast right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Fontecchio and Schroeder are probable to play tonight. Ex-Lions quarterback Matthew Stafford remaining in L.A. The team announcing the news on X, posting a graphic with the caption, allow me to reintroduce myself. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It is a Friday. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney in for Mike. You'll have to put up with me one more show. So, yes, 3 hours and 58 minutes if you're counting it down. Kenny Cott and the Hatchet Man are here. What's up, Rico?
What's going on, Stoney?
How are you?
Good, man. I am good. It's Friday.
Yes, it is. It's a wonderful Friday. Had some very interesting, if not one spectacular finish to a sporting event.
Yeah,
and we'll get into that.
We had a topic die right there in front of us.
Yes, we did. We did. We had because sports radio is basically formulated on, shall we say, just guys hanging out at the bar, just coming up with crazy crap, right?
Opinions, hypotheticals.
Yes. And our hypothetical, and we're not going to really get into it, but our hypothetical was, because we all knew that Matthew Stafford was meeting with the Rams today. Hypothetically, would you do a redo? Would you trade Goff, if you're the Lions, for Stafford? Straight up. Forgetting what the Rams would do, knowing it would never freaking happen.
Don't worry about draft capital and all that.
No.
Just you take,
Yes.
you know what? We're going to swap them right back.
Yeah, but, we kind of wanted to hear what the people had to say. And right now it's moot. So we're going to put that away for another couple of years till Stafford's contract is up again. And at age, 40, he thinks he can still be good. Maybe.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes, exactly. Last night at the Little Caesars Arena, maybe it was because Kenny Cott was not there that the home team did not win, but the Red Wings were defeated by the Columbus Blue Jackets in the first of the back-to-back. They play, obviously, at the Shoe tomorrow for the Stadium Series. I heard it's sold out, 90,000 people are going to be there. At least I'm sure on the secondary markets you can get some decent seats. Anyway, that said, the Wings lose. And it's funny because I was, in watching the game, I said, Larkin and Raymond, they really weren't doing much. And, and then after the game, I want you, if you haven't heard this already, and if you have, you'll hear it again. Todd McClellan doing something that very few coaches will do. Right. He's talking about Dylan Larkin, but before that, he's talking about how some of the the big time players needed to step up, and then one was missing, and then somebody asked if it was talking about Larkin, and I noticed a lot of the pucks were bouncing off his stick last night, and maybe his mind was elsewhere, whatever. But whether you think that Dylan Larkin had a good game, a bad game, whatever, that's not where I want to go here.
Okay.
Very rarely do you find coaches who will actually basically throw their star player under the bus publicly. Now, maybe he told, he said, I'll talk to him about it tomorrow, meaning today. Maybe he talked to him after the game and said, listen, I'm going to throw this out there. So I'm going to warn you. You're the captain. I'm just letting you know I'm going to pick on you publicly. Maybe he did that. I don't know if he did or he didn't. But I just found it refreshing, actually.
Really?
Yeah. And I know there could be, if there are some players in sports who are, shall we say, for lack of a better word, fragile when it comes to public criticism. And I don't know if Larkin's one of those guys or not. I wouldn't think so. He's the captain of the team. He did play good in the aforementioned, Four Nations. And maybe it was just a couple of games he's had since then where he hasn't been, back up to snuff. But you know what? If the fans and the media, if we're going to call out players, if they're deserved, I don't think you should make a habit of it. But you know what? Set an example. He's showing the other members of this hockey team that, nobody is beyond criticism, whether publicly or not. So, you know what? If Larkin is arguably your best player, you go out, you say something publicly, and you move on. I had no problem with that.
No, Sonny, I think it was very calculated. And the last thing you said, I think, is the best point. If you can go after Larkin, he can go after anybody.
Yes.
The fact that he didn't go after a lesser player, he went after the top dog and say, hey, it's him. he's got to do better. Four Nations is behind us. It sends a message to the team. Nobody is safe. Coach will call you out publicly. And it also tells me that Larkin does have some thick skin. He may not have even ran it past him.
Right.
But he knows who he is, and he knows he can handle this. Yes, I said this about you, and we're going to sit and talk about it.
Right.
Well, Coach, why'd you have to bring me up by name? Well, why'd you have to suck last night?
Right. You're the captain. I can bring you up. And, if you have a problem with
Comes
it,
with the C.
Yeah. If you have a problem with it, well, maybe you shouldn't wear the C. Or if you have a big problem with it, well, we have a week till the trading deadline.
But I like the message that he sent was,
yes,
it wasn't just about Larkin. It was a shot across the entire locker room. Hey, guys, everybody, we need to pick it up. We're in a playoff hunt, and you have to play your best hockey. You're about to play a bunch of games against teams that I like to say you're equal in the next few games. Some separation can come if you win these games, but I need you, starting with the game in Columbus, everybody has to show up.
Yeah, you got to get those 2 points back that you surrendered at home last night. And whether it's in overtime or not, you got to get 2 points.
So let's ask the hockey elite.
Yeah, I mean, I found it very refreshing that he did this because think about Lalonde. Lalonde could and would never do something like this in the media. He's done the opposite at every turn when he was here. McClellan has the respect across the league, across the locker room. This is a coach who has the pedigree to make a statement like this in the media, and the players in the locker room, I guarantee, respect it. Because and you know what else I can probably guarantee you? He's going into the locker room and saying that exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's not good enough.
Right.
This is the standard. If you don't live up to the standard and people ask about you, guess what I'm going to say?
Yeah.
That.
And I'd be stunned if Dylan Larkin had a problem with it too.
I would doubt it. I would absolutely doubt it. And if not, then he shouldn't be wearing the C.
Exactly.
That's very soft, if you ask me.
248-539-9797. We have a ticket text at all on this from Wings fans. Yeah, it's not just we can obviously we're just talking about this, but in other situations, Dan Campbell doesn't really call out. He kind of threw Goff under the bus once, I believe, in the past few years. But other than that, most times
I can't remember the last time.
Yeah, he said he's got to play much better or something like that in one of the games. I don't think it was this past season. It was one before. JB Bickerstaff, I don't think has done that. Obviously, Monty Williams didn't even know who was on his team.
That tall number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's his name again?
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to play better.
Yeah. The last coach who I really remember doing that, and he was refreshing, but he turned out to be not a really good coach here, and the team didn't have much success, although they did make the playoffs.
Van Gundy?
No, that was under Casey. I'm talking about Stan Van Gundy.
Yeah, Van Gundy.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't care. He said, listen, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer the question. Which is what he should. 248-539-9797.
Someone says Larkin should be publicly shamed for one bad game. He doesn't deserve that. So he's saying he shouldn't be publicly shamed for one bad game.
Well, I think it was more than one bad game. He hasn't played really well since the Four Nations, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't looked at the stats, but...
And that's another thing, too. We saw how well he can play best on best in the Four Nations.
Yes.
This is not best on best. This is you versus the Columbus Blue Jackets. You know what the standard is for your style of play. Live up to it.
Now, look, I know maybe you don't enjoy playing against your former Michigan roommate, who's having a hell of a season.
It's hockey.
Lorenski.
This happens all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. 248-539-9797.
Dylan Larkin, to me, is not a captain. He is above average player. I wish they would find somebody else because he sucks.
Okay.
Wow.
He sucks?
Wow.
Look, I don't think Dylan Larkin's a superstar. I don't think he's a top 20 player in this league, okay? But to say that he sucks is ridiculous.
He wouldn't be in the best on best tournament if he sucked.
And how did he play in the best on best?
He played very, very well.
Yes, he raised his game to compete with the best on best, and in my uneducated eyes, he raised his stature to me.
And now we know how well he can play when he's at his best.
Yes.
That's the standard.
Exactly. All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Don't forget the 4 o'clock hour. We have Who Said It. Also, we'll have our football, Blitzes football today. All that on the Valenti Show with Rico, 97.1 The Ticket. Planet Fitness, my favorite place to work out and feel good both physically and mentally. Go to the one in West Bloomfield. I get on that recumbent bike. Somebody says, Stoney, you're lazy. You get on the recumbent bike. Oh, no. When you do 12 miles, I don't care what apparatus you're on. You ain't being lazy for
A
an old
lazy
fart
12
like
miles?
me. A lazy 12 miles.
Okay.
You know, you can sit there. What I like about the recumbent bike, you can sit there and, go on your phone, play some games while you're sitting there and pedaling or listening to something. It's a wonderful thing.
Don't have to worry about getting hit by a car.
That is true. That's a great point. The other thing about it is they got a great deal right now. $1 down and $15 a month. And there's over 50 locations in the Detroit area, including the brand new location, 1200 West 4th Street in Corktown. Now, if you're not into the cardio like I am, and you're into the weight program, they have all new plate-loaded equipment, including the supine bench press, seated calf machine, all that stuff. And don't forget about the Black Card membership, where you can do some really cool things, where you just chill out and use all the wonderful amenities that they have with the Black Card membership, including hydro massage. Like I said, $1 down, $15 a month. Find your nearest club, join today in club online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We are all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
See who's doing Hard Knocks, right? Is that in your blitz? You say something? Oh, hold on. Let me put the other earpiece in.
That's Todd McClellan singling out, for the most part, Dylan Larkin after the Wings lose to Columbus last night. Not a really good game for Dylan Larkin. They're on their way to the Horseshoe, where they will play Columbus tomorrow afternoon, 6 o'clock. Puck droppage right here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So this is going to be an NHL team versus a college team? They're playing the Buckeyes?
Yeah, they're playing the Buckeyes. Which, you know what it means? Wings are going to win by 3 goals. Because the last 2 times a Michigan team has played in Columbus, they won by 3, football and basketball. And we'll get to basketball a little later. And Jalen Rose. Chris in Dearborn, you're 97.1 The Ticket.
Stoney, the Friday voice of reason. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
When I had to laugh because Rico accidentally called you Coney, and I just started thinking of Wojo cackling in the background. But anyways,
did he wait? Hold on. Did he call me Tony or Coney?
No, I called you Coney.
He called you Coney.
You picked up on that. Okay.
I'm requesting a future drop for that. But anyways, first of all, I want to say thank you for this, and I'll tell you why. He being Larkin, he is not, under any circumstances, a superstar like this town thinks he is. He is a very, very good player. Yep. He is not a superstar. He's never had more than 33 goals. He's never hit 80 points. His body language in those pressers pre-McClellan with Lalonde was brutal. His attitude, his tone, his demeanor was, he looked lost pre-McClellan.
Well, I think he looked and he was beat down.
But as a captain, you got to hide that, especially in public. You can do one thing behind the scenes, but in public, that's a different thing.
Right.
And, him taking nights off or whatever Todd's trying to allude to, but you know who else used to do that in this town, too, who also got a pass but not as bad, was Sergei. Sergei could be the greatest player one night and be a complete ghost the next. And for Larkin to continue to get a free pass because everybody thinks in this town that he's a superstar, I think is a joke. Look at Toronto. Toronto has crucified Matthews, crucified Phil Kessel when he was there in that town, and that was even pre them dumping in the playoffs. So I have no problem with it all. I hope it actually elevates him a little bit to continue to be better. I'm not calling him out saying he's a terrible player.
No.
I'm not calling him out saying he's not. I'm certainly not saying he's overrated. I'm simply saying he's not a superstar.
Correct.
And he should be for where he was picked.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he should be a superstar being picked. There's a lot of
a number one pick. Was he 15th overall?
Yeah. If you're going to claim superstar status to every guy who's a top 15 pick,
superstars like Matthews, McDavid,
right,
Draisaitl.
Right.
And by the way,
yeah.
the only thing I'll disagree with you on is the body language thing. I think that's the most overrated argument ever in sports. Do you ever watch how McDavid looks in post game press conferences?
I know
he looks exactly like that.
It
does not matter. No, it doesn't matter though. That's my point.
Well, there are some people who don't think he's a great captain either. Look, the captain in hockey. Look,
he's the best player in the world.
Right now, Yzerman was soft spoken. Look at all the Red Wing captains over the past 30 years. Yzerman, Lidstrom, Zetterberg. None of them have that exact hockey captain so to speak. You know what I mean?
Fiery, bang the table.
Exactly.
Hold everybody accountable. Yeah. But that's one thing, you can't fake it. Either you're that type of person or you're not.
Right. You can be a really good and I don't think Larkin's a superstar. I agree. I've said that for years. But you can still be a really, really good player, or you can be a superstar and not be a leader, Kevin Durant. And that's okay. Not everybody has the DNA to be a leader.
I think just body language in post game doesn't matter. It doesn't make me think, oh, he's not a good leader because he's not fiery in the post game. That doesn't matter.
We talked about him briefly earlier today. How many years in this town? Oh, Matthew Stafford, he's not a leader because he doesn't do the histrionics and all that. We don't know what he does behind the scenes.
Remember when we lost Larkin last year? Remember when he got injured?
Yeah.
It felt like the soul left the team's body.
Exactly.
You want, because some people want the leader to be that demand more type of guy, that I'm holding you personally accountable. I'm going to call out players in interviews. I'm going to call out people. That's rare. It really is. Not everybody's like that Michael Jordan type of person where you already know, that this person's a lunatic. And we all have to be on our P's and Q's because this person's a lunatic.
Yeah.
I think it all balances out because we're talking about what McClellan said and how he called him out. I think that's the balance.
Yeah.
If your captain is not that personality, then you need a coach to be that. And I think that's why the Wings were in so much trouble is because, okay, if Larkin's not that personality, Lalone didn't do it. No. He didn't publicly say things. He didn't do this. McClellan is. And I think that's the balance you need. Someone needs to do it.
Blashill was the same as
Blashill
Lalone,
was the
too.
same, yes.
Did you guys ever see the Stoney? I'm talking to you more or less. Did you ever see the Amazon Prime documentary that followed the playoffs last year?
No.
So we talk about McDavid being soft spoken.
Right.
There was a glimpse of him in the locker room after the loss, after one of the losses, and he was MF-ing the team. He was rah rah rah. The point I'm trying to make is we don't know how things are behind closed doors.
I've said that for years for general managers and things like that, but people don't believe that because if nothing is leaked, it means it didn't happen. And I think that's crazy. No, I have not watched that Amazon Prime thing yet. I decided I was going to watch it when you watched my HBO Broad Street Bullies documentary.
I'll get right on that, Stone.
Yeah, I know you will. So tomorrow, the Red Wings are playing, as we mentioned, the Columbus Blue Jackets at the Shoe. And it should be a cool event. The Stadium Series, the Wings have played in quite a few of them. Obviously, the one at the Big House, they've played it at Wrigley Field, and I think they played one in Colorado as well. So let me ask you a question. There are some people who said, we've done this already. It's enough. We've seen, Rico, I don't know if you went because seating was so, you couldn't get really a lot of seats. We've seen Michigan State play on an aircraft carrier.
No, one of the biggest regrets. I did not go at the last second. I did have a seat.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we've seen that. There have been other things. Let me ask you this. 248-539-9797. Suspending all reality. And no, I don't want to say, you can say whatever you want. I'm going to say, I'm going to see the Pistons play on the moon. But within the world, what's the next step or a venue or an event that does not exist that you would like to see? 'Cause I have one that I've wanted for years.
I mean, I've seen a lot thanks to the Barnum and Bailey, Mark Hollis, who just
right.
Had MSU playing everywhere. I mean, heck, they play at Little Caesars with Oakland every other year.
Right.
So you see them there. They played at Northern Michigan. I mean, the football teams played at Ford Field.
But that's at least a regular venue.
So you're talking about,
for instance,
it can't happen, but I would love to see an NBA game at Rucker Park in New York.
There it is. That's what I said. I told Hatchet before. Not only do I want to see an NBA game played on a playground, I want to see it with the chains and the baskets.
Right. Now you
guys would probably break their hands. The way they go up and block shots and dunk the ball. But yeah, because we've all seen the videos of, Dr. J and people like that at Rucker Park or any playground. I mean, Pistons could play the Celtics at St. Cecilia. That'd be pretty cool.
They could. I mean, you wouldn't get a lot of people in there.
No. But there weren't that many people at the aircraft carrier game either.
You know what? Another one is... What's the racetrack in MIS?
MIS.
If they did
Brooklyn.
and whoever's the home team would never do it, but if they did MSU, Michigan State football right there in the infield of MIS.
Did they try to do, or did they do Tennessee played like Virginia Tech at Bristol Speedway or something once?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Tennessee, Virginia Tech, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So I would love to see that game.
Yeah.
Neither team is going to give up the home game to do that.
How about this? Now, this is really off the beaten path, and because I see Evan back there, I thought of this. How about like you have the U.S. Open in golf, but you have 5 holes. There's actually like a windmill, like they'd have on putt-putt.
Yeah, I don't want that. But you know what I want? I want to see Michigan State play at Jenison again.
Oh yeah,
that was cool.
Dude, it's there. It's sitting there. They still hold stuff in there all the time. Why not have a game in there? You're going to bring back these silly 79 uniforms every year. Play a game there.
You know what, Evan? That's
a great idea, and they should play like maybe it doesn't have to be a really good one of their the few non-conference gimmies that they have.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get caller Tom from East Lansing and ask him.
Yeah, or Penn State will play a game a year at that old ass gym in Philly that nobody cares about. So why not do it at Genesis?
What is it called?
The Palestra.
The Palladium.
I'm sorry. I was trying to get under his skin.
I know you are. I know. That's why I reacted. Yes. Palustra's better than Cameron. All right, 248-539-9797.
They did a game at Hinkle. Yeah. So, yeah, I could see. I like that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, outside, I would love to see that.
Yes. Did they do an exhibition game outside, like the Phoenix Suns against somebody, and they were worried about the wind?
The wind, but then you worry about the court and players. Well, the shoes, and what if I fall? Like, who cares? What if you fall down the stairs?
Yeah.
Play the game.
Yeah, all right. Put on your thinking caps. What venue would you like to see a game? Because Michigan, not Michigan, the Red Wings are playing Columbus at the Shoe tomorrow. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797 is the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Valenti. Mike will be back on Friday. Who said it coming up in the 4 o'clock hour? The Red Wings taking on the Blue Jackets tomorrow at the Shoe. So we're asking, a lot of people have seen these games before the Stadium Series. Is there some sort of game in a venue that, you'd really like to see, even though it's maybe a little off the wall? Like me and Rico both would love to see a NBA game, Pistons game particularly, but, Pistons Knicks at Rucker Park in Harlem, right?
That would be amazing. I do have a couple.
And I want to see the chains on the baskets.
Yes. Oh, for sure. It has to be. You cannot, yeah. I have a couple ideas here.
Do they have the glass backboard, though? See?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what
Because most, obviously,
yeah,
playgrounds don't.
No, they can do whatever they need to do. So there's a couple ideas that I have here. First off is I want to see Team USA basketball. I want to see them either play on an aircraft for the soldiers,
right,
or playing like Fort Hood or something like that in a special place just for them, not for us,
right,
not for for them. Give them something, right? Because the reason I have that idea, they're never going to go to Germany and play. They're never going to go to these, actual places.
Actual Air Force bases.
Correct.
And
they're
things
not
like
going to
that.
do that. It's just too dangerous.
Right. If they're going to Paris, they're going to play.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, my alma mater, American, when I was a student, we used to play we didn't have a gym on campus. We played our home base basketball games at a place, Fort Myer, Virginia, which was an Army base.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I want to see. And then my second idea here, and you all will probably laugh at it, is because I want to see a matchup between Michigan and Delaware at MetLife Stadium. I don't know. MetLife is a regular venue. This is all about the helmets.
The helmets.
At MetLife, though?
Yeah, it's close enough to Delaware. So that's what I'm thinking. I need them together, okay?
No one cares.
I
often tell my students there's no such thing as a bad suggestion. No one cares.
No, that's because you hate Michigan. That's why you're saying that.
So you have Joe Flacco represent Delaware.
Correct. And Tom Brady
represent
the
Super
Michigan.
Bowl winning quarterback.
Bring them together.
Rich Gannon, all right. Famous
Kenny, just move the needle.
Yeah, David, I'm so excited to see this, buddy. Woo!
I like the idea. I just don't like the venue. I think MetLife is too big.
You could change the venue.
All right. 248-539-97.
I just don't want it at Michigan Stadium. That's really what I don't want it at Michigan Stadium.
No, like I said, we've seen some cool things. I think it took a little bit of time, but when they played the baseball game at Williamsport, like that was the Field of Dreams thing.
Well,
I know I'm not a big fan of the movie either, but I was going there because growing up as a kid, everybody wanted to make it there. So to see Major League Baseball players there, anybody that played Little League Baseball, you felt a little nostalgic watching, like, wow, this is it. So I like that. But where would you like to see a team play?
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tom. You're 97 won the ticket.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, Tom.
I'd love to see the Pistons play a game in either Belle Isle or Hart Plaza. Could you picture that, the riverfront, like an early evening game where you could still see the sun setting on the river? I think outside the box, that would be something cool.
That would be bizarre. If it was Hart Plaza, all the seats would be on one side of the court, though. unless you have boats in the Detroit River.
Wait, the ball goes out of bounds and into the river.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, Belle Isle's big enough. There's plenty of areas.
Yeah, Belle Isle.
We're talking about Hart Plaza.
I was talking about Hart Plaza. Belle Isle.
Actually,
cool.
Belle Isle's that's pretty cool. You could build. Lord knows it ain't nothing going on there. You could put up a fake little 5,000 seat arena and have people come there.
I actually thought they should.
Go ahead. Donate the money to Pale.
Yeah, I actually thought they should have had the draft on Belle Isle, but it ended up being great.
I was shot down. They all made fun of me because I said, imagine if the draft picks come in on little boats.
That's what I said. From Canada, you can make it a two-country thing, too.
Well, it may take a little bit longer. Hold on now.
You can have the green room in a different country.
5th round pick is going to get here in a second.
Yeah, he's still in the middle of the ocean. I mean, the river.
Yeah.
Pull out your binoculars and the first pick of the draft.
You'd have the green room in Windsor. 248-539-9797. Scotty, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? This is Scott calling from Schenectady, New York.
Oh, Schenectady, New York. That's very close to where Michael Valenti grew up.
And Scott,
Yes.
I love your idea, and I left this for you because I thought about this, and then I saw you had it. So go right ahead, The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. I do have a strong transistor radio and a big fan, but my idea is this. Michigan State Spartans versus the USC Trojans in the Coliseum.
In Greece, that Coliseum, right? Yes.
Not Vegas, in Greece.
That's awesome.
I would be all for that. And you know what? If you did it like in November, you could even take the basketball teams there and just double dip.
Yeah, that would be great. You'd have huge.
Well, I didn't clarify basketball.
Not football, but basketball.
Football.
I thought you
can't
meant
play football in the Coliseum. It's not big enough, but it's definitely basketball. My apologies. I didn't qualify.
That's okay. Was it like a Castech field?
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Scott,
I'm leaving, guys.
Scott,
It's been a nice day.
Scott, a little Schenectady trivia for you. Did you know? Well, you probably didn't know. The company that my dad used to work for helped build Mohawk Mall, which is in Schenectady, New York.
Yes. It is right by the famous Blue Ribbon Diner.
Oh, that I never attended, and I don't think my father will either. All right, thanks for the call. 248-539-9797. R.I.P. Dad. All right, let's go to.
I just like the fact every time Kenny cracks up when I mention the field.
It's an auto laugh for me. I love that bit. It's so funny to me.
It's like a little kid when you go peekaboo and they go
I hope you guys enjoy yourself.
David catching all the strays today.
It's a 58-yard field. Don't worry about it. We'll make it work.
By the way, I saw the Cass Tech got upset by somebody in the state tournament the other day, didn't they? Who'd they lose to?
Yeah, the court must have been small.
Yeah, they lost to somebody that they should.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, but
I know. You only care about football.
I care about basketball because we won a state title last year.
Well, your best player should have stayed at Cass Tech.
Well,
Darius Acuff.
things have changed. Yeah.
JB, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good.
Hey, I just want to talk about this is a crazy concept, but we're talking about Williamsport. We're talking about watching the MLB teams play in Williamsport. Why not throw them on the 200-foot fences for a game? Yeah, it's going to be 50-50, but Torque's going to go 6 for 6 with 6 home runs with all those flyouts.
Well,
Why
hold on a second, JB. The other side of that equation is the pitcher's mound is going to be 40 feet or whatever the hell that is. Those guys, it'll be like, guys will be like throwing like 200 miles an hour from that close.
Nope, not doing it.
Hey, get the foot down. Get ready. Let's go. Get ready to swing.
Right,
oh, my
you're
God.
swinging as he's thinking about the pitch.
Right. Next thing you know, you're going to use an aluminum bat and like 5 people will be killed. Line drives to the pitcher's head.
Now, that would be funny.
I mean, just picture
No,
it,
not
you know
funny,
how many-
let me
People
hold
killed.
on, JB. No. I mean,
they got people killed. That's funny.
No, I'm saying, what if they did play a game with aluminum bats?
Yeah.
Regulation, not on the Little League mound.
That'd be funny.
We're invading a country. There's going to be some war. Going to be thousands and thousands of casualties. Rico's there. That'd be funny.
Oh, I love it.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
No, it's not a venue, but I still, Stoney, and you would understand this, an event that I would love to see, Battle of the Network Stars.
Oh, have you ever seen?
And you could even do streaming. Well, like it's Netflix versus Peacock versus Paramount.
Amazon Prime. Yeah.
And just you had to have Battle of the Network Stars. I would love to see that.
Oh, some of the great moments of sports took place on that show. Kenny, you ever see the video of Joe Frazier swimming?
No.
Oh, it's classic. Or Michael Jackson running. That's unbelievable.
I'm trying to think who was in the dunking booth and distracted the dude.
That I don't remember.
There was a woman in there, and she probably couldn't do it today, but she did some things to distract him.
Oh, like Pamela Anderson or somebody like that, or no? It was
wasn't
way before that.
It was before that, but let's just say he did not hit the bullseye. He got a little distracted.
We got a football today situation coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. Two four eight 539-9797. Don't forget who said it at 4 o'clock in that hour. Ladies and gentlemen, time for a little football today. David.
Well, let's start with the major news of today, and then all the dominoes seem to be falling after that. It is Matthew Stafford. It is amazing how this happened because I had everything written differently on here. We had a topic prepared and everything for it. Then this news comes out that Stafford and the Rams have agreed to a contract extension, rework, I don't know what it is, restructure, but he will be back in Los Angeles. A report I've seen is 2 years, $58 million.
Yeah, the rework, I guess they hammered out a deal. I don't know if it's to save money. I don't know if this means that you're going to bring Cooper Kupp back along with him, because I thought they were blowing up the team, blowing up the offense. So I'll be interested to see what happens to Cooper Kupp after this. But, yeah, going back to L.A., look, I maybe the family didn't want to leave because I thought he was going to Las Vegas. Finding out New York made a serious push, what I think would have been detrimental to them. Sometimes you win by losing, and I think New York won by losing this battle.
They offered $90 to $100 million is what I've seen.
I think Stafford actually wins by not taking the money, because if it's about winning, he's got a much better chance to win with the Rams than he does with the Raiders or the Giants, or dare I say even your Steelers.
Well, let's talk about the domino effect here, because now reports are coming out. The Raiders have now missed out on him. Like we talked about, the Giants has now missed out on him.
I think Fields, the youngest of the three, maybe more upside. Sam Darnold showed you what he could do if you give him a team and players around him. Russell Wilson just
the
keeps
familiarity with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, so if you're the Raiders, it's not that bad of a Raiders move, Stoney.
No. There's another name there's somebody else who's not on that list who's going to be looking for a job.
See, I don't think the Raiders would want to take you mean the former Jet quarterback?
Yeah.
I don't think the Raiders hold on, Dave. I don't think the Raiders want to go that route because he's so short term and the Raiders are trying to build something, and Pete Carroll's there to kind of win, and he's a distraction. And if that's the case too, if Aaron Rodgers went to the Las Vegas Raiders, Devontae Adams would flip over a table. Like, really? Now you're going back to my old team.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go back to the Raiders.
The table. He would flip the table, David.
Well, speaking of flip the table, we might be getting that because Diana Rossini reports that the New York Giants are now shifting their interest to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, my God. Well, he's familiar with the turf there.
Oh, you know what, David? We're going to have to hold an emergency prayer to make this happen.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I need you to dig deep down. I need you to have some communion first. If you look, rosary beads, whatever you need, we have to make this happen.
That would be unbelievable.
Heck, borrow a yarmulke from Stoney. I need this to happen.
It would be unbelievable. It would be unfreaking believable for so many reasons. First of all, going from the Jets to the Giants, and I'd love to get not only the obvious reaction, I'd love to get the reaction from Big G.
Oh, Big G.
He'd probably sit there and say, "This is good. Well, we might win some football games."
No, he would be angry.
Okay.
Big G is a more controlled anger. Mike is a chair-throwing anger. Big G would just... Big G would not be upset. He'd be very upset. Yeah, he would be very upset, I believe.
If they sign him seriously...
I don't care. I just want him to sign.
I know. I mean,
this is root for radio, man.
Okay,
root for radio.
Yeah, root for radio. They would be better than they had been under Daniel Jones, I would think, right? Would you agree that?
Yes, but they become a three-ring circus.
Yeah, but they're in a division that he's not going to put them ahead of Philly or Washington or, dare I say, Dallas.
No.
So basically, it's like you're fishing and you're just throwing your, rod in there and hoping that you get a bite and it works.
No.
Because that's what Dayball are probably doing, and Joe Shane. They know they're done after this year.
Stoney, I would say this is not fishing. This is taking your last dollar that you own and putting it on the lottery. That's what this is. Hoping that you hit the Mega Millions, knowing you're about to be penniless.
Well, let's get to other news here in the NFL, because there's a report here that the Commanders and Texans have shown significant interest in trading for wide receiver Deebo Samuel. Talks have intensified with both teams. The Steelers and the Broncos have also checked in on Deebo Samuel. Thoughts on the Commanders and the Texans, though?
Commanders and Texans, if you're the Niners, that's good. That means it's competition. That means it's going to be a better deal for them. I don't think he's going to come back. I think the two have kind of separated. I don't think you're going to see what happened with the Rams and Stafford where they mend fences and come back together. I got to say, if you're a Lions fan or if you probably don't want to see him with the Commanders because that's a team that you're going to see. You want to hope that, pray to God, he goes to the AFC, he goes to the Texans, and that therefore you would never see him unless it's the Super Bowl.
Because Diggs might not be coming back to the Texans, so they definitely need a receiver, right?
Wait, Diggs is the one that's out even next year, right?
I don't know. He was
one
hurt,
of the receivers with the Texans got hurt, and he's like done
but
this year and next year.
But wasn't Diggs a trade last year? So, his contract is up, is what I'm saying.
Yes, he's a free agent.
Yes,
he is a free agent.
So you would bring him in. He would, like I said, put him with the Commanders along with everything that they have. Like he would go in to be the number 2 receiver, and you can use him at running back. Ooh. That would be a good fit for him.
Yes.
That'd be a good fit for Deebo. I mean, I like Deebo, but David, how do I feel about receivers?
Yeah.
They're a dime a dozen.
So for everybody, you hate Amon-Ra. No, it's just all receivers.
Well, you mentioned how Lions fans would want him to go to the Texans. You don't want him in division. Well, DK Metcalf, reports from Corbin Smith, who covers the Packers, says the Packers have a trade offer on the table for wide receiver DK Metcalf. The trade package would include the number 23 overall pick in this year's draft, would be Dontavian Wicks or Romeo Doubs going the other way.
So number 1 and one of the other receivers.
Correct.
What if they threw in Jair Alexander? Because supposedly
I don't think he's returning. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but DK Metcalf in Green Bay, nightmare for Lions fans.
That would be an extreme nightmare for Lions fan because that man he's uncoverable. I mean, he is, and the only reason why you stop him is he just does dumb things in games, like he did when he fumbled here this year. But other than that,
he's great.
Hey, look, I like Terry and Arnold and Brian Branch. You ain't covering DK Metcalf, okay?
No.
That's the real world Deebo, and I'm talking like Deebo from the movie Friday, where you just go ahead, take the bike, take the chain, whatever you want. Mr. Deebo, Mr. DK Metcalf, sir.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Lions do not want to see him as a Green Bay Packer.
And then let's close it out with this because we have news on who will be on Hard Knocks. It will not be an NFL team. NFL Films could not find an NFL team to participate, so Bill Belichick in North Carolina will appear on the off-season edition of Hard Knocks.
We're talking the off-season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, since it worked so well for the New York Giants last year, I thought you were talking about they weren't going to have one for training camp.
I think that's why they couldn't find an
I don't
NFL
think
team
they will have
because
one
of
for
the
training
Giants.
camp.
Yeah.
What? I don't think they're going to have one for training camp. It's going to be.
Well, we'll see if
North
they have one for
Carolina.
training camp.
I think everybody.
Yeah, we'll see. But for right now, because of, I believe, is what the Giants look like for their offseason.
Yes.
That's why a team said no.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But they'll do this one.
Nobody would want that at all.
Well, the Giants didn't look that bad, did they? I mean, look, Saquon's not going to go off and win a Super Bowl or something, is he? Oh, he did.
That is football today here on 97.1 The Ticket.
The Pistons hope they can extend their winning streak to 9 tonight. The Nuggets in town, who sit in the third spot in the East. Malik Beasley was on fire last game, knocking down 6 more threes. He weighed in on what has been clicking for the team. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Tigers utility man Matt Vierling will not be ready for opening day. He has a shoulder injury. Manager A.J. Hinch says that the doctor has recommended he rests for the next 2 weeks. They won't know how long he'll be out until after that. Reese Olson made his spring training debut today against the Blue Jays. He threw 2 innings, allowing a pair of hits and runs while striking out 2. The 2 runs were both solo home runs on the first by Vlad Guerrero and Darton Varsho. Javi Baez was also in the lineup for the first time since last season. He was 0 for 2 with a walk and a K. Ex-Lions QB Matt Stafford and the Rams have worked out a deal to keep him in L.A. The Giants are a team that are being linked to Aaron Rodgers now. Rodgers was let go by the Crosstown Jets earlier this offseason. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If my memory is correct, Reese Olson gave up quite a few home runs last year. That's the only time. He wouldn't give up hits; he would give up home runs. But
this is true.
Yes, they're losing 10-6. But yeah, I'm worried about Parker Meadows. Might be out for a while. That's I'm worried about him more than Vierling.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right there.
We're a long ways off.
Stoney, I got a question for you.
Okay.
The NFL Combine.
Yeah.
The NFL makes a big deal of this, and this used to be one of those events that people really got into. You really wanted to see the 40 time, and it was the underwear Olympics, but I get it. But has this thing jumped the shark? Like, are people still interested in the NFL Combine the way that they used to anymore?
I don't think as much. First of all, there's a few reasons for that. Locally, the Lions aren't picking in the top 10 anymore or whatever. But even nationally, you're seeing a lot of the really good players who aren't working out. And I remember it was the last year or the year before, Dan Campbell basically said, yeah, we go, but the most important things for them and most teams are the interviews with the players that they're possibly thinking of drafting. That's where they get to know the players, where they have like 5 minutes with each player and they run plays and things like that to see how smart or whatever. Because everything else, first of all, most of the bigger names go to their own pro days anyway. Mm-hmm. So all the scouts and some GMs go to that, and it's not what it was.
Because guys, 248-539-9797. Do you still watch the NFL Combine? Because it used to be must watch for me. I would get caught up in the 40 times and all of that and watching the different skill positions and trying to see who's going to go where, and oh my goodness, whose stock rose, whose stock fell. And it's now to the point where I don't even know who's playing. I don't know participating in this. Well, I'll interview, but I'm not. I'll throw, but I'm not going to run. I'll lift, but I'm not going to do this. You know what? I'm not doing anything. I'm just showing up in flip-flops and standing out on the sideline just to get my swag. That's about it. It feels like it's just kind of jumped the shark. I just like to know, is anybody like, I'm going to ask David, because David is Mr. Combine. David is Mr. NFL Draft. David, you name it, David's watching at his house.
Look, I love the draft too, as much as the next guy. The Combine, the only thing that I think I might be interested in the Combine is when the wide receivers run the 40 and see if Isaiah Bond, who says he's going to run faster than Worthy. That's it. That's the only thing that has any interest in me. To me. I don't care really, with all due respect, how fast Rich Eisen is anymore.
You don't care about that anymore?
Are we still doing the Run Rich Run?
Yeah,
we are. It's for charity.
It's good for charity, but
just give the money. I don't need to see him run. Just give the money.
Yeah, it's funny. To your point, Stoney, about them working out, and I'm trying to find it. Here it is. So Michigan, in the last 2-3 years, have had 33 athletes be invited to the Combine. Mm-hmm. You know how many have worked out?
33?
3.
5, I was going to say.
Like 3. So, I know they do their own pro day, and it's, but you have to be invited to that for Michigan. But there's a lot of top prospects that they just skip it. They don't even do the medical. They do the interviews that you see during the week, and they don't do any workouts. They don't do any lifting. They don't do anything. They do the measurements. You're required to do the measurements, but they don't do anything. But with that being said, yeah, I still watch.
Do you?
I still pay attention to it, yes.
Because, David, I like to say that the NFL, they never fail. I think they failed on this one. I think they invested too much money in the combine and tried to turn it into an event. And I guess technically the players aren't in the league, so you can't control them. You can't make them participate in this thing. I don't know. Maybe they're going to have to start paying them in order to go out and actually work out, but it's not the way it used to be, Stoney.
No, I know.
I mean, right. I used to watch all the days like, okay. And okay, the offense, well, not the offensive linemen, but like the D-line and the corners and the quarterbacks and the receivers. Yeah, especially the 40 times. You wanted to watch that because you're like, wow. Especially when they did the comparison and like laid everybody all over and be like, here's Patrick Mahomes, here's Lamar Jackson, and here's this current quarterback running together simultaneously.
Part of the problem, if you want to call it a problem, is with the advancement of social media and YouTube and all that stuff. All the clips are available. You'll get to see them all anyway. You don't have to, set your DVR if you have that, or even watch it live. If you want to, if you want to see all the 40s, you probably go on to NFL.com and they probably have all the defensive ends 40s.
Yeah, you can go to YouTube.
Watch them.
Yeah, you can go to YouTube and you can see every 40 you need to do. And that's why you're right. They made it an event, Rico, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's too much technology to say, oh, we're going to show it live or we want this huge event. It doesn't matter anymore, but yet I still watch.
And I
watched Derek Harmon yesterday. He showed out, and I enjoyed watching it. It's just what I do.
I think that the NFL's got an idea, because it was, 5 years ago they decided to make it open to the public, David? For
Correct.
People in Indianapolis or wherever you can go. Those crowds are I don't know how many tickets they make available, but the place is empty, really.
Yeah, it's not a lot of fans.
I mean, I used to think like the NFL was too big to fail, and whatever they touched turned to gold. Not this. They've actually ruined, and it's not special anymore.
Right. I don't think it's their fault, though. I think it's the players, the agents. They realize, what's the benefit? You've seen my tape when it counts in football. You know you're going to be in my pro day, and you have the tape there to show. And the other side from the players is, God forbid, we've seen guys get hurt at the combine. Didn't know Jabo from Michigan, or was that his pro day? I don't know.
That was pro day.
But my point is, these things happen. You don't want to take a chance.
There was a defensive lineman yesterday that kind of came up limp a little bit, and they were like, oh, okay, but he looks okay. And it's like, oh my gosh, that's not a good look.
I think if you got to run a bad 40 time, you act like you're hurt. You act, my hamstring. That's why I ran that slow time.
I mean, I agree with you. I used to watch it, and then you'd see the receivers, the running backs, the real fast guys, and they'd go, and then I want to see what they do on their second time, because they run it. They go back to back.
So yeah,
round two basically.
248-539-9797. Is anybody out there still like David, where you have to watch? And I also think that in Detroit, let's face it, the draft was the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Super Bowl is the Super Bowl.
Right.
But at the time, the draft was the Super Bowls. You were constantly in the top 5, top 10. So you paid a close attention to this. You wanted to see the guy that the Lions were going to get. Now, picking at 28, you have no idea who. I mean, right now, if I said, Stoney, I'll give you 10 names, and I took 10 names, we'd probably both be wrong.
Right.
Because we don't know who's going to be available.
Exactly. And it's like, if you're a Michigan fan or a Michigan State fan, Michigan fans, like David pointed out, most of the high-level Michigan players are there. They're not working out.
Dude, if you're a State fan, you kind of claim Derek Harmon, and you're watching Jonathan Kim kick. That's it.
They didn't have anybody else? No.
Who else?
I know. I'm just,
Who else is going to go?
You're watching Kim kick?
No, I'm saying if you're a State fan, you're either claiming Derek Harmon because he played there, or you're watching Jonathan. Basically, David, they only have one person.
I was about to say, if you're watching the kicker, woo!
They have one person, David, okay?
Oh,
we all didn't cheat our way to the top.
You weren't that good. Gotcha.
We didn't cheat our way to the top. We did it the old-fashioned way.
Okay. 248-539.
I don't want to do the Jalen Rose.
97. Would you rather cheat your way to a national title or not cheat and never win one?
You know what? You're lucky I don't have a drop board. I'm just telling you right now.
Let's go to Paul and Fraser. You're 97 won the ticket.
Kenny Conn, how are you, my old friend?
Hey. Actually, you're on the air.
Kenny's good. Kenny's good.
What, am I actually on the air?
Yes.
Oh, wow. This never happens.
Well, that's because you usually don't have Paul, you usually don't have a bumbling idiot running the show. That would be me.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. I got a couple things. Combine. I think you guys are nailing it. It used to be, and I think a lot of it might be that, the Lions are actually good now. So we're not really invested in, we can't wait for draft day to see the really good guy we're going to get. We got a guy who's actually capable of building a good team. And then the other thing is, I think you and Rico are right. You can go anywhere and just look at it at your leisure. Like, what did this guy do? I mean, I'm like David. I used to watch, and, and a lot of things were intriguing. But not really anymore. This one is, with the NFL wanting to be a 365, this one's fallen by the wayside. So I don't know how much longer this is even going to be a thing. Go ahead.
You know how you can get it back to being a thing? And I don't know how they would do it, but they'd figure out a way. Gambling on the combine.
Well, you know what? That's actually a really good point, Mike. It really is. Hey, I did have an idea for a cool sporting event, if you'll give me a minute.
Will do.
All right. How about the NHL versus the NBA in a scramble golf tournament with pros?
Well, first of all, it'd be fun to watch, but NHL
weekend tournament, maybe at the Masters or whatever.
But with the exception of Steph Curry, how many good NBA golfers are there?
Not many. That's why the NHL would clean their clock, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah, because a lot of them have the same swing, going through like you do through a slap shot. Yeah, who the hell would want to see that? I don't think anybody would really want to see that.
Once again, I don't have the drop board, or I would hit the buzzer sound.
Well, you can blame me because I don't think that call was screened, and I just went to it. So that's on me.
You know what, Stoney?
Yeah.
That's one.
That's right. Exactly. Hey, I'm Todd McClellan. I'm calling somebody out, and that somebody is me. 97 won the ticket.
248-539-9797. The Detroit Pistons will be taking on the Denver Nuggets at LCA tonight. Kenny, you going for game number 2 in a row for you?
I'm going. Game number 2.
Kenny
in a row.
Kenny and the Joker.
Yeah, after they won that game, I said before the game, I was like, if they win, I'm going to buy a Pistons T-shirt at the team store.
And and you're wearing it right now.
Right now.
Oh my God! And it's the
He's wearing. What is he wearing here? That's the teal logo.
Yes.
Yeah. Good for you, Kenny.
Motor City Pistons with the teal logo.
Kenny went to a third world country and got the T-shirts that they give away to the kids.
It's in the team store. If they sell it in the team store, it's licensed authentics.
The horse head. The next thing you know, Kenny will be coming into the studio on Monday dressed as Hooper.
I'll be Mini Hooper. If they win again, I might buy a hat.
Just don't buy that logo.
This is my favorite logo.
Go with the classic.
This is the classic. This is the classic to me.
Oh, dear God, no.
See, he never experienced the Bad Boys, so that's why he is what he is.
Yeah, I wouldn't purchase a logo that I don't have any affiliation with, that I don't have any fond memories of.
The Going to Work Pistons.
Yes.
They didn't wear that.
Well, that's what I remember from my childhood, Rico, so leave me alone.
Okay.
See, I have a Bad Boys hoodie that my daughter stole because she thought it was great. And she's younger than you.
The Bad Boys logo is great.
Yes.
You guys are going to make this happen again, aren't you? Your generation is going to make this logo come back, aren't you?
Because it should.
It comes back occasionally, right? Oh, no, they didn't bring it back this year at all. It was last
I'm
year.
disappointed in them, but we're winning now, so I'll let it slide.
Yes,
That's
and
right.
I'm sick of all because then they had the black unis and the grays. And
Yeah. I think of all the newfangled ones, like the green ones that they had the City Edition where last year. To me, green means Celtics or Sonics or Bucks.
A quick correction from our friend Evan out in the bullpen. The Going to Work Pistons did wear the horse head, so to hell with you.
Okay, the horse head, but
On-
it was
on
red,
their
white,
shorts.
It was red, white, and blue. So
Hello,
okay.
horse head.
It's not teal and maroon and yellow and burgundy and all of that other stuff.
I've always liked those.
I like of the newer ones, I like the cream ones. I think they're pretty sweet, actually. No, David's giving me that look. Which ones do you like?
Teal.
Okay, of the ones that they're doing this year, like those black ones that say DET.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I just stick to the original.
And I didn't like the Motor City one.
No.
Motor City.
I don't like any of their city uniforms that they've done in the last 2 years.
Okay, now I
None
guess
of them.
I feel like, because I liked it when they had the white uniforms, they had the blue, and their special occasion was the red jerseys.
Yeah.
That was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I like when they broke out the
Keep it
red
simple,
jerseys.
yes.
It was like, okay.
The cream ones are more. I do like them.
Other than that,
I hope they wear them tomorrow night when I'm there to see the Brooklyn Nets.
But none of them, like when they wear the Saint Cecilia jerseys, it's like
it's the Celtics.
That's an ugly jersey.
That's not your colors.
That's an ugly jersey.
What are you doing?
That's like the people who wear the green hats for St. Patrick's Day in baseball spring training.
Okay,
Oh,
but
you
at
like-
least it's one day. At least it's one day.
Yeah.
But the uniform, like
The green tiger hat.
I hate that people buy them like
Right,
all
'cause-
year round.
Could you imagine the Celtics breaking out a red, white, and blue jersey?
No.
They should.
They should never break out a red, white, and blue jersey. It's like, let's go with a black jersey with DT. Let's go with the Motor City. Or just keep it simple.
Yes.
Like because I do think your logo is one of the iconic logos in the NBA. And I don't think that's a stretch. But yeah, I don't see, just like, red and blue Laker jerseys.
No.
Because you're never going to see that.
Right. I think even the Knicks pretty much wear the same thing all the time, right?
Right. Like,
White or
hey,
blue.
let's put some green in there. Or no. I'm just saying, Detroit is good enough now. Let's put away all these jerseys and let's just go back to the red, white, and blue stuff. Plain and simple.
So what's the line on tonight's game?
I looked at it. The Pistons are favored by 1 point.
By 1
Well,
point.
the Nuggets lost last night to Milwaukee.
Coming off a back-to-back.
You never know. Pistons. Schroeder will be back. Who cares about Fontecchio? He'll be back.
Traveling.
Place will be
Is this going to be a league game where they just kind of assume, okay, we're going to just go ahead and lose this one? We know we're going to lose because of the way the schedule
the
is.
Nuggets. Yeah.
That's a foul. I'm just getting ready. I'm getting in the spirit.
Okay, Kenny, can I say this? Make sure your phone's charged.
Yes,
Yes.
my phone is at 98% right now.
Okay, make sure it's charged before you go.
Yes,
plug
yes, it will
in.
be charged.
Stay off of your phone at the game.
I'm actually not taking a ride share this time, so no worries there.
Oh, you're driving?
No, a buddy's picking me up. We're going together.
Do you ever drive?
Yeah, I drive.
Okay.
He only drives the Wings games.
That's true. I have a chauffeur for Pistons games.
Oh, I wonder where mine was on Piston games. All right, 248-539.
Oh,
that
Kenny,
was you, David.
Kenny, I will buy you Wings season tickets if somebody fouls and you stand up and yell that out loud.
Okay. You don't understand how badly I want season tickets for the Red Wings.
I need to hear it on TV.
Oh.
Well, that's not going to be possible.
David, I need to hear this on TV.
Hold on. We can make it happen. We can hear it on the radio. There's a way I can make it happen. If you're loud enough, we can hear it on the radio.
But I need to hear it's like quiet foul shot, and you just stand up and David hit it, and I need to hear Kenny say this. Wing season tickets.
All right, well, I can't do that for Wing season tickets. I think that's my line. I'll do that. That's kind of funny.
No.
Oh, my Lord. What is happening?
Jeez, you're trying to kill me.
By the way, what are the odds if somebody lets Cat Williams know, because he's coming to the LCA soon, that he won the drop tournament?
Maybe I should go to the event now, walk up to him, and I'll be part of the act. They'll be making fun of me during the act, but I'll let them know.
We should let their PR.
I got to look it up.
We should let the PR department
He
know.
may just call in or show up.
Yeah.
Is he having a meet and greet? We can try to get one of our listeners in there. Let him know.
Yeah.
It's very important. You won a contest in Detroit without even knowing it.
I think
April,
I think that would be the most interesting segment we've done in a long time. David, keep the finger on the button. Just keep the finger on the button.
We'll be here April 12th. So let's get them April 11th, and let's get them in, do what we need to do.
Yeah. He'll just keep playing that drop over and over again.
Yeah.
I mean, he should start out, how you go see a concert, I wonder what he's going to open with. Maybe Cat Williams will open up with, no.
Get him at a Tigers game, too, for a little baseball in the D. All right.
All right.
David, well, real quick, any ticket text?
Yeah, someone says, I hate when the Red Sox wear those stupid UCLA color jerseys.
Oh, the city editions in baseball.
Yeah.
The Tigers, the Motor City ones are pretty good.
No,
all things considered.
They're okay.
Yeah, it's like the Packers wear those, the blue and yellow jerseys?
Oh. How about that? I remember one year, I went to see the Lions play the Eagles in Philly, and Philly looked like they were wearing UCLA football jerseys.
Yes. It's like, that's not your colors.
No.
One more here says, will Kenny get a Ben Wallace fro if the Pistons make a run in the playoffs? That's from Mark.
If I see them selling them in the team store, because I remember they used to sell them,
Mm-hmm.
I'll buy one.
How bad do you love your hockey team, Kenny?
I love them real bad, Rico.
You want them season tickets?
Not that bad.
Could you imagine somebody at the Murray at the foul line? or Kay got fouled and it's quiet in there, and Kenny just stands up and yells.
It's all because of that terrible.
97 won the ticket.
All right. The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up, and guys, you can place your bet at ESPN Sportsbook like tonight's game. How about this parlay? Let's get Cade to score over 25 points, Jokic to score over 25 points, and how about we do Malik Beasley to hit over 4 3-pointers? You parlay that together at plus 270. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10, get $100 in bonus bets, and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Football Today.
So we are getting super, super close to free agency. Let me give you some news here first before we get to that. And I was a little taken aback by this comment here, but I guess this is what Jim Harbaugh does. Jim Harbaugh was quoted yesterday as saying, "No doubt in my mind that Justin Herbert is not only one of the great quarterbacks in the NFL today, but truly one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time." One thing, Jim, he's never won a playoff game.
Oh, he's better than JJ?
Not only that, I mean, this is the same guy who coached a running back who claimed he was going to be better than Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders.
You know, Stoney wins. I get it. Jim loves his quarterback, and whoever is his guy, he inflates his guy.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
okay.
You want him in your corner. He is the ultimate hype man, and I think that's all this is hype. And as Flavor Flav once said, David, don't believe the hype. No. He's not one of the all-time great quarterbacks.
Did you like him when he coached the Niners, by the way? I'm just curious. Now, it was obviously before he coached Michigan, but he played there. But I mean, he turned the whole program around, right?
I did because, you know, it looked like they were floundering, and then all of a sudden he made the move and put Kaepernick in, and I'm like, wait, maybe this works. But near the end, it was just like, yeah, he can go.
Yeah, let's not. I was just reminded. He also said that Orgy was the greatest punt returner, kick returner of all time.
Well, Orgy's bust at Schembechler Hall is next to Joe Milton's, but Joe Milton's is on the ground with he's on his knees.
Right, throwing the ball 70 yards.
Mm-hmm. It's just amazing. But you're right. He's just loving his current quarterback.
Right up there with the Shane Morris bust.
Yes. So let's get to Deshaun Watson. Yes, I said Deshaun Watson. There were reports because he retore his Achilles.
I was going to say hanging out with Justin Tucker.
No. Let's not go there. But initially when he retore it and that news came out, it was believed that it happened when he was in Miami hanging out, having fun. Well, apparently that's not true. It was just reported that it actually happened. The retore happened in the normal stages of his recovery. He was doing rehab and it tore again. But my question to you is, Deshaun Watson says, of course, he is determined to play in 2025. Those comments, determined to play in 2025, does that sound like he is not even close to playing this season?
See, I look at it the other way, Stoney. Determined to play in 2025 means no matter who you select as a quarterback, he's not going to beat me out. I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to show you I'm not done. My career is not over. I'm not going out like this where the last thing you remember is the scandal off the field. That's how I take that statement.
Yeah, but I do think he's probably looking at it with precaution, saying, well, you know what? Sometime in 2025, I will be playing. I don't think it's going to be the beginning of the season, but I'll be back by the time the Browns are already eliminated.
And then one more quarterback story here, and this was an ESPN analyst that brought this up. This is regarding Anthony Richardson and the Colts. ESPN analyst said that their situation is beyond repair. We all know what happened. Here's his quote, though. They have answered every single question wrong since they drafted Anthony Richardson 2 years ago. They have bungled this situation, and right now I'm afraid it's beyond repair. You took one of the most athletic quarterbacks we have ever seen at the combine. You let him play for a month. He gets hurt. You let him play for another month, and then he gets healthy, and then you bench him for Joe Flacco. Is their relationship beyond repair?
It's pretty close to that, but, you know, I give the Colts one benefit of the doubt, you know, when he tapped out, right? I mean.
Yeah, the Stoney, you're right. The second he did that and the word came out of why, I not only thought his career was done with the Colts, but I'm like, I don't think anybody picks this man up because in the NFL, it's like hockey. Like, you're rewarded. You go out there no matter what. Mm-hmm. You go. This ain't the NBA where that would just be everybody else tapping out. Like, I thought he was going to come and say, I caught a cramp. I need to come out for a second. Nah, I was just tired. I was a little winded. I'm sorry. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm sure every quarterback that got released is saying, I would love to be in that position, and you're not taking this opportunity seriously. You're one of 32 quarterbacks leading an NFL team. Let's face it. Let's call it what it is. He quit on the field. He was tired.
I know.
I don't see how the Colts, and he can come back from this unless he wins, but the fans, he's not going to win the fans back. I mean, he's going to be right up there in that Deshaun Watson territory of like just damaged goods. Don't want this guy here. I'm sorry. So, yes, the best thing you can do if you're Indy is pray to God that maybe you could flip him to the Raiders, the bad boys of football, and maybe they'll take a chance on rehabbing.
Or there's a team that has, and believe me, I'm not referring to the Lions, a team that's known for culture and, a coach who's really good with young players and turning their, I won't say life around, but their NFL careers around. And David, I know you don't like him, but I mean, Tomlin would be really good for Anthony Richardson as a human being.
Yeah, as a human being, but I also need a quarterback that can make plays out on the field.
Well,
as a human being, sure, but I'm not here for a lifetime movie.
I know, but
here.
I'm not suggesting that he would be the starting quarterback. Steelers.
But that's what I'm saying. I need a starting quarterback.
I know.
I'm not here to make a lifetime movie. Look at Anthony Richardson. He's a great human being. Wonderful. We need that. But I need a starting quarterback, and he can't be that for me. So let me get into this here because Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond wants to beat the 40-time record, which is 4-1 set by Xavier Worthy. I found it a little interesting. I wanted to look up some things, and I found it interesting because, everybody wants to beat the record. Well, let me go down the list of who's had the record before, and do you really want the record? Because you had Stanford Rout coming out of Houston who had a 4.27 in 2005. Exactly. That's my point. He's done nothing. Marcus Goodwin, 2013, had the record. Marquise has done nothing in the NFL. Henry Ruggs, I'll skip past him.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerome Mathis had it at one point. He was a track star in high school. Done nothing in 2005 after the draft. Dre Archer, done nothing. Reek Woolen, sure, he's still in the league. He's a free agent this year.
Yeah.
He's okay.
Defensive back, right?
DJ Turner, okay. He's been okay. But you keep going down the list of what happened in the top 10. Of course, you had Chris Johnson. We know what he did in his career.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really want John Ross is on this list? Do you really want the record? Because you don't seem to have a great career if you break this record.
No.
David for the win. Wow, I didn't even think about that, but you're right.
What's the best record? What's the fastest for a cornerback?
See, I'm not sure. They are running their 40s today.
I know. And West Bloomfield's Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky.
Yes.
4.3.
4.3.
Yes.
I think the cornerback I see on this list that is 4.26 was DJ Turner.
Yeah.
That's the first corner I see on this list. So good for him. Good for him.
Absolutely.
So let me go through this for a quick second. There's a couple key fits in free agency I wanted to hit you with to see if you agree with this. And I know this isn't a huge name here, but the Cincinnati Bengals, we all know they needed to protect their quarterback. Says their best fit in free agency is Kevin Zeitler. Said he had a great 94.4% pass block win rate. Not a huge name, but...
No, but it would hurt the Lions, obviously. If Mahogany couldn't just step right in. Your Lions, you'd rather them keep Zeitler and maybe get rid of Glasgow and, have Mahogany be the other starter, but we'll see.
And then these other two here that were interesting to me, both in the AFC West, is the Denver Broncos. The best free agency fit will be running back Aaron Jones. They've been connected to maybe drafting a running back this season. And then Kansas City, their best fit in free agency would be Steph Diggs.
Wow. You're giving Mahomes basically the last chance cafe of wide receivers between Hopkins and Hollywood Brown and now Diggs?
Yeah, it's like the place where wide receivers go to retire.
Well, Kelsey's last year probably, so that's, try to get him all the old goats as well.
Yeah, I guess you hope that Steph Diggs is motivated and wants to come out there and play with Mahomes and Andy Reid, but yeah, I think the bloom is off the rose with the Chiefs, man. I don't I don't see them being as dominant. I don't know. And here's the thing. Remember the jinx of being the Super Bowl runner-up?
Mm-hmm.
You either don't make the playoffs or just something happens. You fall off a cliff that next year. So just think of all the recent teams that were Super Bowl runner-ups. Following year, not that good.
I forgot. I'm so used to them winning. You're right. They are the runner-up.
Yeah.
Fall to the floor. Let's do this.
They did. Buffalo and Baltimore are like, wait, they lost? We got a shot next year.
Yeah, and the rest of it is their division, too.
True.
That's football today. 97-1 the ticket. Two 248-539-9797. I'm not usually really good at gambling, but yesterday it's kind of basically like, taking candy from a baby or whatever the expression is. When I saw that Michigan, and when I made the wager, they were 9.5-point favorites over Rutgers. Now, Rutgers has been disappointing this season considering they have Bailey and Dylan Harper. However, if you've paid any attention to Michigan, not saying that winning games aren't important, when they, for the most part, when they win games, they're close games.
Right.
Which could be significant for them in the tournament because they've been in enough close games that it won't be foreign to them. And the line went up to 10.5. And they were winning, and then Rutgers came back, and they go back and forth, and came down to the end when they were down by 2 because Donaldson had a stupid-ass foul, and then
didn't understand that.
Yeah, and Burnett hit the 3-pointer at the buzzer to win the game. And afterwards, do we have the Peacock stuff? Yeah, with after the game, and it was on Peacock, and I don't know if it was it Noah Eagle who was doing the play-by-play, Ian Eagle's son, because I know he does some of the Peacock games, but Jalen Rose, that's right, Jalen Rose somehow got away from the LCA where he was going crazy with the Pistons win the other night, was doing the color for Peacock, and we know where his, true colors lie. Here's after the game when he was asked about the difference between the Michigan State winning shot, the 50-footer by Holloman on Wednesday night, as opposed to what happened last night.
When you have to tell somebody you've been a professional all night, you're probably not professional. Just want to throw that out there.
Look, you know how I feel about trolling, so I can't stand the whole little brother thing. When it happened the first time with Mike Hart, I kind of thought it was a playful little thing. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Then D'Antonio saw the opportunity to rally his fan base around it and went after him with the height comment on Mike Hart, and we know what it's become since then. But to me, if you're going to use the little brother moniker, after your team lost to the quote-unquote little brother early, about 7 days earlier, pretty handily, especially towards the end, it was about 13 points. Mm-hmm. That's not really the smartest thing in the world. I mean, why even bother? Because you know what? Because it upsets people. It's such a troll by Jalen. But don't you? If you're going to troll, don't you troll when you're the better team?
No,
I'm just asking because I don't troll usually.
No, I just don't think. I think he just can't help himself. Like he just couldn't help. He went right there, and instead of saying, both great shots. I mean, we got to witness this one here in person. He just immediately went right there, and
if you're going to do it, it should be after a win.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it. They did not win 6-7 days ago,
and
so stay away from it.
Right. That was the funny thing. Like, okay, you know what? I don't even – and it wasn't even a close win. They were – people just left 4 minutes left into the game, and they were walking out like it was a bomb threat. And, a little – okay, wow.
I mean, I've wanted to bury it for a while. To me, it was, I understood at the time, whatever, it's done now. And from what I understand, using from both schools' point of view, it goes beyond sports too. That's the thing. It's not just a basketball or a football thing. It's the arrogance of one and the inferiority complex of the other that always leads to this little brother stuff, making a difference in people's lives. Why should, first of all, we talked about it with Doug. It says it'll be over when, Michigan State people don't care. It'll also be over when Michigan people don't bring it up. So it's both, right? I mean,
I guess
it goes both ways.
Yes.
I mean, it's actually that chicken and the egg.
Yeah.
Does it ever end? And which side does it end with first? Like, is it just Michigan State people just saying whatever, or is it Michigan people just realizing, this is kind of dumb? So, I don't know. 248-539-9797. Because when I heard that, I was just like, why did you just take away from Barnett's his achievement of what he just did?
Yeah.
It's a great shot. He had a horrible game on Monday, and he redeemed himself last night. I think he scored 20 points, hits the game-winning shot, and saying something stupid like that, and you just took away everything this kid just did.
What it was.
Because we're not talking about that.
Correct. What it was is Noah Eagle just put it on a tee.
Yeah.
And instead of Jalen Rose, you're right, being a professional and ignoring it and just saying, look, great shot by both kids, whatever. He just, okay, all right, it's right there. I got to hit it. No, you don't have to say anything other than we were here to witness it. You're right. He had a bad game, but he redeemed himself. That's it.
Man, both guys made some great shots. You know what? Basketball is great in the state of Michigan.
Right. And he started okay because he said, yeah, their shot was longer. And then he had to dig. Now, obviously, for basketball reasons, the shot by Michigan, even though it was shorter, was, I think, more impactful because if Burnett does not make that shot, they lose the game. If Holloman doesn't make the shot, they still could win in overtime.
Right.
So, but I mean, just I'm so sick of it. It's like, but it'll as Mark D'Antonio said, it'll never end, right?
No, I don't think it ever ends. I think this goes on forever and ever, and that's just how it's going to be. I mean, I had to turn the volume down.
Now, let me ask you a question. In fairness, because you watched the game, did Jalen do a professional job being fair to both sides during the game? I didn't see the game.
I'm biased, but no.
Okay.
He may have. It was just, dude, I get it. You played here. You went to Michigan. I understand. And because the other day when I was looking up in the rafters, I saw your jersey and all those 5-5 banners. Oh, wait, they're not there. Okay, we know you played there. Here's the thing. Robbie Hummel calls a game. He could call a Purdue-Indiana game. He did Rivalry. I can't tell you what school he went to because he's just calling the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's professional. J-Bill, like certain guys, you have no idea. Like, oh, yeah, he did play for this school.
If you didn't know that Billis went to Duke, would you be able to tell from the broadcast? I don't think so.
No, you wouldn't. Robbie Hummel is the same way. That's why Robbie Hummel is Jay Billis before Jay Billis just got angry. He's just angry at everybody now. He hates everything about college hoops. But you don't know that he went to Duke. He could do a Duke, North Carolina game, and he's not going back telling stories about when he played. So that's the difference. So, yeah, when you got to tell people you're being professional, you're not professional.
248-539-9797. Love to hear from both sides of this. Is little brother, do you even care anymore? Does it offend you if you're a Michigan State fan? If you're a Michigan fan, do you love using it, or do you agree that it's kind of like it's low class, it's done with, it was fun once, it should be buried, it should be put in the Hall of Shame? 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Pistons host the Nuggets tonight in Game 2 of 3 of their homestand. Dennis Schroeder and Simone Fontecchio are probable to play. Schroeder missed last game with a left ankle sprain, I should say. Tip at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Red Wings and Blue Jackets will practice outdoors at the Horseshoe today ahead of their Stadium Series game tomorrow. Weather always a factor in those outdoor games, so how's it looking for tomorrow? That's Dean Matsuzaki, VP of Events for the NHL, who puts together the game. The Tigers lost to the Blue Jays 10-7 today in Dunedin. Utility man Matt Vierling will not be ready for opening day. A.J. Hinch spoke about the trickle-down impact of that today. Quote, guys still need to earn their way onto this team. Third base, center field, right field, and a little bit of left field are all affected. We have different ways to put this team together. No singular position is suddenly open. It's more about the sum of the parts, and we'll have to sort that out over the next month, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Jeremy Otto, 248-539-9797. It's Friday. Stony in for Mike, who will be back on Friday. It is the Valenti Show with Rico, the Hatchet Man, Kenny Cott hanging in. We have Who Said It coming up around 4:30. We have a couple of ticket texts on Jalen and the little brother deal, huh?
Yeah, we have some ticket texts here, and then I know we're having fun, but I have to mention something that I found. But let me read the ticket text here. Someone says, little brother has mopped the floor with Michigan the last 3 minutes. So who is the real little brother? Another person says, Michigan guys comparing their stuff to MSU and thinking about MSU on a night MSU isn't even playing. Talk about little brother mentality. Oh, my.
Now, in all fairness, he got asked the question,
Correct.
But this is one where you just let it go by. Let the pitch go by. Just don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Exactly. Just ignore it. Someone says, if we get rid of little brother, we have to also tell Ohio State to stop using the team up north reference.
Well, I think that's asinine as well.
And because there's still people who use it, Ohio.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
That was ridiculous.
Correct.
When we play Ohio,
Yeah.
Ohio Bobcats? No, the Buckeyes.
That
That's Ohio
was
State.
Brady Hoke who brought that ridiculous thing, and then
Yeah.
Beeline took it and ran with it. At least Harbaugh and I believe some of the other people there at least call them Ohio State, and Michigan does not take away letters from the alphabet, which is the stupidest freaking thing I've ever seen in my life.
You're exactly right. One more here says, Jalen ain't hyping up Michigan or talking bad about Michigan State. He ain't talking. Dude is a clown and has never contributed to TV ever.
I disagree with that. I thought he was pretty good on, Get Up when that started. I thought he's been good on some other platforms, but that's just an opinion. That's all subjective.
Correct.
All right. We have a little NFL news now.
Yeah, we do have a little NFL news here.
You seem a little bit disturbed by this.
Well, I am, because this is Lions fans should be worried here. We've talked about the whole Myles Garrett thing and how he's available. And I know the GM said we're not trading him. Then the coach said, yeah, we're not trading him. But Myles Garrett wants out of here. And we've talked about it here on this show, on this station, about should the Lions go after him. Many believe they won't or they don't need to. Well, this is the worry, though, because the Athletics' Diana Rossini reporting, she was on the Scoop City podcast. Here's her quote. Here's what some people are saying right now, that Howie is willing to move on from some of these guys because he's looking to make a big swing and take a big swing. And that big swing could be Myles Garrett.
So Howie Roseman.
Howie Roseman is looking to make a huge deal here to get Myles Garrett, meaning he's going to possibly trade some of his current players to do it. Like, why can't this ever be Detroit? And I get it. Not everybody makes these moves.
Right.
But we talk about all the time, Rico. Why can't you be in the news? Why can't this be Brad Holmes is thinking about, even if he doesn't do it? We never hear this stuff in Detroit.
But let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, Stoney. You go first.
Does it really matter? It matters if they would get Myles Garrett. Does it really matter if Diana Rossini, Jacina Anderson, anybody reports that, Brad Holmes said he would do this.
It does to me because it means you're serious about this thing.
You know what it feels like? It was like the Alex Bregman. You felt like the Tigers were trying to do something and trying to make a move. And it turns out they were willing to even overpay. And when he turned you down, it sucked. But you know what? Man, you bat like right now, the Giants and Matthew Stafford. They can tell their fans, hey, guys, we tried our best to try to upgrade this team. He just said no.
Howie Roseman said this. Our GM said the exact opposite. We are not going to spend big on a free agent or on a trade.
And that's
different.
That's what bothers me because he knows they want another one. Window is now, and I'll let go of some starters to bring in somebody even better. The thing is here, I think our GM values the players here and thinks that they're just as good as everybody else. Newsflash, everybody's not as good as Myles Garrett.
No.
Newsflash, he's probably, if you brought Myles Garrett in on this defense, I hate to say it, he would be the best player on the defense.
Yes.
Okay? So that means nobody is safe. And he would be better than everybody. You want to make that move. But Brad, in my opinion, set it up. And David, it kind of leads into what I had said earlier. Look, I'll ask this question of the people. Stoney, I'll ask it of you. Now, I think that the Lions window is now. I do think that you should do whatever you can to get a Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons or any of the big free agent trade acquisitions out there.
Hendrickson, any of those guys.
But the question is, would you rather go that route? Let's just call that plan A or plan B. You let Brad cook, and Brad comes in, and in the first 3 rounds of the draft, drafts defensive linemen, whether it's edge rushers, defensive tackles, hybrid linebackers. But the first 3 rounds are rookies that you can control the salary because remember, he said he was worried about money.
Right.
You can control that. You don't know what you're getting, but you're going to bring in 3 guys rather than going after one of the big names.
This won't come as a surprise, but I'm somewhere in the middle because if you tell me you're going to draft 3 rookies at that position, or those positions, oh, beautiful. Ozarike, Pascal, Broderick Martin. That didn't work the way you wanted it to. Okay?
But this is a draft that's deep in defensive linemen.
I get that. I get that. All right. However, to me, the Myles Garrett thing is a pipe dream or one of those big 4, might be a pipe dream depending on what you have to give up. To me, I would go for somebody in the Khalil Mack, the tier below, not somebody who's better than Zadarius Smith, but if they kept their draft picks and signed Khalil Mack or whatever, I'd be happy with that. That way you get the best of both worlds.
No, I get you.
Look, the best thing of all, of course, is to get Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett would be the best. There's no doubt about it. But are they going to? Do they have? Here's the other thing. Maybe he's made the conversations in the call to Cleveland, and Cleveland says you just don't have enough because you're going to trade draft picks that aren't going to be as good as other teams. Now it's going to be better than Philly because Philly won the Super Bowl, but Philly might be willing to trade Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis.
Right, who's really good, but he's not as good as they ain't trading Jalen Carter.
Right.
Okay. So, do the Lions have what it would take to get Myles Garrett?
Look, even though it may be lip service, if I'm a Lions fan, it would bother me that you hear Howie Roseman saying, yeah, we're willing to do whatever it takes to get this done. Juxtapose that to Brad saying, Brad Holmes, well, I don't think we can afford him.
This is a team coming off winning the Super Bowl, and they're like, yeah, let's go. Let's make a big move. Do it again. Like,
it would bother me. I mean, I don't know how Lions fans feel. It would bother me.
Oh, I know how Lions fans feel. Let Brad cook.
No, I think most of them would want them to go after Myles Garrett.
I don't know, because after he came out, Stoney, I think it started off Myles Garrett, but after Holmes talked, it was more of a, well, we just kind of trust in Brad, and Brad's going to figure this thing out. And, hey, when they come out and say, hey, I saw how great our defense looked when everybody was healthy, and we were pretty good stopping the run and the pass.
And imagine how much better you'd be with Myles Garrett. Am I in the minority here about wanting Myles Garrett in this town?
I think you are.
I don't think so.
I do, Kenny. I think you're in the minority. I think most people, when Brad Holmes came out and said how great the defense was against the run and the pass when they were healthy, folks were like, well, yeah, if everybody's healthy, this is one of the best defenses. It's like, and you can still get better, because I'll ask a question again. If you got Myles Garrett, tell me which defensive player would be better than him on your current team. I'll wait.
Right. Because Aiden still has a question because of the injury. And
even if Aiden wasn't injured.
No, he's not as good as Myles Garrett.
He's still not as good as Myles Garrett. And that's not a knock against Aiden.
No.
Myles Garrett, first ballot Hall of Famer.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
He's that guy. He's still out there getting it done. He's not like on the decline where he's barely he's still out there putting
There's
up.
nobody in the league as good as Myles Garrett.
You know what Lions fans just heard? Oh, you don't like Hutch.
Well, there are a few idiots who would feel that way, but no.
Well, I went to school. Sparty.
No. I mean, there are a few people who would interpret it that way, but they'd be wrong. You're going to tell me that Aiden Hutchinson is better than Myles Garrett? No. His career will last longer. Yes.
I think
But still, Myles Garrett is the best player at that position in the National Football League. So, yeah, you would do whatever. If there's anybody out there, okay, who would not trade, hypothetically, 2 number 1s and a 3, or 2 number 1s and 2 3s, you wouldn't trade that for Myles Garrett, then you should not be watching football.
I'm with you, because it bothers me. I'm not a Lions fan. It should bother you. 248-5399.
And here's the other thing about Myles Garrett. The whole culture and all that. He's perfect. Every great teammate, great in the community. I mean, hell, at the trading deadline, he said he would stay in Cleveland because they still had like that glimmer of a chance still. Mm-hmm. He was a great Brown, and finally, enough is enough. We don't partly because of the cap.
But when you hear Philly saying, "Yeah, we'll trade starters to get him," and you're saying, "Yeah, we can't afford him,"
right?
Seems like a little bit of a disconnect. That's all I got to say.
97 won the ticket.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. A judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching, with brand new plate-loaded equipment like machines like the hack squat and the supine benches. It also includes free weights, cable towers, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters. Guys, you get it. They got a lot of equipment, and they have everything that you're looking for. That's Planet Fitness. There's over 50 throughout the Metro Detroit area. But wait, I am not done, because they also have convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. You get all of this $15 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $15 a month to get started. There's over 50 in the Metro Detroit area, or you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Eagles GM comes out, says, hey, basically, we'll do whatever it takes to try to get Myles Garrett here if we can. That includes, we'll trade some starters, whatever. Everything is on the table, juxtaposed to Brad Holmes saying, hey, we can afford it.
Probably not.
Probably not.
By the way, some breaking news. Joel Embiid officially out for the season.
Yeah, okay.
He was out for the season before the season started.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, and by the way, real quick, more breaking news, Stoney. Your guy ran a 4.2940.
Touchdown, Lakers! How did Kentucky get him away from Michigan or Michigan State?
They
had a pipeline.
Oh, I know.
A lot of these kids.
Oh, I know.
Tech kids go there.
It's called NIL before NIL.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is that a McDonald's bag full of cash? What?
Guess I'm headed down 75.
By the way, not to digress, but didn't both Michigan and Michigan State try to make Vince Marr an assistant coach or something?
Yeah, if you can't beat them, get them on your staff.
Yeah.
And we can. Each school made them richer at Kentucky.
Sure did.
Yes, they did.
Sure did.
They didn't give him many more wins, though.
Tons of leverage there he had. Let me read a couple ticket texts here.
Yes.
Someone says, I do think that Myles Garrett will be unstoppable in Detroit, but what is wrong with Aiden Hutchinson and Zadarius Smith?
That's not as good as Myles Garrett. It's just that simple. I don't know.
Myles Garrett is an improvement.
Yes.
It's nothing wrong with them. Just because you want to improve upon something doesn't mean the original thing is bad. It just means you can get it to be better.
Yeah.
I say let Brad cook. Okay.
Okay, why? Give me some reasons.
Because that's just a stupid phrase that people say.
I know.
They absolutely love that phrase. Someone says, Davis shouldn't even be allowed to speak on what the Lions can do. He's a Steelers fan, so stick to your perennial 9-18.
I'll say it. I want Myles Garrett.
Okay, yes.
2 firsts and a third.
You're a Red Wings fan.
All right.
Right.
For somebody who's ripping on David for a perennial 9-18, how many Super Bowls do you have, David?
Oh, more than 0.
Yes, okay.
I'm not going to do that, though.
I will.
Dude.
I'm a Lion fan.
Yeah.
And I'm still, come on, really? One has nothing to do with the
Correct.
other.
Thank you. This is Detroit radio.
Yes.
I'm going to talk about the Lions.
And you like the Lions. You're not one of those Lion haters at all.
Well, no comment. It's even more confusing when it's been reported the Lions checked in on Garrett the most during the trade deadline. So why would Brad take the opposite approach now?
Maybe he's doing something different. Maybe he's playing possum.
The only thing I can think of is Brad is looking at this year's draft and is very deep in defensive linemen and saying, I could probably get 2 or 3 guys this year, have them under salary control for the next 4 or 5 seasons, and go that route and just hope that I strike gold with one and hope that at least one is good of the 2 or 3 that I bring in.
Yeah.
And then I save money and I can make everybody happy because he wants to pay his guys. He's very loyal to it.
Which is great. I'm glad that's good.
But I like the fact that Howie was just like, yeah, I love you guys, but if I could trade one of you to get him, get to stepping.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And let me be fair here, okay? Because while
Steeler
I am upset that
Take
I'm
your
not
Pimani brothers and
I am upset not hearing Brad Holmes being talked about in the way that Howie Roseman is being talked about. But let me be fair. Maybe Brad Holmes is in the background doing some work. And it may not be Myles Garrett. It could be Trey Hendrickson. Maybe it's Max Crosby. It could be something in the works. It could be. But it's just upsetting when you just hear this news about a team that just won the Super Bowl that's not going to rest on their laurels, and just go at it again. And that's impressive. I want to hear that stuff in Detroit, not just the Lions. I want to hear it with every Detroit team that you're aggressive to make yourself better. That's it.
Look, maybe he's just cooking. Just the recipe he's cooking isn't as good as you want. That's all it is.
It takes time like gumbo. Maybe.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I'm looking for that grill that you're just quickly getting things done.
you want the smash burger.
Yes, give me the smash burger.
David probably had about 10 George Foreman grills. Got to get done quickly.
Get it done quickly. Yeah, you're right about that. Can we agree that it's going to cost multiple first-round picks to acquire Myles Garrett?
Yes.
Giving that much draft capital, you have to re-sign the guy, and we can't afford to What about you don't?
Okay. Can I real quick?
Yeah.
First of all, it's probably going to require you coming off of a player or two because you draft so low. But as far as worrying about re-signing him, first of all, you have him for 2 years that you don't have to worry about. So let's just say your window is 2 years. You let it run its course, and if you win the whole thing, you don't care.
Right.
Ask the Rams about that.
Exactly.
They didn't care. The other thing is the cap will keep going up. So I can only imagine by the time the cap rolls around in 3 seasons from now, it'll probably be at an additional $75 to $100 million.
Here's the other thing. Let's say, hypothetically, you're talking 2 number ones and whatever, a third, whatever. But the 2 number ones, that texter was focused on 2 number ones, right? In my mind, you're only giving up 1 number one because one of them is Myles Garrett, right? So you're trying to tell me that Myles Garrett is not better than, he's probably, in my mind, better than 2 number ones to begin with, but he's definitely better than 1.
Rico, a boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. Could even be a boat.
Could be a boat.
Right.
Oops. That was me. That was my mistake there. Call back. Tony and Macomb, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Got me fired.
Hey, boys, how are you?
Hey.
Good, I guess.
My question with the Myles Garrett thing where people just don't want him, have you ever watched him play? The guy is unbelievable. So to pretend like we can just go out there and grab another Myles Garrett is crazy to me.
Well,
this is Detroit. I
the other-
don't understand why we're acting like we've been here before.
Because you said it right. You said, have you never seen Myles Garrett play before? For some reason, people love and crave, maybe more here than other places, but I think it's not that different. People love the unknown.
Yeah.
We know Myles Garrett. He's a great player. He plays for a crappy team. But what, as you termed it, the mystery box? It's the unknown.
I
Ooh.
get that. And the whole let Brad cook, I'm with it. I understand. But you can't make a better defensive end in a lab than you can Myles Garrett. At this point, 2 first and a third, kick in a fifth while we're at it, we'll get them quicker.
Yeah. What do you think Philly's going to have to give up if they're going to give up players? They might have to give up Jordan Davis and Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean. One of those. They might have to.
Yeah.
And they would do it.
Yes, they would.
Especially because they won the freaking Super Bowl last year.
You got a touchdown on your birthday. Happy birthday.
You're going to Cleveland.
You're going to Cleveland.
Thanks for the Super Bowl ring.
But hey, we'll ship your ring to you. Love you, buddy.
Yeah. And they should.
Enjoy the skyline.
You know what? You're going to go down in Philly history like Nick Foles.
Yeah.
But you the man.
Right.
You the man.
That's right.
You know what? You won't buy a drink ever here in this city, but you're a Brown now.
That's right. Exactly.
Let me read this one here. Someone says, yeah, I will say it. Hutch is better. 5 games, 7.5 sacks. Garrett, 17 games, 14 sacks. I will take Hutch. John from Richmond.
And Stoney has left the building. I can't believe.
Hutch. He's not better than Myles Garrett.
How is it that another person named Mike storms out of the studio?
I think it's the chair.
The chair's next, believe me.
Oh, I forgot about that. But yeah, guys, no. Hutch is good. Hutch may be great, but he's not Myles Garrett. Don't look at it as, oh, you're saying he's nothing. No, I'm saying that Hutch has the potential to be great, especially if he bounces back from this injury. He's not Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, first ballot Hall of Famer. Nobody would argue with you. Hutch has a way to go. You know what? Who said it? Next. 97.1.
The telephone number, if you'd like to get a hold of us on this Friday, is 248-539-9797. I have calmed down. Took my cold shower there, and I'm okay. With people that believe that Myles Garrett is better than Aiden Hutchinson. Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for Who Said It? All right, David, first question from somebody who doesn't get to play very often but listens a lot. What time period of shows are we dealing with here?
I'm looking through just to confirm. We're looking at 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay, so Wojo for his one day is eligible.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
'Cause I am.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Can't wait.
It's such a cool show that I really wanted to make sure I understood what I was watching the second season, so I paused it.
Definitely talking Severance.
Yeah.
It's not this show because Mike wasn't here.
And actually, what's funny is because I was talking to Jimmy about different shows today, as you know.
Yeah, I told you don't waste your time.
I know, but Jimmy did tell me that there's somebody who really absolutely loves the show.
Well, Doug Karsh, he is admitted on air.
So I'm going to say Doug Karsh.
One more time.
But I'm going to.
I don't think they did a big Severance thing, though.
One more time, David.
It's such a cool show that I really wanted to make sure I understood what I was watching the second season, so I paused it.
Oh, pausing maybe means he stopped watching it, so maybe it isn't Doug.
No,
Wojo would not use the word cool. Rieger would. You know,
Rieger's not watching it, though.
It's like a morning show thing to me.
I'll go with my original. I'll just say Doug because it's lame to go back.
God, see, I think.
Could this be a surprise, Heather?
Oh.
I'm just ideas here, folks. Just ideas.
Does the baby's head fall off in the show?
Yeah. Well, you got to think of who would have time to do it. Costa would definitely have time. He just sits around playing video games and watching TV. Heather might. Tom wouldn't. You know, he's busy. He's got kids. He'll tell you about it.
Oh, he will?
Yes.
I had no idea he had kids.
I didn't either.
Yeah, he'll tell you about it.
John wouldn't watch unless his
No
wife
way,
wanted to watch.
John. Unless there's a football helmet.
I'm going to guess
Or
Heather.
John Wayne.
I'm locking in Heather.
I'm going to go Costa.
I'm going to go Costa as well. This
like he's trying to. Yeah, it's a cool show. I just had to pause it because I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not going to Evan myself.
All right, David, who said it?
But I did have a conversation with Costa, and he said that he watched it on his vacation.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So we're all locked in.
Yeah.
Who said it?
Oh.
Nailed it.
Great
There
job.
you go, Kenny.
Great
Kenny.
job, Kenny.
We were in the ballpark, though.
No, you got it. I kind of
All
let
right.
you there, but you got it.
Number 2. That is not an easy skill to master.
That's the quote.
David, come on, man.
You know what? Detroit Lions.
Football.
Sports. 248-539. Who said it?
I did this one because Evan is always like, one day he's going to come in and just say
say
football.
sports.
Okay, so what is it again, Evan? I mean, David?
That is not an easy skill to master.
Easy skill to master sounds either like Gator or John. That's what I hear.
It's not this show.
I'm going to guess.
John.
I'm going to guess Gator because Doug showed him a video. No, I'm going to say it's Doug. Doug showed Gator a video of Shaden Sharp's dunk the other night, and Gator was like not impressed, it seemed like.
Really?
And the dunk was like one of the best I've ever seen in game.
Gator try to do that.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to guess Doug was talking to him like it's not an easy.
Go ahead,
you know what?
Rico.
I'm going to say Kang. That's my final answer.
I'm
You talked yourself out of everything you just did.
I'm going to say Doug because I just hear it in that Doug as he wraps up the topic. Well, and that's not an easy skill to master. Let's move on.
I'm going to go with Gator.
Somebody's got to be right.
Yeah.
So we all locked in?
Yeah.
All right. Who said it?
Yes. 2 in a row.
What was he talking
They
about?
were talking about the tush push. Let me explain. Because I did not
He
want
does
to.
have a bunch of kids.
Yeah, I did. I had 10.
Some would say he's mastered it then.
I think he knows the skills.
He's He-Man, master of the universe.
I had 10 seconds of a quote, but if I would have continued, you would have known because he was talking about offensive line, how difficult it is. You're on your, so you would have known. So I was being funny with that.
Good job, David.
That's good, and yeah, you're being a real Richard.
I know.
He did cross my mind, but I was thinking food, like because thinks he can make ribs better than anybody in the world.
He thinks he can do anything better than anyone in the world. Number 3, it's a hard league, but if you tell me every weekend I get 3 out of 4 points, hell yeah.
I'm going to use the jank rule.
That sounds like something either Costa or Karsh would say, talking about the Wings from the weekend. Gator wouldn't say hard league. That would be Karsh. I'm going to say Doug.
I'm going to say Jeff Rieger because of the hell yeah at the end. Hell yeah.
I'm going to say the host of the midday show, Kenny Kang.
Is everybody locked in?
Yeah.
Are you ready to Kenny to tell him why you're out?
Because I believe this is me. I think I said this.
We're all locked in. Who said it?
Yeah.
The co-host of the midday show.
Did you say it on our show or the midday?
I don't.
It was this show.
Oh,
this show.
It was Monday. We were talking about the Wings, and you, Stoney, asked him about the weekend of the Red Wings.
Oh, okay.
So
because I think I said something similar on middays. I can't remember.
Wow, just repeating yourself, huh?
That's what I'm a one-trick pony, man.
I guess so.
Number 4, there's a Bob Evans. Ooh, there's a Red Lobster. There's a Ponderosa. There's a Chili's. There's a Hooters.
I have to jank myself.
I think I do too.
A lot of food places. Is Gator too obvious of an answer?
I think this is Wojo and Rieger talking about Wojo's trip to spring training.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's got to be Rieger. Wait, what is it again, David?
There's a Bob Evans. Ooh, there's a Red Lobster. There's a Ponderosa. There's a Chili's. There's a Hooters.
This sounds like Rieger, like looking at a map of something because he's, there's this. So I'm going to go Jeff Rieger.
We have a drop of the guy saying, ooh.
Oh, Wojo?
Yeah.
He was talking about that they were in Lakeland.
Right,
and it's
on
like,
I-4. There's
it's the
every
restaurants
fast
that have
food,
gone
yes.
to die are all there.
Right. And then Rieger even asked him, is Bill Knapp still there?
Yeah.
Yes.
I heard it.
It's the ooh.
I'm so glad you got that, Evan, because that's why I left the ooh in there. So good. All right. Number 5. I think spring training is one of the most overrated things in all of sports.
Ooh. Like the reporting? That's overrated.
Yeah, I could have said that, but I don't.
Wait, Mike's not eligible, right?
Mike Stone or Mike Fellini?
Fellini.
Yeah, he texted that in.
Right.
Overrated.
I don't think
about
middays would have said this
No
because they love
chance.
themselves.
And they
in
do
spring training.
they do updates every week.
Yeah.
Not Costa. Not Tom.
Did we? I don't think we talked about
I'm going to say Michael Stone.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Rieger.
I'm going to. Ooh, that sounds like
He loves it, though. He eats it up.
Tom?
Does he?
Gov?
No, Rieger eats up spring
he
training,
does?
I was about
man.
to say,
I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to switch to Gov.
I'm gonna go Gov.
Because
That's
I
the
think
only
we
one
were
left.
because I think we were talking about all the stories that come out of spring training that mean absolutely nothing 3 weeks later.
Yeah, I'm going to
So
say
that's
Stone.
why I
I'm
think
sticking with Stone.
I think it was
Gov.
me.
Got 2 Govs, 2 Stones.
So we're all locked in, huh?
We in?
Who said it?
Oh, I shouldn't have switched. Damn you, Evan.
He loves spring training.
He gets to go see his family. You know,
I can't
he's-
believe you made me switch, you son of a...
Yeah, you would have been perfect.
We got in one more because I don't want to end with.
I got
nothing.
one more.
You still haven't got one yet?
No.
No, he didn't even get the one when I was like, it's not Rieger.
No, I did say Wojo, but I figured at that point.
All right, one more try, Rico. One more try.
Gator. It's Gator.
Jeremy Otto.
Today.
Great one.
All right, here we go. Bringing Tobias back, is that a big move? Is that a good move? Who's Malik Beasley? What is
Start it over.
Okay, let me start over. Bringing Tobias back, is that a big move? Is that a good move? Who's Malik Beasley? What is he going to do for this team? I don't know. New coach, new GM. I don't know.
Very nuanced take there.
He sounded like Donald Sterling. He's like, who's Malik Beasley? Who's Tobias?
That makes me think midday, so I probably should have heard this.
I'm going to say Jansen. Like he's trying to praise.
Yeah, that people were dog. Well, who was Malik Beasley?
Yeah.
See, I'm going to go smarmy
Costa.
Food, guard.
I'm going to guess.
I could see Doug being kind of passive about.
See, I was thinking.
No, he wasn't on today.
I was thinking Gator, just rambling about it.
I'm going to go Karsh.
I'm going to go Gator.
We in?
We in, everybody? All right. Who said it?
Let's go. Almost perfect. Thanks, Evan.
Wow. Impressive.
You know what? I hate this game.
I'm going to mic.
You know what we should do? What if we did a show from 6 p.m. until midnight?
Anybody that's not in the hours that are specified. Weekends, night hosts.
Oh, just open it up to everybody?
I was
Podcast.
I was watching junior hockey and I saw
Update
the Guelph
anchors.
Platers play. And
Can we get
let me
update
tell you
anchors?
something.
We'll see about this.
Nobody's watched more junior hockey than me.
All right, let's move on.
I know who you're trying to impersonate, but it might be the worst I have ever heard.
Hey.
It was
That
last
was
one.
who said it.
Let's move on.
97-1.
I can just start whenever. Stoney here telling you about Planet Fitness. I love my
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Red Hot Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Nuggets. Demand for tickets continues to raise. That's Chief Revenue Officer Dan Lefton for the Pistons. Hear the broadcast right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Fontecchio and Schroeder are probable to play tonight. The Tigers lost to the Blue Jays 10-7 in Grapefruit League play. Kerry Carpenter hit his first homer of the spring. Reese Olson also on the mound for his spring debut. He went 2, allowing a pair of earned runs, both off solo shots. His fastball did reach an average of 96 miles an hour, though. That's 1.8 higher than last season's totals. Former Lions first-round selection Matthew Stafford has worked out a deal to remain in L.A. The Rams gave Stafford permission to work out a deal with other teams and was in contact with the Raiders and Giants. Sixers star Joel Embiid has been ruled out for the rest of the NBA season with a left knee injury. Embiid has missed 39 games this year for Philly. Auburn football coach Hugh Freeze has been diagnosed with an early form of prostate cancer. He will undergo treatment and is expected to fully recover. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If I'm reading the schedule correctly, Mr. Jeffrey Rieger will be joining us from the Little Caesars Arena tonight in anticipation of the arrival of Kenneth Cott for his second straight Pistons game. That's right.
Well, you know what happens when those two get together?
Mm-hmm.
Great things happen for the Pistons.
That's true. And tonight it is Denver, the Joker, Jamal Murray, a team that, they won the championship 2 years ago. Pistons beat last year's champion Wednesday night. And as you just heard in the update from Jeremy Otto, Mr. Dan Lefton, one of the Pistons, CEOs or whatever you want to call the chief financial officer. Game is a sellout. They said it could be the biggest crowd at Little Caesars Arena, definitely for a basketball game. And the buzz is legitimate. I mean, this is so cool. And even if they lose tonight, they lose tonight, okay? That's what's relevant to me is that, at least for right now, professional basketball is back in Detroit. And when you have people who are on the fringe, like Kenny, going down to these games to see a team that, not only tries hard, is fun to watch, most of their players are young, with a really good future, and they are still really good. And then it's not a great team. I'm not going to sit here and BS you and say, this is a championship contender. No, they're not. But you see for the first time in years, over a decade, almost 2 decades, dare I say, of a team that is going in the right direction.
Yes, Tony, I think that this is a statement game for the Pistons, a statement night for them. To back up what you did in really handling the Boston Celtics, and now you're going up against the previous champion in the Denver Nuggets. And yes, they're coming off of a back-to-back, but it doesn't matter. This is, once again, you stake your claim at home at the LCA. You kind of put the NBA on notice. We're here to stay, guys. Mm-hmm. We're not a cute team. We're not a fun team. We're a team that's in this thing to try to win it. Now, we may not be the best team this year, but the Pistons need to give the statement, we're going to be in a fist fight with some folks.
Yeah.
You don't want to see us. And I'm going to say it again. This is the opportunity for Cade Cunningham to become one of those household names in the NBA.
Yeah. Somebody that, when the Pistons go on the road, people say, you know what? Detroit's in town. I want to go see Cade Cunningham.
Yeah. Instead of, how many times was it Pistons fans, or not even basketball fans, but like, hey, the Lakers are in town. Hey, the Mavs are in town. Hey, the Suns are in town. Hey, the Nets are in town.
Tonight. I mean, normally, if this was a couple years ago or even last year, hey, I want to see the Joker.
Yeah. And now I want to see the Pistons because they're playing a good team.
Yeah.
But I want to see the Pistons win.
Absolutely. 248-539-9797. I don't know if you're going to the game tonight. Maybe you're going tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets like I am. It's, it's so refreshing, and it doesn't take away anything from any of the other teams because for the most part, the Wings have obviously been pretty good as well. We know about the Lions. The Tigers had the surprising run. And Detroit sports is, I don't know, cool again. If you think about it, the Lions are probably the closest to a championship, although the Tigers basically got 6 outs away from being in the Final Four. But yeah, it's great to see. And anytime great players come to your town and you have a chance to beat them, and they beat Jason Tatum and the Celtics the other night. Yeah, Brown didn't play. I don't care. Pistons had injuries too. You win tonight against, Jokic, who's, might be the MVP again, although SGA is the favorite right now. Yeah, so do I. This is great. This is just great stuff. And I just wondered if, especially if your game starts at 7:00, there might be people on their way downtown now. Are you excited? What's your anticipation for not just tonight, but for the rest of the season?
I think it has to be high, and I think tonight solidifies it. Tonight, kind of like the Boston victory, validated everything that you did because it was cute for us. Mm-hmm. Okay, you know what? When they won more games than they have in the last couple seasons, we talked about it. But this is your coming out week in the NBA. You beat the Celtics, and the next day, you're the lead story on national shows. You beat the Celtics, and then you turn around and you beat the Nuggets, and now, once again, you're back on the front page. Other cities are starting to take notice. What the heck is going on in Detroit? I thought they were done. They've turned this thing around. They went from being bottom feeders a year ago or 2 years ago to now they're legitimate. And they're doing it, but not because they got this great draft pick.
No.
They're doing it because they made deals. They're doing it because they actually give a damn. And they actually go out there and play hard every night. That's what makes a team so scary. Oh, you didn't land the number 1 overall pick, and you get Wimbayama, and all of a sudden you're good.
Well, they did with Cade, but that was a few years ago.
But that was years ago. Right. I'm saying you had Cade, and you were at the bottom. You had Cade, and you went on, what was it, the 28 game losing streak
last year.
And now you still got this team, but now they're playing together, and you did it the old-fashioned way through a couple of trades and picking up some kind of cast-offs, and you just kind of developed your own players, and now you're winning. So that's a bigger statement than, oh, you hit the lottery last year and now you turned good.
248-539-9797 and a ticket text as well. And the other thing is you're becoming, embraced to a certain extent nationally. Top story on some of the shows this week, especially after beating the Celtics. But in a weird way, there's some fan bases who kind of starting to get a little hate for the Pistons because, look, Isaiah Stewart is a tough SOB to play against. Malik Beasley, I know we love him, and we should, but if you're a fan of another team, when he shakes that ass in front of your team's bench, the little shimmy shake, I know how fans would react to that kind of stuff. They might not like it, but it's just awesome that we have. It's a Friday night, and we're talking about the Pistons in late February.
Yeah, that's something that we haven't really done since going to work Pistons.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Blake Griffin deal, but it was more like some people thought they'd hope they lose so they wouldn't make the playoffs and whatever.
Yeah, you were actually kind of disappointed when they made the playoffs because honestly, if you blink, you missed them.
Yeah.
Like, wait, they were in the playoffs? Yeah, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's funny because you're right, Rico. We were so bad last year, and the only hope it felt like was to get the number 1 pick or number 2 pick or whatever, and we didn't. And everyone in this town was just whatever.
Yeah.
They just ignored it because it's like, there's no hope anymore.
Right. I mean,
we have no pathway.
Detroit versus everyone. We get the 5th pick every year in like every sport.
It was like, what are we doing again? And no one cared. I would bring the Pistons up at the barbershop, and they would laugh at me and say, all right, move on, guy. We're talking Lions.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk the Pistons, okay? but we are in such a different spot to where everyone's going to the games. Everyone wants to talk about them. Everyone wants to watch them. You are asking the bars to turn to the Pistons game.
Oh, there have been, David, I've been so many times over the past 15 years where I've been out and the Pistons were playing and they weren't even on any of the 8 TVs, or if they were on the smallest one. Even when the Wings weren't playing, or even when Michigan or Michigan State weren't playing. Some random NBA, random NHL, hell, some women's college basketball would have better, viewership in on the bar than your own team. That's how, not just that they were bad, just how irrelevant and apathetic people were to the Pistons. And now that's different.
Now it's very different. Now, yeah, you're that team, and that's why I said this is a game that you've been waiting for. You're going up against a good team. You're going up against a championship team, and it's a measuring stick, and you kind of feel like, okay, we can compete with them. We're on that level.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll take your calls, your texts. That's coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, folks. They will find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you money and keep it in your pocket. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and choose from the great deals they have on the lineup of new 2025 Chevrolets. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, so you don't have to wait. And that includes the February Rico deal, last day of it. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for $279 a month for 36 months. All you got to do is walk in with $995 down, and you will drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound, right? Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
248-539-9797. We'll get some texts in a second. Let's go to DeVal in Madison Heights. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, DeVal? Hey, I got 42 minutes left.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
Oh, okay. So this Pistons team, I'm thinking right now how good they are. This is not a team that's just going to get into the playoffs and get swept. This is a team that's going to get in there and give somebody all they can handle. You know, like a 6 or 7 game series. And if it's New York we end up playing, I think we beat them, to be honest.
I won't go that far. I think they'll win a couple of games.
Will.
Okay. All right. I hope you're right. There's nothing that would make me happier than seeing the most overrated franchise in all of sports history lose in the first round of the Pistons.
I would say this, DeVale, it would be the whole court at home, steal one on the road.
Right. And when that's how I see that. I think we would beat New York in 6 games. This team is reminding me of the Oklahoma City Thunder when they were young, and they got in as an 8 seed in their first couple of years, and they played the Lakers, and they gave them and Kobe all they can handle. There was like 4-2, and then that game 6 when the Lakers clinched, it took a last-second shot by Gasol to win that series. I'm seeing something like that.
I think you're a little ahead of yourself because if my memory is correct, I mean they had Westbrook, KD, and Harden. They were young. And there's another player. I don't think anybody's to that level except for maybe Cade. What?
Well, they had Serge Ibaka too at that point.
Right.
The thing is, I'm not calling any of them Kevin Durant or Westbrook or anything, but my correlation with those two is they were young, and no one was really looking at them like that. They were okay. They're just gonna get swept by LA or get swept by New York or whoever.
I agree with you.
I agree. I'm looking at it.
I agree with you. You're
but
right.
They're gonna sneak up on somebody. Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna get swept. I agree there. Whether they win a series or not, that remains to be seen. Everything's about matchups. The Knicks have been playing awful defense, but they got Mitchell Robinson back, and he's their best defensive big guy. He just came back, making his debut for the season, I think, either today or tomorrow.
Yeah, that OKC team, he's right. They had KD, they had Westbrook, they had James Harden. But, come on now. We got Cade, we got Malik Beasley, we got Jalen Duren, we got Ron Holland. We got guys, too, man.
Yeah, but they have a few Hall of Famers. We might have one.
I'm smart.
Oh, my gosh. I am all in on this team. Somebody says, Stoney, get real. You said whether the Pistons win or lose is irrelevant. Come on, man. What a defeatist attitude. It matters.
No, I mean, tonight's game. I mean, if they win tonight and lose tomorrow as opposed to lose tonight and win tomorrow, they're still 1-1 in these 2 games. That's my point.
Someone says, I run a sports bar. I have instructed my team to put the sound on for the Pistons games tonight.
You know what I'd like to know? And if sports bar person can text back, do sports bars subscribe to Peacock? Can they put Peacock up on TVs? Because I was at a sports bar last night, and it was like, well, no. So I'm like, okay, well, I got to leave because I need to go watch this Michigan game.
I got to leave. Bye-bye.
Right.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
Huh. Let's find out. Come on, text back. Let us know what you can do there. This ticket text says, this Pistons team is coming together very similarly to the way the Going to Work Pistons collaborated. That is Q Intemperance.
Well, yeah, there is some similarity between, this team and Carlisle's first year, right? This is J.B. Bickerstaff's first year, starting to develop an identity. There's a Carlisle.
So what you're saying is J.B. Bickerstaff won't be the coach to take them all the way. He will get fired in 3 years.
Oh.
And they will hire
in 2 years.
Larry Brown.
Yeah.
Popovich.
Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine?
No.
I could not see that happening at all.
No. Popovich coming off health issues and said, wait a second.
I said a few years.
Yeah, he takes a year off.
Yeah, I know, but he has Victor. So he ain't going anywhere.
But what if we get Victor?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Victor or Miles Garrett, 248.
How about Connor McDavid?
Trade Put deadline. Him in there as well.
At the trade deadline, right.
I always wonder what would be great if you could trade, between cities.
Sports.
Yes. How cool would that be?
What would you give up to get Connor McDavid? You give up what? Jameer Gibbs, Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, you'd
No,
have to get an Edmonton Eskimo to be named later, too.
I'm thinking, no, you probably give up Gibbs and maybe Beasley. And a first round pick from one of the sports.
Yeah.
And the Lions' first round pick, Gibbs and Malik Beasley.
Yeah, that brings back the Mills and Hunter for Chris Webber. Was that the one? Yeah. God.
So I have a response, not from the same guy that runs a sports bar, but the different guy says we do show Peacock at the Red Ox.
Okay, so I was just at the wrong place.
Yes.
Because I was like, no offense, I don't care about Duke, North Carolina women.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't care about that last night.
Michigan's got to play a big game here. No.
And this year, I don't think you really care that much about Duke, North Carolina men either, as you normally would.
Not at all. Someone else from downriver, a bar in downriver, says, yes, sports bars, we can stream the apps. Big Leagues, Brews down there, we can do it. So
okay. Good. I mean,
certain
good to
locations,
know.
yeah.
Good to know.
Mm.
Thank you for your timely response.
You just need to go to a different place.
I did. It's like, okay, yeah, I need to see
either that or call your place and say, hey, listen, you want Big Rico's money, you get Peacock.
You're right, because someone did say that apparently there are specialized subscriptions for bars, for Peacocks. That's a sports pass or whatever. So, yeah, you need to contact them and say, look, you need to get a part of this and get your special Peacock pass.
I mean, it's not like Big Ten games are shown on Peacock, are they? Exclusively. In basketball and football.
Are we a Big Ten area? We're town? Big
Can
Ten?
we play? Who do we?
I know we're a MAC conference.
Can we blame Kevin Warren for this or somebody else after that?
Oh, this is Kevin Warren's fault.
The Peacock, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because he signed this deal before he left. Or he got the deal
this...
together before he left.
Well, for us, it's not that big of a deal. For the schools, they love it. And then they cry poor. And now they're going to have to spread some of the wealth. It's like, guys, that's what I said. You don't have to grift your fans and alums for NIL packages.
No.
You get $100 million.
Right. You grifting them for Peacock.
So, right. But you know, between NBC and Big Ten Network and Fox,
yes,
over $100 million per school. Now, the new schools don't get that. If you just took 30% of that and said 30% of the money will go towards NIL to keep players there, you don't have to hold out your hat and say, help me, I'm poor. If you want to keep your star quarterback here, put a little money in the church collection plate. Because that's what it feels like.
They have it. You're right.
You have it. You just don't want to spend it.
No.
So where's the money going? On education? No, it's not.
No.
And building up, it's going in your pockets. That's where it's going.
It's going to those Olympic-style sports.
It ain't even doing that.
I know.
You take a dive in the Michigan State swimming pool, you'll break your neck.
The reason I'm laughing is because in high school we had a kid who dove into the pool during swimming and broke his arm.
Oh, why are you laughing then?
Oh,
that's not funny.
It was just a broken
he
arm.
laughed earlier about saying he killed someone. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's such a broken arm. It's not like the guy drowned or anything. 97 won the ticket.
Who is cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go for tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Let me read that one again. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long, new customers can get $100. Specs at LTU, you guys, you hear me talk about it all the time. You've been saying, you know what, these guys are having fun every Friday on the radio. Maybe you want a career in radio, or maybe you want to go into television, or you're a graphics design artist. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new path. I just need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. New semester is going to be coming up soon. You want to get your name on the register. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. What does that mean? You're going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? You know you want to do it. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Tank Dell, by the way, that's the receiver I was thinking of. Not Diggs, but Tank Dell is out.
Tank Dell will be back for the Super Bowl. What are you talking about?
In 2026.
Yeah, he had both those in, and he got shot too, right?
No, he didn't get shot. He just has ligaments all gone.
No, but who? There was a receiver.
That was Pearsall.
Yeah, I know that, but I thought Tank Dell was involved in something. Maybe it was a year or two before that, or he got a stray or something.
I don't know, but it wasn't this time.
No, he just tore up everything in his knee.
Yeah, I know that happened on that in that
David has him coming back and ready for the first game.
Yeah.
Sure do.
David and Greater Life going to go lay hands on Tank Dell. 248.
No, Tank Dell was involved with there was some bar shooting.
Yeah, I know it was
in Florida. But
yeah.
it was like last year before the season or something. A 16-year-old shot him before the season.
April, almost a year ago.
Yeah.
April 2024, Dell sustained minor injuries from a shooting in Florida. He was released from the hospital. Okay, so it wasn't a big deal, but he
tore his ligaments.
Shot, but he wasn't a big deal. Yes, right.
He tore his ligaments, Rico, and then while he was there, a kid came up to him and
shot him in the knee. Bang!
This has been a fun week.
You destroyed my fantasy team.
I'm sure there were people very upset about that.
He was on my team, but I wasn't. I was more worried about his health than my fantasy team.
Way to go, David.
No, I was worried about his health. I was.
Well, that's like the opposite of what you just said about Anthony Richardson. You don't care about him being a good human being.
No.
You just care about him being a player. So for Tank Dell, you don't care about his injury. You just care about your fantasy team.
I care about Anthony Richardson as a human being.
Right.
But my first priority right now is to get a starting quarterback. I don't need him to be a backup, and we're rehabilitating his life.
So, yeah. But Tank Dell, you probably cared more about how he affected your fantasy team than his actual injury to his legs.
Well, I won the championship, so I was okay with that.
Oh.
This is all
congratulations.
About you. Okay. It's all about you, David. So, he got shot, knees blown out. I won.
I did not mention this. I'm just responding to what was brought up. That's all.
Well, I understand that.
Proud of yourself.
248-539-9797. By the way, if you are headed down to the LCA tonight, where the Pistons are taking the Denver Nuggets, I think it would be a really good idea, because Rieger's down there. We'll hear from him shortly. You go down there and just give him a hug. He loves that. While he's on the air, just give him a hug. Because, Riggs always believes that people just think he's an idiot at times, but he's really not. He just plays one on the radio. So just show Jeff Rieger the love that he deserves tonight when you're down at the LCA.
Really?
Let me get this straight. You want people to accost me while I'm doing the radio show?
Yes, I want them to give you a hug.
Jordan Schultz, Ian Rappaport stuff happening.
I'm thinking Rieger's probably giving out the hugs after last night.
No, yeah. Listen, is it possible? Have you guys ever been through an experience where the game was so unenjoyable to watch? You're furious the entire time. Michigan looks so bad, and then they win it miraculously, and they somehow beat a bad Rutgers team. So I posted my frustration, and everybody's like, oh, you're such a negative SOB. You can't enjoy anything.
Well, actually,
that was a tough game to watch.
Actually, Rieger, there was a game like that, and now the ending wasn't as dramatic, but that would have been for you on Monday night against Nebraska.
That was bad, too. Was bad, too.
Or, Rieger, you could say the Lions went over the Texans.
That's true. 5 picks. You were talking about Tank Dell. Wasn't he wide open? And remember Carlton Davis, hunted him down and got that pick because C.J. Stroud threw that duck?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. 5 picks, and nobody felt good about that, but you ended up winning the game, and life was good.
All I have a question is for you, Jeff, is after halftime, you didn't celebrate the win, right? Because after halftime, I heard that you gave up.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
No, I didn't celebrate the win. I was happy they won because I just want to beat Michigan State to try to win a Big Ten title. That's all I care about. I was happy they won, but I don't like – David, you're no different. Nobody's different. you want to see your team play well. So when they don't play well in a big game, when something's on the line, you get frustrated.
I'm just not going to give up at halftime.
But David, you know what? After watching this team last season, I promised that I would never, ever, 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 ever bitch or whine about a win. Quote, Jeffrey Bartholomew Rieger.
Yes. I always ask my parents, why Bartholomew? They don't have an answer.
So tonight you get to witness, hopefully you'll stay for the game a little bit, because Cott's going to be there, and you get this, some star power, international star power with Jokic and Murray.
Well, I can't believe you guys aren't going to be down here, because right in front of me there is a massive line, because today is Michigan State Day at the Pistons game. So you wouldn't believe, Jeff Gussman, who is a wannabe Spartan, he's like pumping his fist. He's engineering the show today. The line is so long, so I'm like, what are these people waiting in line for? So I took a quick peek.
They're waiting in line. They're waiting in line to hug you.
No, it's a Michigan State Pistons like collaboration sweatshirt. It's actually pretty sweet, with the exception of it's Michigan State. So I tried to get U2 one, but they said no.
Yeah, you got to be a season ticket holder, I believe, or no, you got to pay into like the Michigan State Alumni Club.
Oh, is that what it is? The 1901 Club? Is that what that is?
The 1855 Club.
Oh, okay. No, so I figured Rico was going to come down here to get it, and then I know Stoney's a big, State of Michigan man. He likes Michigan football, but Michigan State basketball.
I'll be there tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets.
Ooh, against the biggest hockey game of the year at the Horseshoe. We got some great games going. And then, by the way, I'm sure you guys have realized this. Is Sunday the best day to make sure you have nothing to do? You got two marquee college basketball games, Michigan State, Wisconsin, and then followed by Michigan, Illinois.
What time are those contests?
First one's at 1:30. That's Michigan State at the Breslin. The next one is at 3:45. Weird tip time. Michigan, Illinois at Chrysler.
Yeah, because this comes on like right after the state game.
Yes.
Same channel, correct?
Yes,
and Rieger, a sneak preview. I believe that you're looking at -2.5 for both home teams.
Okay.
Did you at least bet on Rutgers last night like I did?
No, I should have. I thought of you. I'm like, at least Stoney's freaking happy.
Yeah.
I mean, Rieger, I sent you the fun fact. Like, what, Michigan hasn't beat a team by more than 4 points since, January?
Been a while. And usually when they're essentially the Michigan Vikings. That's who they are, right? The Vikings from a couple years ago, we knew they were fake. I'm kind of starting to get the same vibe from Michigan, but they're a lot better than last year, so you can't be angry.
Why can't you just be happy your team won?
I can't, because I want more.
But you said you would never, ever complain.
I know. Well, I say a lot of things.
Yes, you do. What are you going to be saying till 7 o'clock?
All right, so we got a cut from Brad Holmes from earlier in the week about how he wants to do business this offseason and if he has what it takes financially to go get an elite edge rusher, not naming names. And then we will put it against how Howie Roseman apparently is going to try to do business and maybe trade some of his starters to make sure he gets Myles Garrett. So I'm curious, of the two, which way do Lions fans want their GM to do business? Because I'll make a prediction. Lions fans have zero interest in trading away proven starters to get Myles Garrett. I know this for a fact because I feel I've done this topic before, but we're gonna play both or tell you both sides, and I'm curious what side you're going to be on.
I don't know if you were listening earlier, but when somebody suggested on the ticket text that basically that Aiden Hutchinson was better than Myles Garrett, I walked out of the studio.
He literally threw his headphones down and walked out.
Yeah, it sounded like you were throwing a little hissy fit too. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
it was good.
Thank you. All right, Rieger coming up next. By the way, Rico, Hatchet, Kenny, thank you for the week. Glad to be in. Mike will be back on Monday, and I will not be seeing those two basketball games because I'll be in the sun.
They don't have TVs
you're going
in the
to Florida?
sun?
Yeah, but I'm
You'll
not
play some golf?
I'll be playing some golf.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'll be there for a few weeks. Yeah, absolutely.
Enjoy yourself.
All right, 97.1 the ticket.
Okay, goodbye now.
Bye.